Yo, what's up, Reddit? It's me, that Weep here, and if you guys don't know what this is actually a movie of all the previous parts of my What If Naruto Was in ReZero series. So if you don't know what that is, you can go check the individual parts out up in the top upper right hand corner, or you can watch this full movie section, which will be a compilation of all of those parts, which is what this video is. Anyway, thank you for watching. This was a big series for me, and I really appreciated every one of you for watching it. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to check out my other series out, and as well as my other movies. There'll be a playlist also up in the top right hand corner here, which will have all of my completed series listed. So anyway, thank you all so much. And yeah, let's just get into this part. Well, movie, I guess, for What If Naruto Was in ReZero. Hey, due to the massive butt plug, which is the YouTube copyright system, I'm not able to play the music in the intro, so instead I'm going to put a timestamp up on the screen so you guys can just skip that. If you do want to go and check it out, make sure to go down and look at my pinned comment. You can click that and watch the actual intro with no editing or nothing like that, so you guys can actually, I guess, experience what I wanted this to be. Anyway, I hope you do enjoy the story, so yeah, sorry about that. We see Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen's. He had just walked out of his house alone that night, as it had been the second day he'd been home in Konoha for a long time. As he's walking down the street to go to Ichiraku Ramen's, he's looking up at the night sky and sees stars shining across it. He looks around at the beautiful village he lives in and thinks about all the times he's had, as well as his best friend Sasuke and everything he goals and his dream to become the Hokage. As he walks into Ichiraku Ramen, picking up his ramen, and as he decides to take it out for takeout to take home, he would pick up his ramen bowl and thank Mr. Ichiraku for it, as he then walks out, pulling a flap aside. As Naruto opens the flap and walks out, suddenly Naruto would blink. As he blinks 1, 2, 3 times, suddenly the area changes. What's going on? Naruto as well as Kurama inside of him are confused, as suddenly Naruto is standing in the middle of the street. As he's rubbing his eyes, it's bright daylight. As he looks around, he sees all different types of people, with scales, with fur, these demi-humans almost. As Naruto sees other humans too, he notices something. He can't sense any chakra around anywhere. All chakra levels have completely disappeared, except for that one, the chakra that's naturally in the air and plants and living things. Where the heck am I? Naruto be thinking, as he looks around, walking into different places, just as Subaru had once done in the ReZero world before. As Naruto is walking in, looking at all these places, he gets kicked out of different bars, as well as other areas that he's not supposed to be in. Inevitably, he decides to sit down and eat his ramen. As he's slurping it down, he would then notice something. He would see that 3 people are approaching him in this alley. What are these guys doing here? Naruto be thinking, as we see the 3 thugs who tried and mugged Subaru in the beginning. Hey, you got any money? They'd be thinking as they're ready to jump Naruto. Naruto would stand up as he's ready for a fight and say that he'll take all 3 of them on. The 3 of them would charge at Naruto with weapons set ablaze, and unlike in the original where Subaru had failed to defend himself, Naruto, a trained shinobi, even without using any chakra, is able to easily beat them in taijutsu, as Naruto quickly dispatches all 3 of them within seconds. Suddenly we hear rushing around a corner, as we see her, Emilia. Emilia, with her long silver and gray hair and her elf-like ears, runs into Naruto, bumping into him, saying she's sorry, and she asks if he was the one who took her insignia. Naruto would ask what she means, when suddenly we see Felt. Felt jumps over the rooftop with Naruto looking up and seeing her just as she runs away. That's some really similar technique to what we do in the Leaf Village, he'd say, as he looks at all the acrobatics that she'd use to escape. Emilia would ask if he knows who that girl is and if they are working together, with Naruto telling her he has no idea who she is and that he just found out where he is. He doesn't even know where he is right now, asking her questions about what's going on. Emilia wouldn't have time for this, though, and decided she has to go after Felt immediately, not knowing what her name is yet, of course. Naruto would offer Emilia to help her, as he has no idea what to do for now, as he needs to get back to the Leaf Village. She has no idea what this means, but assumes it's some sort of village where Naruto comes from. Naruto would agree to help her, with Puck coming out of nowhere. Wow, that's a really cute cat you got there. This is when Puck would greet Naruto, and the two of them would become sort of like friends. Puck would sense something within Naruto, as he can sense something, a strong aura of intent of kill. What is that, Puck would be thinking, as we see Kurama and Puck almost lock energies for a second. Anyway, Naruto and Emilia get up onto the building as they begin to hunt down Puck. Naruto would offer to help Emilia up when he steps on the side of the wall and begins climbing it. What? What is that? What kind of blessing do you have? Emilia would be asking with concern, as she's never seen such a power before. Naruto would be confused as he says that he's just using his chakra. What's chakra? Anyway, we gotta get going. He'd grab Emilia's hand as Puck goes along with him, as he would then pull Emilia and Puck up onto the rooftops, looking around Laguna. As they're running around, Naruto has an idea. How big is this city anyway, he'd say, as we then see Emilia looking around saying she actually just got here herself. Naruto would ask what she even was looking for anyway, with him not knowing exactly what she wants, you know? Naruto would then be told about the insignia that she's after, and exactly what it looks like in its size. Naruto would nod as he says he'll do his best to help her find her insignia, or whatever that is. As they were walking through the streets, they would see a little girl crying, and Naruto, who as a child had problems on his own, would walk over and ask her if she needs any help. Naruto would be kind as he smiles, closing his eyes as his whiskers spread across his face. The girl would laugh as she pokes at Naruto's cheek, and Naruto would ask what her name is. Naruto, as well as Emilia, would take the little girl with them, as Naruto holds one of her hands while Emilia holds the other. Naruto won't be thinking anything about this at that point, as he doesn't really like Emilia like Subaru did, but he considers her a friend for now, just like everyone. As Emilia is looking over at Naruto, she blushes really quickly and looks away, as Naruto, unlike Subaru, adapts to his surroundings much quicker. Naruto would then eventually run into the lady, who she had instructed might be her mom. As the mother would find the child, Naruto would say it was no problem as he nods and walks away. A sad glint in his eyes as he sees her parent. Emilia catches this and looks at him, wondering what he must be thinking about and what must have happened to him as a child. As Emilia continues walking along, Naruto asks and says that they're probably never going to find her insignia if they keep making stops like that. Naruto says he's going to go out and look on the roof, as he would jump high, using his chakra to push him up to the top. That was an incredible jump, she'd be thinking. Puck would be thinking this too, thinking he's never seen anything like this before, ever. As Naruto continues to wander around Laguna, he'd inevitably run into the same fruit salesman that we know very well from the original Re:Zero. Naruto doesn't know this yet because he hasn't died. However, Naruto has a rare ability known as Return by Death, or Return by Death. Naruto can die and then return to each save point. He's just made his new save point. Naruto has no idea about this yet, however. As Naruto and Emilia are searching around, eventually they would get to the slums, where they'd figure out that Felt must be someone trying to sell her insignia off for money. Naruto would claim that taking the insignia back would be a piece of cake, as he and Emilia would walk into the shop together. As they walk in, however, they would see it's dark. Emilia, Naruto would say, "Stay behind me, I can sense something." Suddenly, Naruto would pull Emilia out of the way, as a blade comes flying past. "Your instincts are sharp. Who are you?" Elsa would say, and she then licks her lips, looking at Naruto's intestines. Naruto would hold his hand over his gut, looking at Elsa and gulping, saying that he's not for her to eat or something like that, you know? Elsa would laugh, as then Naruto looks down, seeing an old man laying there with a club, as well as a little girl. That must be Felt. "What did you do to them?" Naruto would say quietly, as Elsa would laugh, saying she just did a little experimentation on their organs, if you know what I mean. Naruto would tell Emilia to stay back, as Naruto is now in a completely serious tone. Emilia would tell Naruto that she can support from behind while using her magical abilities. She would then begin to blast icicles towards Elsa. "Whoa, what kind of jutsu is that?" Naruto would turn around asking. "Jutsu?" This is what Emilia would be thinking when Naruto gets back to the fight. Elsa would try to recover her blade. She then swings it towards Naruto. Naruto would quickly pull a kunai out of his jacket as he cuts her blade, connecting it with the two. "That's an interesting weapon you've got there. I don't think I've ever seen one just like it before, Elsa would say, as she begins to get into more of a fight with Naruto. Naruto would jump onto the roof as he attaches to the top using chakra connection. Oh, you have some sort of ability to stick to walls too. Very, very interesting. I wish I could see what your belly looks like. This is what Elsa says as she then leaps, using her intense physical strength. She's fast, Naruto would think, as he then pulls out the kunai and slashes, hitting her knife and cutting it out of her hand. The two would then get into a fist fight, as Naruto and Elsa are fighting on the wall, with Naruto throwing his fast punches and kicks at Elsa as he can. Elsa's dodging out of the way and trying to chop at Naruto, while Naruto and her are getting into an intense taijutsu battle. Naruto, move out of the way, now! Naruto would jump out of the way as Emilia shoots a massive icicle towards Elsa. Puck would now get involved to help boost Emilia's power, as he is a spirit, as he begins to attack Elsa more. Naruto is now getting serious into this fight, when then, suddenly Elsa says she'll just have to get the rabble out of the way, as she then turns towards Emilia. You won't touch her, Naruto would say, as he then has a small flashback of earlier that day of all the things that he and Emilia had done together, and he's not going to let his new friend die. As she rushes towards Emilia, her blade is about to stab into Emilia herself. Naruto would jump in front of the way to block the blade to save Emilia and tell her to run. As the knife goes directly through Naruto, Naruto would begin to bleed out as his vision fades. I guess this is it, he'd think, as there was no Kurama going to save him this time. Suddenly Naruto would wake up as he's gasping for air. He would say, as he looks around, wondering what happened. I thought I was dead, he would think, when suddenly in front of him he sees the fruit salesman from before, asking if he was going to buy anything. What? No, I'm not going to buy anything. I already told you that. What do you mean you already told me that? You just got here, kid. Naruto would be shocked as he says, what? Naruto will look down to see that his ramen is still in his hand. No way, Naruto would be thinking, as his eyes begin to shake. Looking around, he would realize that's earlier in the day. Where's Satella? By the way, Emilia told Naruto that her name was Satella just like she did Subaru, because I don't think she would change that just because he looks different. Anyway, Naruto would be looking for Satella, as he would then see her in the street, not having yet been mugged by the robbers or looking for Felt yet. Satella! As he then tries to talk to Emilia, Emilia would turn around in shock and asking why he would call her the Witch of Envy. What? Naruto would be thinking, as Emilia would walk away, looking more angry than before, as he'd never seen Emilia in a kind of mood like this. As he then continues looking around, trying to figure out what happened, he would then remember what happens at the shop house in the slums. I've got to get back to the trading area, he would think, as he then jumps up onto the roof, trying to run over there as fast as he can. I have to find that woman, and I can't let her touch Emilia or anyone else. If I can save them, then maybe I can... He would have flashbacks of seeing himself get stabbed, as well as seeing everyone on the floor. I need to save all of them, Naruto would think. As he would then get to the loot house, he would then open the door and walk inside, seeing Uncle Ram there, as well as Felt, who would be arriving soon. Naruto would have already catched over Felt, not having seen her, as he talks to Uncle Ram, telling him about his delicious meal of ramen, and telling him that he'd be looking for a rather small insignia for one of his friends. This is when Felt would come at the door, and Naruto would open it, recognizing her, as he says that she's alive in awe. Felt would ask what he means by that, with Naruto nodding and laughing, saying it's nothing. Naruto would then have this serious look in his face when he says he's going to go out for a while. As Naruto would then run into, as you already know, Elsa. As soon as Naruto says Elsa, he would tell her, cut the crap. I know what you're going to do. You're going to try and fight us again, aren't you? Elsa would ask as she licks her lips what he means. Naruto then cock his fist back as he tells her that he's going to take her down right here and now before she can kill anyone. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. Suddenly, as Elsa was talking, Naruto shoves a Rasengan into her gut. Ugh! Elsa would cough up blood as she goes sent flying backwards, smashing into the side of a building. Naruto's getting serious now as he then gets into taijutsu and creates the stance. As he creates the jutsu, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto creates several shadow clones that go running towards Elsa, as Elsa slices through them, saying this is a rather interesting magical technique he can use. Naruto would then grit his teeth, saying it's called chakra, as he then throws a fist, punching it towards Elsa. Elsa would take the punch to the face, as she goes flying backwards, her knife barely grazing Naruto's skin. What? She'd think, as she thought she'd sworn that she'd cut him open. Naruto is already healing, though, as Kurama's chakra is beginning to surround him from his rage, as we already know that Naruto's seal had been undone more by Jiraiya. As Naruto and Elsa's fight increase, Naruto begins to get more and more savage as he begins to tap into the Kyuubi's power. Damn it, he would think, as Naruto's about to tap into First Tail Kyuubi mode. What is this, she would think, as suddenly an orange cloak of chakra would cover Naruto. Naruto's much faster now and stronger, as he punches through Elsa's knife, shattering it as he begins beating her. Damn it, she'd be thinking as she's coughing. As he finally finishes her off, Naruto, being a shinobi, would have no hesitation of killing Elsa, as she had already shown what kind of person she was to him before. Naruto, being a shinobi, is a lot less jumpy than Subaru, and as you already know, Naruto actually has killed people in the Naruto universe, so this wouldn't be that surprising. Elsa's big dead, for now. Anyway, as we see that Elsa has now been taken out, we then go back to see that Naruto would be walking back to the loot house, to where he would eventually see Emilia be there with Felt, arguing with her. Emilia would inevitably buy back her insignia from Felt, who was rather annoyed. Naruto would have taken her money off of, Elsa's money off of her, and offers to pay for the insignia for her. You're that guy who called me Satella before. Naruto would nod and ask what her real name is. While Emilia is still grumpy about it, she would say that her real name is Emilia. Emilia? Naruto would say, as he commits it to memory. He would then ask Feld if he can buy that off of her, with Emilia looking shocked, saying that she's buying that for herself. Naruto would hold his hands up, saying it's no problem, as he uses the money that Elsa had brought with to pay for the insignia and take it, as he then plays holding his eye down, holding his tongue out. Emilia would be annoyed as he then holds up the insignia and gives it to her, saying it's a gift and saying that he's sorry for calling her that before. And he also didn't know what the Witch of Envy really was, or what a witch is, to be fair. She would then laugh as she explains that what the Witch of Envy was, and would then talk about it in a more solemn tone how being a half-elf was, well, people treated her differently. Naruto had a flashback to him as in his childhood, where the villagers made fun of him and also treated him differently for being the host of the Kyuubi, a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I know exactly how you feel, Naruto would say, as his eyes become hollow with him remembering all those times on that goddamn swing. As Naruto would then look up at Emilia, saying that now he's got this, that now everyone's safe, what was she going to do now? She was saying that she'd head back to Roswaal's, and that if he wanted to, he could come with her, as he had apparently, helped her out with this insignia business, and she wouldn't mind having company. Puck would introduce himself to Naruto for the first time, with Naruto greeting Puck as well. Puck and Naruto would become friends again, and they would head off to Roswaal's mansion. Back at the street, we see that Elsa is barely alive, as she's twitching, hitting her fist in the ground, saying it's a promise that she's gonna kill that kid for sure. As Naruto is making it back to the mansion of Emilia, this is when we see, in the carriage, Emilia beginning to explain about a Laguna to Naruto. As they get to Roswaal's mansion in his area, Naruto would look out the window with awe as he tells Emilia that it's huge. She would laugh as she says this is the owners of this entire land's mansion after all. You live in a mansion, Naruto would say, with Emilia giggling, telling him that it's just temporarily and because she's Roswaal's candidate to become the next ruler of Laguna. You're gonna become a ruler, he would think, as Naruto remembers and tells her about his dream. My dream is to become the Hokage of the Leaf Village, one of the great nations, I'm sure you've heard of it. It's from the Land of Fire. Somehow I was back there getting my ramen when now I was here, and I have no idea where I am, to be honest. The Land of Fire? She would say. I've never heard of that before, but you could probably head eastwards. There's many people there who have similar names to you. Naruto would thank her for the tip, as they then get out of the carriage, where we would then meet the two maids, Ram, as well as Rem. Naruto is sitting inside the carriage, as he, as well as Emilia, have now finally arrived to Roswaal's mansion. As Naruto arrives, he looks out at the humongous house and the field surrounding it, as he had actually looked down at Arlem Village, which he and Emilia had actually driven through before. Emilia was looking out the windows sadly as she sees the children as well as the other adults outside working and playing together. As Naruto asks what's wrong, he would then remember what it was like for him when he was a child, as he then is quiet, realizing that she must have had something similar to happen to her. Emilia would look up at Naruto and tell her it's alright, and that they'll be meeting the master of this domain soon. His name is Roswaal L. Mathers, and he's actually the backer for her in this upcoming selection. Selection? Naruto would ask, with him not knowing exactly what she was talking about. Emilia would then explain that she's actually part of the royal selection. With Naruto still being confused, she would go into more detail, laughing, and telling him that basically the king of Laguna, the person who ran everything in this entire country, had already passed away, as well as the rest of his family from some pandemic that had hit the castle. Well, and so now 5 people have been chosen to represent the next candidacy for the new king of Laguna, and she just happens to be one of those people. In fact, the same type of insignia that she had, which she had been trying to get back, that Naruto had helped her with, was actually something that was required you need to have in order to be able to be eligible to rule the kingdom. Naruto would be shocked as he asked if she really lost something that allows her to be basically the Hokage. She asks what that is, with Naruto explaining about the Leaf Village and how the Hokage treat everyone like family and was the leader of the whole village. She would say it's similar to that, as she smiles, asking Naruto if that's what he wanted to be. Naruto would pump his fist into the air as he says that he's going to become the greatest Hokage ever someday. Emilia would giggle as Naruto makes a strange pose while saying this. Naruto would tell her that she doesn't have to laugh at him, as Emilia and him finally arrive. As they step out of the carriage, we then see Rem and Ram. The 2 maid sisters stand there waiting to eagerly welcome back Emilia, with her explaining the situation with Naruto coming with her. This boy's the one who helped me, actually, when I was looking for my insignia back at the capital. It had actually been stolen by a thief, and luckily he'd been there to help me. Oh, we thank you, sir, they would say in unison, as Rem and Ram would say that, before Naruto would ask what their names are. Rem and Ram would introduce themselves, saying that they're the maids that work here for Lord Roswaal in his mansion. Naruto would greet them as he goes out to shake their hand, with the 2 of them responding. Ram and Rem would comment on his clothing, just like they would on Subaru's in the original, saying that it seemed very odd. Naruto would laugh, saying that actually he thought that all of their outfits were weird, with Naruto then being taken by Emilia into the mansion. Naruto would at first ask if there was any food, as we hear a loud grumble as his tongue sticks out with drool going over his face. Rama and Rem would look at each other with a look of worry, as they then go into the kitchen to prepare something to eat for their guest. The 2 maid demon sisters were unprepared for the terror that was Naruto, though, as Roswaal's kitchen would prepare to be devastated by the 9-tailed fox's stomach. As Naruto would chow down to the food, all of them would be terrified, especially Emilia, watching in horror, as Naruto devours plate after plate, every meal after meal, taking more and more food inside of him until eventually he would burp, saying that the food was delicious, as the entire table is empty, with Ram and Rem staring with absolute shock as they're quaking, asking Emilia who this kid is, as they look at this guy who's just sitting there, staring up at the ceiling, breathing out happily. This is Naruto, the one who saved me, Emilia would say questioningly, as if though not even believing it herself. Naruto would burp as he says, "Excuse me," then asking if there's anywhere he can go lay down for a bit. Naruto would lay down in the same room that Subaru would have been given, as he lays on the bed looking at the ceiling, thinking that it reminds him of his own blank ceiling at home. Roswaal would arrive home, with Ram coming up to tell him that their master of the mansion has arrived. Naruto would come down to greet Roswaal for the first time, and would laugh, not realizing that Roswaal was actually the owner of the mansion, with him making a comment saying that he sure dresses eccentrically, with Roswaal laughing in the signature tone of his, saying that he himself would also be a rather odd commodity on the streets. Naruto would sit at the large table with Roswaal, his 2 maids, and Emilia there, along with Puck. Puck would punch Naruto in the side of the face with his furry small paws. Naruto pets Puck on the head. Naruto would then tell Puck that he will pet him more later, which makes Puck happy. This is when Roswaal would thank Naruto for everything he had done, as Naruto would learn more about the royal selection, what's going on in Laguna, as well as where he is more so, as well as how more rich and powerful Emilia is than he would have thought originally. That's incredible, Naruto be thinking, as he calculates everything in his head, being kind of dumbfounded by what he's learning. Roswaal would then tell him that his favor that he had done for the Emilia faction had been incredibly helpful, and that if he had anything that he can provide for him, then he'll let him do so. Naruto, who doesn't really have anywhere to go, would ask if he could live at the mansion for at least for a while, as he wants to train more, as he doesn't know if the Akatsuki are here or can find him, but he has to avoid them. The Akatsuki? This is what Roswaal would ask, as Naruto would begin to explain that there's a group of very powerful people after him, or more so after what he has. Roswaal will be piqued in interest by this, but Naruto really wouldn't go into more details. He explains that it's not really good news, but he doesn't know if they'll be able to find him here, as he doesn't even know where he is to begin with. Naruto would then explain that he basically just wants to stay there to train, which would make him a freeloader. Roswaal would laugh. He says that shouldn't be too difficult, with Rem and Rom looking horrified, as Roswaal doesn't realize his paycheck for the food bill will begin to rise. As Naruto would then thank him very much, telling him that he shouldn't be there too long, as he'll probably try and find his way back to Konoha fairly soon. Naruto would begin training the very next day, with him waking up in the morning with the two maid sisters already greeting him. Naruto would spend the first day of the 4 from the original, where Subaru would have been working with Ram and Ram as a butler, training in the garden, as Emilia would come out to see Naruto doing push-ups on a single finger up and down. Wow, she would think, as she hasn't ever seen someone work so intense on physical training. Naruto would suddenly create a shadow clone as he begins to spar with it. What's that, she would think, as she remembers that Naruto has these other strange abilities that he can use. Naruto continues sparring with his shadow clone, as we see Roswaal watching from his upper window. Very interesting, he'd be thinking, as he saw the hand seal that Naruto had used. His movements, his style of fighting, it's all extremely similar to that of what we know from the area in our world known as Karagi, he would say. However, I've researched far and low, and I haven't heard of anything about this place called Konoha, or what he called the village hidden in the leaves. Naruto would spend all day training as he goes inside, eating as he lays down. Naruto wouldn't be too interested in reading or learning how to read or write in this world, as he wasn't good at that already in his own world, so I don't think he'd be too eager to learn more about that here. Though Ram and Rem would try to help him a bit so he wouldn't be completely illegible with everything, otherwise it'd be almost impossible for him to do anything once he left. Naruto would continue training for another day, when this would be the day that Ram and Rem would have to go and get supplies from the village. This is when Rem would be the one to go and get spices from the village and Rem would go just like she would have in the original. Later that day, something would happen. Naruto would be outside training as he feels himself sweating, realizing that his chakra drain in this world is much less for some reason. Suddenly he would hear screaming, as he would look up, wondering what's going on. Naruto would jump up onto the windows. He attaches his feet to the wall using chakra, jumping through the window and asking what happened, with his eyes full of shock. This is where we see Ram crying, as Naruto's eyes would be open wide as he watches Rem on the bed, dead. As he looks down to see Rem and Ram, with Ram crying, she would ask what he did. Naruto would be shocked as she would accuse him of doing this. I didn't do anything. What happened to Rem? As Emilia would ask Naruto if he knows anything about what could have happened. Naruto, who would have been busy all day, would answer honestly as he usually would, saying he has no idea what the heck happened. This would make Ram go into a rage, as Beatrice and Roswaal wouldn't try to defend him in this version. Naruto could quite easily dodge all of Ram's attacks, as her sporadic magic isn't very hard for him to deal with. Naruto would jump from the back of the window down to the ground, as Ram was prepared to follow him in pursuit. Naruto would tell her honestly that he didn't do anything to Rem, and that he would never do anything to any of them. Naruto would realize that something must be going on, as he then would continue putting the pieces together in his mind, as he recalls what had happened the first day when Elsa had stabbed him, and he had come back. This is the first time Naruto would realize that he actually has the ability to return by death. A major difference in this version, though, is that Kurama is with Naruto, and inside his body he also is reset, meaning that Kurama also has memories for return by death. So he knows what's going on and is laughing crazily inside as he watches Naruto confused by this. Naruto would then eventually be pushed over to the area where the cliff is, where Subaru would be in the original. This is when Naruto would have to decide on a hard choice. He could test this ability that he figured out that he has based off of his own intuition, which he would inevitably end up doing, as he doesn't want Rem to be dead. And Naruto, as we already know, would do anything for his friends. Naruto would sacrifice himself as he jumps off the cliff, closing his eyes as he then would wake up in the bed where he had been the few days earlier. With this time him not jumping up and being as eager as he had in the original, Naruto would greet Ram and Rem, who are now both alive. I have to find out what happened to Rem, he would think, as Naruto won't be as fazed by being killed as Subaru would. Although being killed is painful, Naruto in the original Naruto is already very brutal. Naruto's dealt with a lot of pain already, and death as a shinobi isn't very unexpected. So I think return by death would suit Naruto much better, as well for him to be able to use it efficiently would be better as well. Naruto in this version wouldn't ask to be a freeloader, as he asked to help at the mansion so he can watch Rem and Ram work. This would cause more suspicion, however, as Naruto, unlike Subaru, is very skilled with a knife, being a kunai user, and having to make food for himself since he was younger. Naruto would help in the kitchen, which he'd be rather skilled at. However, his sewing skills and cleaning skills would be very dismal at best, with Naruto having almost no affinity for it. Naruto would watch what Rem and Ram are doing, and would eventually get a slight hang on it, with Roswaal asking about the progress report, with Ram saying that he's basically totally useless in everything besides cooking. Naruto would then be sent along with Rem to go out to the village that day. With Naruto not being as much of a simp as Emilia as Subaru was, Naruto wouldn't be desperate to try and get a date with Emilia, as he would say goodbye to Emilia, who would actually like Naruto more than she would have liked Subaru in the original, with her waving goodbye to him to take care as he leaves. Naruto would go off with Rem and ask what they're going out shopping for, with Rem being very despondent and saying that they're just going out for spices. Naruto and Rem would go out as they would eventually get there. Naruto would see the village kids and be friendly with them, as Naruto was fairly friendly to children in the original Naruto anyway. Naruto would befriend the kids that are there, as he would then greet some of the other people who live in the village and become more friendly with them. Naruto would get bit by the kid's dog that they have been trying to show him, as Naruto still has the reek of the witch, as well as Kurama inside him, which gives him an evil amount of chakra basically surrounding his body inside of him. Naruto would get bit by the dog that the kids had shown him, as he throws his hand away, telling him that hurt a little. As the dog growls at him, Naruto would pat it on the head, saying no problem, as Rem would giggle as Naruto tells her to stop laughing at him. Naruto would walk back, helping carry the spices back home, as he would then go to bed for that night. Naruto would wake up, as suddenly he feels a screaming pain. What's happening? Naruto would think, as Naruto feels physical pain as his strength begins to leave his body. Naruto would fall to the ground as all of his chakras draining from him. What's going on? He would think, as all of his chakras leaving his body. I need help! As Naruto was fading from the curse that's been placed on him, suddenly Kurama's chakra would activate. I don't feel like going through that again, Kurama would think, as Kurama would use his own chakra to overpower the curse. Suddenly, burning flames of chakra would surround Naruto's body, as the curse is dispelled by Kurama's sheer power. Red flames of a cloak of the 9 tails, of 2 tails it took to dispel the curse, would completely cover Naruto, as Naruto would then look up, looking down as the Kibi's mark is growing red. What happened? He would look, as he looks at his hand where he sees the bite up from the dog from earlier, glowing black. I should show Beatrice this, he thinks, as he had run into Beatrice the other day, with her being fairly annoyed by his loudmouth attitude. However, she seemed to know a lot about the stuff in this world. Naruto, now completely healed from Kurama's chakra, would rush out of his room as he rushes towards the door where he feels that the forbidden library is. He'd barge in with Beatrice still being there, awake, and as Beatrice would ask, I suppose I should ask what you want, with Naruto then telling her that this weird black ink thing was surrounding his hand, as he shows her the black phase that was coming from Naruto's hand. She would tell him that he's been cursed, actually, with Naruto being shocked, asking what that means. With her explaining about shamans as well as curses from the northern regions, Naruto's hand would be cured, as this small curse is very easily to take away from using her power. The next day would arrive without any sign of danger. However, Naruto would then realize something. If he got bit by that dog in the village, where the bite had come from, where that curse or something was, that means that dog must have been the one to put the curse on him. Naruto began to sweat as he would realize what's happening. The kids. The village. He'd realize that the dog, as well as some other beasts, might be even trying to attack the kids that were living in the village. Naruto would then spare no time as he tells Rem and Ram that the village is probably in danger, with Naruto having to rush out. Before Naruto would have done this, though, that around earlier that morning, Puck, as well as Naruto and now Emilia, would be doing stretches before Naruto would do his daily training. Naruto would then have his affinity checked for magic. If you guys didn't know, Subaru actually had an affinity for magic in the original, and I don't see why Naruto wouldn't. I think it's very fitting that Naruto would have wind magic as his affinity. When Puck would use his scanning to see Naruto's gate, he would see 2 very powerful magic deep inside of him. What is this, Puck would think, as he senses Kurama a beast that might have even more power than himself. Puck would be a bit shaken as he's never found another spirit or something like this that's so strong. However, he would calmly tell Naruto that his affinity is wind magic. However, he also might have a second type, a type of something dark, but it's not exactly... He couldn't explain it, but Puck was trying to explain the darkness that he had felt inside of Naruto, which would be Kurama and his chakra. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. He would hold his hand over his stomach, where he says he doesn't need to worry about that gray old fox. With Puck being now curious, Kurama would growl at Naruto from inside of his seal, as Naruto would laugh. So I can use wind magic, he would think, with Puck nodding, saying that this is a fairly simple spell you can use. Ram would be called over as she can use wind magic too, with Ram being annoyed that Naruto has the same affinity for magic that she does. She would then sigh as she tells Naruto that here's a basic spell he could probably practice, as she holds her hand out and then would make a slashing motion, with a slice of a wind cutter being sent out as it slices through a tree that's in the yard. Naruto would be instructed to maybe take care of that tree, as Naruto would nod being excited, as he decides he needs to test this immediately. So how do I use this gate thing? Is it like chakra with hand seals, he would think, with Puck explaining to him about the gate. The gate is a thing in your body that's almost like a hole, when you pull an air in like through your lungs and then breathe it back out. However, you need to visualize the mana in your body and let some of it go out of your gate in order to create a spell. Naruto would try to visualize this as he sees the chakra veins in his body and would then try to find his gate. The gate would be the same marking on his stomach where Kurama would be at, as he then feels it. I can feel it. Naruto would make the same slashing motion of his hand, as he would suddenly then a jet of wind magic would come shooting out as it slices the tree into very fine bits. Wow, you have some incredibly strong magic, Puck would say, as Naruto had cut even further than the tree. Naruto's affinity for wind plus his affinity for wind and chakra nature gives him a 2x bonus for wind magic as well. So Naruto is incredibly powerful with magic compared to Subaru. And just so you guys know, Naruto can also has an affinity with spirits just like Subaru would have. So I think Naruto in ReZero would be kind of stacked. Anyway, back into the story. Naruto later that day would now be rushing towards the village as he has to help save those kids from the demon mob beasts. We see Naruto running down the hill as he runs all the way from Roswaal's mansion down to the village down below. As he keeps going, he eventually makes it to the border of the village, where he would see that the actual barriers have been broken. Naruto would rush into the village asking if everyone was alright, with almost everyone being accounted for except for some of the children. Naruto would then have a small flashback to earlier before when he was playing with the kids and that demon mob beast from before. Ram and Rem would shortly arrive after Naruto, as Naruto would be given the same sword that Subaru had been given from the villagers to go help and find where the kids were. Naruto would put the sword on his back as he says he'll go find them, as he says that Ram and Rem should be around soon to fix the barrier, as he's not good at that kind of stuff. He'd run off into the forest as he decides he needs to find them quickly. Naruto would keep running past as he continues looking to find any traces of them. He closes his eyes, he listens, using all of his senses, and would eventually find some tracks from them. He would inevitably rush to the forest, rushing into several mob beasts surrounding him. Naruto would slice them down with a blade easily, faster than Subaru ever could have, his strength easily outpacing those of the mob beasts surrounding him. As he makes it, he would see all of the kids completely wiped out with weakness as they lay on the hill, the grass surrounding them. He can only find one that was missing, as he sees that the mobbies had been set them as a trap for him. As Naruto stands there holding his sword, he'd be ready to take them all on. As they all prepare to jump him, Naruto would turn as he swings, slicing two of them in half instantly. Naruto would then jump into the air, as he throws two kunai into two more mobbies, sending them to their death. As Naruto would then come crashing down with his blade, slicing and chopping into the rest of the mob beasts, there would be a lot of blood covering everywhere, as Naruto's breathing heavily after taking out almost 20 of them in a row. Ram and Rem have now, with Rem arriving first, would ask if Naruto's alright. Naruto would nod. He says that there's only one more kid that he's missing, and he tells Rem to take care of these kids here if she can heal them or something. Rem would take care of the kids there. She uses her healing magic on them, while Naruto would rush off into the woods, with Rem actually being impressed with Naruto. Naruto calmly walks into the forest as he looks from left to right, trying to find more clues to where she could have been taken. She would see the feet sticking out from the girl from around a rock, and just like Subaru, he would rush down to see if she's alright. Naruto would pick up the little girl and swing her across his shoulders, as he then says they have to get out of there. Suddenly you hear growling as he turns around, seeing a few hundred maw beasts, with the large main one from earlier, the small, seemingly small dog that he'd been petting before. "You," he'd say, as he tells him that dog's really pissed him off. This dog would now begin to almost bark with laughter, as it would then begin to grow into its true form and its size. Naruto would calmly place the small girl down, as he would then create a Rasengan. "Oh, I'm taking all of you down." As Naruto then rushes forward, he would create 40 shadow clones, all of them creating their own Rasengans and rushing towards the demon maw beasts. Rasengan's explosions would be crashing through the forest as Naruto battles against the maw beasts. Naruto himself, with his shadow clones taking on the majority of the rest of the maw beasts, would be fighting the main maw beasts with one-on-one. The maw beasts would cry out as the ground beneath them would begin to move and change as a yellow light of magic would surround them. Naruto would dive and jump into the air as he attaches it to a tree using his chakra control, and rushing from tree to tree, jumping and dodging all of the attacks. He would then dive down as he creates a shadow clone, which would pick him up and begin to spin him as he gets thrown towards the maw beast. "Massive Rasengan," Naruto would say, as he pulls his arm all the way back behind him, creating a humongous Rasengan, and crashing into the maw beast. A squealing from the dog could be heard, as it's being crushed by the chakra against it. Naruto would smash into the ground as a crater is formed with the maw beast's body. Naruto would then finish off his attack by using the new spell he learned from Ram, his wind magic. Wind Slicer. He'd slash his arm across, with a large bolt of wind being shot out from his gate, as the dog is then completely dismembered by him. With no hope of it regenerating, Naruto would then dive back down as he grabs the sword and the girl he had been saving. He'd then rush back to see Rem and Ram, both looking nervous as they would see Naruto with blood streaking down from his headband as he's smiling, telling both of them that he actually saved her. He'd hand the girl over to Rem, who'd begin working on healing her, as Ram, Naruto, and Rem would then help pick up the rest of the kids and take them back to the village. The villagers would thank Naruto so much, as Naruto would hand them the sword back, thanking them. They would tell him he could keep it, so Naruto would. He'd swing the sword across his back, now having acquired his own weapon, I guess. As Naruto, Ram, and Rem would then head back to the mansion, having successfully taken care of the problem with the maw beasts. Naruto's gate would be exhausted, as Naruto had used a ton of stamina, chakra, and magic while fighting them, and he'd taken on very many of them, as well as used shadow clones, which take stamina down of him too. Naruto would pass out almost as soon as he got back, with Emilia being extremely worried about him. "Naruto, are you okay?" Emilia would be thinking as she rushes over to see him as he collapses. Emilia would be extremely worried about Naruto, just as she was about Subaru for pushing himself too hard. Naruto would open his eyes as he tells Emilia he's fine, that he's just tired, as he would then go to sleep almost immediately. Roswaal would have made it back a bit later than he would have in the original, as he hadn't seen any problems going on in the forest, as Subaru had caused with his witch's smell. Naruto would wake up as Roswaal would be there, with Naruto asking how Roswaal was doing. Roswaal would laugh, saying his meeting had gone very well. Naruto would say that was good, as he still was wiping the blood off his face. Roswaal would ask Ram what happened, with her explaining everything that happened with the villagers, and how Naruto had helped save some of the village's kids that had been out of the forest with the maw beasts before the gate had been fixed again for the barrier. Roswaal would thank Naruto for his assistance, and Naruto would say he'll do anything to help out his friends, as he still has to figure out when he's going to be able to get back to the Leaf Village. Naruto would be resting for the next few days, and this is where we finally get to the beginning of the royal selection. Emilia would be scheduled to be leaving for the capital soon. Naruto requests to come with, as he doesn't really have anything to do back at the mansion, and would rather come with to see what's going on anyway. At first, Emilia would be hesitant about taking Naruto with, but Naruto is a lot more reliable than Subaru was, and he's nowhere near as exhausted or broken down from all of the work he'd done as Subaru. Naruto's regenerative properties from Kurama's chakra, as well as being an Uzumaki, are enough to where he is almost fully healed by the next day. This is the point when she would eventually agree with Naruto begging, as he would have created 3 shadow clones all poking at her, making her laugh, as she would then say fine that he can come with. Naruto would be fine, actually allowed to come with to the royal selection with Roswaal, as he would be submitted under as Emilia's guard. As unlike Subaru, Naruto is quite skilled in battle, as he was able to take on the Bowel Hunter, a very renowned fighter in the ReZero world, all by himself pretty much. Anyway, Naruto would be coming with to the capital, as he would finally arrive. Naruto would then be with Emilia as they're walking around town, with him and Emilia holding hands, with Emilia saying she doesn't want Naruto to get lost while she's blushing. Naruto would pretty much take this at face value without saying anything too weird as he and Emilia would keep walking. This would be when they would eventually run into Julius. As Julius would kiss Emilia's hand, Naruto wouldn't really care as much as he would think that's gross, thinking that Julius doesn't know where Emilia has been, as he would think this in his head after realizing how Sakura would be. He thinks of Sakura and everyone back at home, and he feels sad for a second, before his hardening of his resolve as he realizes he's going back there eventually. Naruto would then snap out of it, as Julius would be introducing himself to him. "Oh, my name's Naruto Uzumaki," he would say as he holds his hand out, with him smiling as if though he was some sort of idiot. Julius would be unimpressed, as Naruto seems very nonchalant for meeting one of the royal guard. Emilia would tell Julius that Naruto isn't very familiar with this world, and be light on him. Julius and Emilia would head inside so they could do the communication to where they could get friendness, which is, Felix, if you guys didn't know, is the healer who's definitely a boy who looks like a cat girl. Naruto would still need some healing, and Emilia would rather have a professional look at him than just have him rub some dirt in it, as he's proclaimed. Naruto would be waiting outside as he's rocking back and forth, amusing himself, as this is when he would see Priscilla being mugged in the alleyway by the three stooges of ReZero. As he would then rush into the alleyway trying to protect her, as Naruto himself is kind of heroic even in the original. He'd rush in telling them that they shouldn't pick on girls, as Priscilla would laugh, being as arrogant as she is in the original. Naruto would walk in, and unlike Subaru, wouldn't even pretend to be anything like her boyfriend or anything like that. He'd just tell them to leave her alone, with the three of them then realizing that it's Naruto. They would decide it's not worth trying to fight this kid again, as he was way stronger than them the first time they fought, so they would leave. Priscilla would then tell Naruto she didn't need any help from him, and the world works for her needs and desires, as she laughs, fanning herself. Naruto would hold his eyebrow up as he then asks whatever that means. Naruto would offer an appa to her, just like Subaru would have done in the original, with her stating that appas are always white flesh, and there's no way that could be an appa if it's red. Naruto would be confused. He says that's very clearly red, holding it out to her. She would be shocked, as suddenly the guard that she takes with her would finally arrive with Emilia next to him, asking why Naruto's doing here, before realizing that Naruto was talking to Priscilla. "How do you know this person?" she would say, Naruto. As Naruto would look back, saying he had seen her getting in trouble back here in the alley by three guys who were trying to rob her, so he decided he should try and help her out. Naruto would say this as he then offers an apple to her, throwing it to her as she and her guard would walk away. Emilia would ask Naruto how she knows her, again, with Naruto saying he doesn't really know her at all, but he thought it'd be wrong to leave her alone like that, since he almost got robbed like that when he first came here too. So Emilia would calm down, realizing that Naruto didn't have any agenda or worked for Priscilla. Naruto would then head over to meet with Felis, as well along with Emilia. Emilia would then introduce them, with Naruto being shocked as he realizes that this guy's just like Haku. He tells Ferris that he actually knew someone from his world who actually seemed to remind him of a lot, Naruto would think, as he would remember the Land of Waves arc along with Haku. He'd then remember Haku's death as he's silent for a second. Naruto's gate would begin healing from Felix, who would be surprised at how much it had already healed in the short time after he had used so much power against the Mob Beast, as Emilia had told him about. "Wow, Naruto-kun, your regenerative properties are amazing. Are you sure you don't have a divine protection of healing or something like that?" he would ask, with Naruto shaking his head adamantly, saying he doesn't have any of that stuff. With Felix sighing, almost finishing Naruto's gate completely, he would tell Emilia that Naruto should be completely recovered in almost just one day. Naruto would be hyped for this, as he then says that means he can go and watch the royal selection. Naruto thought the royal selection would be some sort of fight between all of the participants. As he gets inside the gates with Roswaal, as well as Emilia, he'd sit down, conveniently sitting next to the same armored giants that would be protecting Priscilla. As Naruto he looks bored as he watches these old guys talking. Ugh, he would think, as he asks if this is all that the royal selection is. "What do you think it was? Some sort of brawl?" Naruto would nod adamantly, saying he'd been ready to come here for a fight. This is when he would be watching, almost falling asleep, as he'd be watching for the next few minutes, each of them introduce themselves. Crush, as well as the rest of everyone, would introduce themselves to the royal selection. This is when Felt finally enters the room, with Reinhardt being the one to support her. Is that Felt, he would think, as he remembers back at the loot house. He'd be shocked, as he had no idea that she would actually be in this. Little did Naruto know that Reinhardt himself had actually been on a mission to find the fifth candidate and had somehow found Felt after he'd been gone. With Naruto being surprised that Felt had actually been taken in as a royal selection candidate, the same interactions between Felt and Reinhardt would happen in the original, with Felt saying that she doesn't even want to be a part of this stupid royal competition, and if she was made the ruler, she'd burn the entire country to the ground. As she says this, Reinhardt would be sighing, as the old man would tell Reinhardt that the Estrella had picked a very, very interesting person to back for the royal selection. Julius, who Naruto's met now, is kind of annoyed by Naruto's sentiment, as Naruto is sitting there looking very, very bored. Naruto would be watching now more adamantly as it's Emilia's turn. Naruto would sit up watching with interest as he listens to what Emilia says, that she wants to create a country where everyone's equal. As she says this, Naruto would think back to him, a Jinchuriki, and how the Jinchuriki were treated back in the Land of Fire and all of the great nations. He would look down as he thinks about this. I don't know if that's even possible, Naruto would think, looking down as he thinks about all the things that had happened to him, as well as what the Akatsuki were after. What do you mean? The guy in the armor would say. Naruto would explain about how Emilia's comment on trying to make the entire country equal. How could anyone with power just make everyone treat someone in a certain way, he'd think. As Naruto himself knows how it feels like to be discriminated against for something that he had no control over. When Emilia is then stepped back down, this is when the old wise men would begin to talk about how it was shameful to even bring such a half-devil in here, as they talk about Emilia being a half-elf and resembling the witch. Naruto now knows a little more of this world, as this would enrage him, as this, as we already know, would be his trigger. Naruto would stand up as his eyes are filled with fire, telling them that they know nothing about Emilia-sama, and that even if they did know anything, they could never understand how she felt about this, and that it wasn't their decision to decide who could or couldn't rule a country based off of how they looked, or who they looked like, or what had been forced on them. Naruto would say this with such talk no jutsu power that everyone in the room is shocked by his audacity. Naruto would hold his finger up, pointing it at them, as he says that if next time they say something about someone, maybe they should research into them a little more. They would ask who this kid is, this boy, with Emilia and Roswaal being not surprised. Emilia would say that he's her friend, with Naruto nodding, saying that he'll protect Emilia no matter what, like her knight. As he would say this is what would insult the royal knights, just as Julius would be, when Julius would challenge Naruto to a duel. Naruto wouldn't even hesitate, as he says he's down for a fight. Emilia would be shocked, as Naruto would give her the thumbs up, saying he won't lose for her honor. Emilia would be shocked, as she tells Naruto he doesn't have to do something like that, as he'd walk out of the room along with Julius, who would both leave. Now the rest of the royal guards would also leave the room as they want to see this battle, with Naruto walking over to the arena with Julius. "You sure you want to fight me?" Naruto would say, as Julius would nod, saying he has to prove what it means to say that you're a knight. He would tell Naruto that has he done any deeds or training to prove that he's worthy of this title. Naruto would think back to all the missions he's taken, as well as just being a shinobi. "Yeah, I'd say that I'm pretty worthy. How can one person have so much pride," he'd think, as he would grip his wooden sword, handing one to Naruto. "Oh, we're using fake blades," Naruto would think, as Julius and Naruto's battle would begin. Unlike the original fight between Subaru and Julius, this is almost a complete reverse. Julius, without using any spirits as he's not trying to kill Naruto, is getting mollywopped by Naruto in blade combat. As Julius and Naruto begin fighting, Naruto enters a stance that he knows, as being a trained shinobi, he's basically trained in all weapon forms. As Naruto would charge forward towards Julius, he would go with a stabbing strike, Julius blocking this. However, Naruto's sword isn't kicked out of his hand, as most people would be. He would try to grab Naruto's blade, with Naruto using his feet as he pulls Julius towards him, kicking Julius in the gut. Julius would be impressed by Naruto's form, as they begin rushing each other. The guards are impressed with Naruto's strength, as he's actually keeping up with Julius in sword fighting. As Naruto is telling him this is kind of fun, he would then ask Julius how serious they want to get. Julius would then say he'll get as serious as he wants to, summoning one of his red spirits. Flames begin to engulf his sword as now everyone's watching, with now the battle getting serious. As Naruto would then smile, telling him he's ready too. He'd then create 40 shadow clones, all of them beginning to surround Julius. What is this? Julius would be thinking. As Naruto would then say, charge! As all 40 shadow clones rushed Julius, Julius would swipe at them, cutting through down some of them, as the others begin to pummel Julius. Julius is lying on the ground now when suddenly from above, Naruto would say, finishing blow, Rasengan! As he uses the Rasengan, smashing it into Julius, he'd be smashed into the ground as he's now lying there unconscious. Naruto would take the victory as he holds both of his fingers up, telling him that he'd taken the win. Emilia would be shocked as she'd seen Naruto easily take on Julius, with now Reinhardt being extremely intrigued by this Naruto, as Julius was an extremely powerful knight. With Naruto being so skilled in combat, he'd be wondering who had trained Naruto, or who he was. Naruto would help Julius up as, unlike Subaru, he's not spiteful. He'd tell him he's sorry about that final move, but he felt like he should get a little flashy too after he'd shown off his cool fire sword trick. Naruto would help Julius and pat him off, as he tells him that was a really great battle. Julius would be shocked as Naruto holds a hand out saying they should do it again sometime. He'd shake his hand as Naruto would now be acknowledged as a real fighter. Everyone would return to the royal selection with Emilia breathing a sigh of relief, as Julius and Naruto both looked more calm and relaxed. That was pretty much worth what I'd come out here for, he'd say, as he told Julius that he'd actually been expecting the royal selection to be some sort of battle brawl. Julius would laugh, telling him that's exactly something he'd be thinking, with Naruto thinking is it really that weird to think? Naruto would sit back down as he waits for the rest of the royal selection, with Emilia and Roswaal actually completing it. Emilia would be kind of mad at Naruto telling him that he didn't have to do that, with Naruto saying he was greedy and wanted to get a fight anyway. And also, it was nice to show off that Emilia could be a great ruler anyway. And people shouldn't judge someone on their looks, he would think, as Naruto would then remember him being a Jinchuriki the Kyuubi. Julius would actually offer Naruto something before he would leave and be heading back to Roswaal's mansion with Emilia and Roswaal. He would tell Naruto that if he wanted to, he could train him in spirit arts, as Naruto might have an affinity for it based off his prior combat that he just experienced. Really? You'd train me? Naruto would think excitedly, as Julius would nod, saying he could just stay in the capital a few more days and let Emilia and Roswaal leave. Naruto would hold his hands together as he begs Emilia and Roswaal, asking if he can stay here and train with Julius for a bit. The two of them would nod, with Emilia actually being quite happy with how this turned out, with both of them being friendly to each other. Emilia and Roswaal would head back to the mansion, unknowingly not prepared for what would be to come. Ren would be sent out to watch over Naruto, just like she would have been to send a watch over Subaru from the original. However, this time she's mostly there just to watch the training between Julius and Naruto. Now, this is where you guys have been waiting for. The moment, here it is. Naruto is sitting out in the grassy field, closing his eyes as he meditates, trying to talk to the spirits along with Julius. Naruto would awaken something within him as he feels the energy, as he can finally feel the smaller spirits talking to him. What is this, he would think, as Julius would be shocked as he's telling Naruto to open his eyes. Naruto would look around asking Julius what's wrong, when Julius would tell him to look in the river nearby. Naruto would get up and walk over to the river to see what's wrong, when he looks into the water to see that the pigment around his eyes has become orange, while his actual eye color has begun to turn orange and yellow as well, while a black horizontal line is his pupil. What's going on, he would think, as he looks down, realizing that he can feel the energy around him. What is that, Julius would think, as he asks Naruto if he knows what's going on. Naruto has accessed Sage Mode. Naruto's pigments will begin to change, however, as the spirits begin to flow towards him as he absorbs nature energy. Naruto absorbs the spirits' magic as they actually begin to merge with him. What is this, he would think as he looks around. Suddenly the pigments and his orange color from his style of nature energy absorption will begin to change as the pigments in his eye and around his eyes will begin to turn to a light blue, almost glowing, as the spirits have entered and begun to merge with his Sage Mode. Spirit Sage Mode. Naruto would think of this as he remembers what Jiraiya Sensei had been able to do, as he had been called the Sage of Mount Miyaboku. This is Sage Mode, he would think. However, Naruto has now accessed the power of the minor spirits as well as Sage Mode. Naruto and Julius' training would commence, as Naruto has now gained a better hold over it, Julius being amazed of how well Naruto can control spirit arts and the magic in general. Naruto has now mastered Spirit Sage Mode, as he would thank Julius for his time that he had in the capital, but it's time for him and Rem to head back to Roswaal's mansion. Julius would shake his hands, he tells him it's been a pleasure, and that he actually thinks he's gotten stronger himself as well. Him and Naruto would then give each other a manly hug, as they would walk away, saying that they'll meet again. Naruto and Rem would get on their ground carriage as they would head back to Roswaal's mansion. Little do they know, however, that destruction was waiting, as Naruto's new world full of friends was about to come crashing down around him from the witch cultists. As we already know from last time, Naruto as well as Rem were staying behind to train with Julius so that Naruto could master more of his spirit arts. This was when Naruto would finally unlock Sage Mode, as well as Spirit Sage Mode, which is where he combines Nature Energy Chakra along with the power of the spirits from ReZero to create this Spirit Sage Mode. Anyway, Naruto and Rem have decided to head back to the mansion to check out with Roswaal and ask him about Naruto's new ability, as well as with Naruto to go back and check up on Emilia, as he'd been worried about her since she had left without saying goodbye to him before, which was quite unusual for her, as she had always been rather one to let him know when she'd be going anywhere. Naruto and Rem would leave immediately, as they take a ground dragon to get out of the city. As they start heading back towards the mansion, Rem and Naruto would inevitably run into a strange fog, as Naruto would be in a rather large hurry, and Rem wouldn't try to stop him. As they're going along, Naruto would notice this fog and ask Rem if she knows what's going on. Rem would be terrified, as she tells Naruto that they have to get out of here as soon as possible, as this fog that they've run into is that of the white whale. Suddenly we hear a tremendous roar, as it can smell Naruto's scent of the witch. Rem is terrified, as her eyes open widely, telling Naruto that they need to get going, and she tells Naruto that he has to ride as fast as he can, as she turns around to go and jump out of the carriage. Naruto would grab Rem's shoulder and tell her to keep going, and that he'll hold the whale off, asking if it's just some big fish floating through the sky. Rem would nod, telling him about as much as she could about the white whale, as suddenly the eye would open right next to the carriage. Naruto would quickly become enraged, as he creates a massive Rasengan and shoves it into the white whale's eye. We can hear a roar as the entire side of the white whale's face is disfigured by Naruto's Rasengan. The white whale falls to the side, but this would only anger it as it begins to rush after Naruto and Rem even more. Naruto would be shocked as its speed is outpacing them, as Naruto tells Rem to keep going. He creates several hundred shadow clones, all rushing behind with Rasengans, kamikaze blasting into the whale with nothing damaging it. Damn it, I didn't want to use this yet, he would think, as he then sits down in the carriage, telling Rem to give him a few minutes. As he sits there charging, it's hard for him to focus as the white whale's roaring behind them. Naruto would suddenly have accumulated enough, he says he's got it, when he opens his eyes, and suddenly the blue and light pigment would open around him, as suddenly he awakens into Spirit Sage Mode. As Naruto opens his eyes, now in Spirit Sage Mode, he can see the energy all around the white whale. This is a maw beast, you would think, as you can see the dark energy pulsating around it, with white clouds of fog coming from around its innards. Naruto would tell Rem to get ready, as the carriages are going to be bumpy for a second. Naruto would hold his hand up as he creates a Rasengan, then closes his eyes, talking to the spirits. I need as much wind energy as I can. Please, spirits, give me as much power as you can for this final attack. I don't know if I'll have enough chakra to take this thing down otherwise. As suddenly wind begins to spin around their Rasengan itself will begin to sharpen its edges around, as it almost looks like a planet with a ring around it, as we see several wind spirits surrounding it, speeding up faster and faster, as white energy surrounds the Rasengan. Let's go. Spirit Art! Wind Style Rasengan! As he takes the Rasengan and throws it as hard as he can, chucking it like a baseball at the white whale, it would crash into the white whale. Little did Naruto know, however, that unlike chakra, the white whale's bristles of its fur are actually resistant against magic, and so as the wind crashes into the white whale, it would do minimal damage, as it's not a piercing attack, causing the white whale to become only more enraged, as it now has a dent in its forehead from the Rasengan's blast. Rem, he would turn around, as suddenly Rem had disappeared. No, what happened to... Suddenly Naruto would turn around as the carriage flips over, as the white whale now lands there, its fog beginning to surround Naruto. Naruto will pull himself up as he gets ready for a fight, saying he's not going to go down this easily, as he charges towards the white whale, battling as hard as he can. After hours of an exhausting battle, Naruto is completely enveloped in the fog, as he's erased from existence. Suddenly we hear the ReZero sound effect, as Naruto opens his eyes, waking up just as he had finished completing his training with Julius, and he and Rem were about to leave the city. What was... he would think, as suddenly he would realize what's going on. He would tell Rem that something bad is going on right now, and that they have to get away from the white whale that's coming for them. Rem would be questioning this as she asked what's going on, with Naruto explaining that they were just... He would then realize what happened, as he clutches his chest, realizing that he had just died again, and that what had just happened was
Returned by death, he would think, as he realizes that he had loaded back in time by dying. He remembers the first time he had done this before as well, when Elsa had killed him when he was protecting Emilia. He'd be breathing heavily now as he calms down, telling Rem that they need to avoid this path when they leave today. Rem would nod, asking why, as it was the faster way, with Naruto telling her just to trust him. Rem would take him at his word, as she doesn't know exactly why, but Naruto would probably have a good reason for this, just as she would think of Subaru. Naruto and Rem would take this path as they continue to drive back to the mansion with this longer route. As they arrive back at the mansion, taking this time to stop at an inn, Naruto would be sleeping when the door would open and Rem would come into the room wearing her nighttime clothes just like she had with Subaru. She would come sit on the bed and ask Naruto how he's doing. Naruto wouldn't really have any issue for coming in there, as he sees Rem as well as Emilia and everybody at the mansion, just like he sees his friends at the Leaf Village. He would say he's doing fine, as he's looking through all these books, not really even attempting to read them, but more so just so he can say he tried to. Naruto would sigh as Rem looks at him, telling him that he's got the book upside down. He would throw the book onto the side of his nightstand as he looks up at the ceiling. He would ask Rem what might be so important that they need to get to the mansion, and Emilia wouldn't even tell him what she had left for. He would stare up into the ceiling thinking this. Rem would blush as she tells Naruto that it's probably something having to do with the royal selection. She would work on healing Naruto's gait as he's sitting there, with Naruto beginning to laugh as it's a tingly feeling. Rem would then go to sleep later that day, as Naruto would go to sleep as well. Both of them would wake up in the morning as they get in their carriage and begin to head towards the mansion. As they get to the mansion, the sight that would be waiting for them would be horrendous. Suddenly, several witch cultists would surround the entire carriage as they can sense Naruto's presence. Naruto would sense them as well as he gets up, telling Rem that he needs to get out of the carriage now, grabbing Rem and holding her as he then jumps out of the carriage onto a tree. The carriage would explode as suddenly all attacks would have been attacked towards it, with their ground dragon being severely hurt and being killed off. Naruto would be sad that the ground dragon had died, as they had no reason to kill it. Suddenly all the witch members would look up towards Naruto. How do they know I'm here, he would think, as he tries to conceal his presence by silencing his chakra. They can still see him, though, based off of the scent of the witch, as Naruto tells Rem that she needs to run, and that he'll take care of this. He would crash down to the ground below, asking what they're after him for. Naruto pulled two kunai out as he says that they really want to fight him, then they should get ready. They'd all come rushing towards Naruto as he gets into a taijutsu bout with them, using an upper palm, striking it into the chin of one, sending them flying into the air. Rem would then jump into the fray, activating her demon horn mode, as she goes into her demon form, pulling out her incredibly long mace that she would use to attack all the witch cultists. Naruto would continue to help as well as he creates shadow clones, outnumbering them with their own. As they would continue to battle the witch cultists, this is when more would arrive. Naruto and Rem would easily take care of them, as they would begin to walk towards the village. The sight that they would be seeing, though, would be something Rem and Naruto could never unseen. As Naruto walks into the village, having memories of playing with those kids from before, as well as talking to all the adults back before when he had saved them from the mob beast, all he would see would be burning piles. Piles and piles of the villagers, all dead and rotting, burning, as he sees all of them in his mind. What's going on here, he would think, as Naruto begins to cry. What happened here? Rem would be sitting there shocked as her eyes look hollow, staring at the burning village, seeing all the swords of the dead as well as all of the fellow witch cultists that had come there to destroy them. They've gone too far this time, she would think, as Naruto would be on his knees on the ground, staring in shock, never feeling such pain in his life, never seeing such absolute butchering of an entire village. This is wrong, he would think, as his hands are on the ground, shaking. I don't want to look. Rem would pat him on the shoulder and say they have to go check the mansion. Naruto would stand up shakily as he walks past, opening some doors on his way. This is when we see Petra. Petra's head dislocated from her body. Naruto would almost vomit as he continues walking away, not able to turn around to turn his back to see on those of the people he knew, now dead. Naruto inside would be shook, as Kurama even is horrified by the things he's seeing, never having even seen shinobi do such putrid acts on some baseless villagers who had nothing against them. Kurama would be horrified as well, but also quite interested, as this could be an opportunity for him to take over Naruto, not knowing about this return by death power that Naruto had talked about earlier. Naruto and Rem would finally arrive at the mansion as they slightly opened the door. Rem would be gasp aloud as she sees her sister Ram laying there as she had tried to protect one of the children from the village. Oh my god, Rem would think as she falls out of her demon horn mode, beginning to cry tears as she pets her sister Ram's hair. Ram, Nason, are you okay? As Ram's cold, empty eyes look up into Rem's, Rem would be shocked. She covers her mouth. Naruto would place his shaky hand on Rem and tell her that it's gonna be. He would try to say that it's gonna be all right, but even he knows that that would be a lie. We have to find Emilia and Roswaal, he would think, as he and Rem continue walking through the mansion, stumbling their way. As the two would then find the secret door, they begin to walk underneath it as they see the ice beginning to cover the entire area. What could be happening here? Naruto would be thinking as he sees the door. Rem, stay back from that. I sense a ton of energy coming off of from many spirits or something so powerful that I can't even. Naruto would think this is the door bursts open with an icy wind. Naruto would block Rem and himself, using his body as a shield. This is when Puck would come storming out, as an icy cold glacier would shatter the bodies of the witch cultists who had dared to try and harm his daughter. Emilia would be laying there on the ground, completely frozen, and passed on to another world. Naruto would be shocked as he sees Emilia's body. This can't be real, he would think, as Puck would then float over to Naruto. You were too late, Naruto. He would say this, as the cold winds begin to surround Naruto. No. The emotional trauma that Naruto would be feeling would begin to awaken something within him, as Puck would even be surprised. This presence, he would think, as Puck would then awaken to his full form. The mansion would burst into destructive flames, as Rem had been killed right in front of Naruto's eyes by Puck. I'll make you pay, Naruto would think, as he delves deep inside of himself, pulling all of his chakra out. This is when Kurama would add his power. Naruto began to go full-on ape Ninetales mode, as Kurama would burst out of the seal, Naruto's emotional trauma being so damaging that not even Minato's seal could contain it. We can hear the Kyuubi's roar, as the Kyuubi, the Ninetales, one of the most destructive tailed beasts from the Naruto world, begins to battle against the beast of the end, Puck. Puck would then say this. Beast, you were hiding inside of Naruto this entire time. I could sense your dark power even when we first met.
Shut up! I'm going to kill you and eat everyone else that I can find left in this village,
Kurama would say, as he then tells Puck that he's going to die. Kurama would roar as he rushes towards Puck, him biting and chomping into Puck's neck. Puck would roar in anguish as he begins to battle against Kurama. Naruto is lost within himself as he feels only darkness, with Puck's ice against Kurama's flames of hatred now burning against each other from roaring inferno. The world of ReZero begins to cry as all of its spirit energy is being taken up by Kurama and Puck, now battling each other. As the entire world of ReZero is beginning to shake, being destroyed by the two great beasts crashing around in it. This is when Kurama would create a great tailed beast bomb, as Puck asks what that is. What is that terrifying power? As suddenly Kurama would blast the tailed beast bomb towards Puck. Puck would get completely destroyed by the attack. Puck would then reform himself as he tells him that much destructive power shouldn't be possible for something that isn't such a great spirit like himself. He would then use all of his power to create the final end of the world, as he brings ice and snow over the entire area. Kurama would roar in rage as he continues battling against Puck. The world would continue to snow out as the end theme credits play for ReZero, with the Requiem of Silence playing, as Naruto inside of his head can only think one thing. Rem, Emilia, Ram, everyone. I don't wanna die. He would think this as he suddenly wakes up again, back with Julius as well as Rem, when they're discussing that they're going to leave. Naruto, are you alright? You've been spacing out there for a second. As Naruto sees Rem, he begins to tear up as he falls to his knees, and then falls to the ground, completely shook, as he just realizes what happened. I can't believe. Inside the seal, Kurama is also shocked. I escaped the seal! What's happening? Why is it back on? Kurama is pissed off as he wants to talk to Naruto right now. As Naruto falls into the Kyuubi's seal, Kurama would demand an answer. What the heck is going on? What happened? Why am I back in here? I have finally escaped your body. Naruto would look up at the Kyuubi as he just falls onto his knees, telling him he doesn't know why. He doesn't know what's going on. Naruto would lay still for several hours, as they'd be taken back to Crush's place, for where Emilia had still made the deal with Felix to heal Naruto. Naruto would be laying there for a while, as he just remembers what happened in his head, the traumas he had just witnessed and seen, the horrors of which he had grown to know. Naruto would then sit up, as he feels something new, determination. I need to find that witch cult. What they did, it's unforgivable, he would think. We need to get there faster, he would think, as he tells Rem that they need to leave immediately. Naruto and Rem would get start on a head start, as they start rushing back towards Roswaal's mansion.
Naruto and Rem have now to hurry to get back to the mansion in time. Naruto has told Rem about what has happened, and he needs to get there in time so that they can save everyone. Rem's confused at first, but Naruto she believes in, so she'll do as he says for now. As Rem and Naruto get onto a single ground dragon together, riding as fast as they can to get to Roswaal's mansion. As now they are progressing, it's becoming nighttime, as Naruto tells Rem they need to avoid that specific path back to Roswaal's. As now Rem's asking why, Naruto would say that the whale would be appearing there, as his eyes look stern, thinking that he ought to take care of that after he takes care of the witch cultists. As he and Rem approach the mansion, there seems to be nothing wrong. As Rem and Naruto are now rushing down the forest alleys as they're going from grove to grove, getting closer to the mansion and the village nearby, they would then suddenly be confronted all around by witch cultists. This is when Naruto would remember seeing what had happened to Rem before and tells Rem to stay back, as he immediately goes full powered up into Spirit Sage mode. I'll take care of this, he'd say, as he then creates a Rasen wind-style Rasengan, as he then throws the Rasengan with plenty of wind magic energy surrounding it along with wind spirit inside of it, as it crashes into 5 of the witch cultists, instantly sending them flying back with damage across their entire bodies, beginning to bleed. Naruto would then ask them if the rest of them wants them as well, as we then see that one of them has begun to contact Betelgeuse using their magical Mitia. As they would contact Betelgeuse saying that pride's being difficult, Naruto would sit there asking what he's talking about, as Naruto would then tell him to stop losing focus on him, as Naruto moves forward at blitzing speeds, creating a shadow clone to help him deal with the rest of these witch cultists. Ren would be watching in awe as she sees her hero doing everything to protect her, as well as, for some reason, what's going on, as she now realizes that these witch cultists are actually there, attacking the mansion. Rem would go into her demon Oni form, as she then brings out her large spiked weapon, which Rem would then use to attack as many of the witch cultists that were left in a rage frenzy for her hatred towards the witch cultists. As Rem and Naruto then depower up, with all the witch cultists being culled, Naruto would grab the Mitia and ask Rem if she knows what this is. She would say that Roswaal probably would, and they should probably head to the mansion as soon as possible, as long as Roswaal's still there and hasn't fled to the sanctuary by now. Naruto would nod as he says that they need to get to Emilia fast, or otherwise. He remembers what happened in the last loop, with Puck and Kurama battling, with 2 beasts of legendary power fighting towards the end of the world. What Naruto wouldn't have seen, however, is Reinhardt's intervention with the Nine Tails as well as Puck, before either of them could have gone out of hand. Anyhow, Naruto as well as Rem now rush toward the mansion as they finally arrive, opening the doors and telling everyone that they need to get out of there as fast as possible. The ordeal will be beginning soon, as witch cultists will begin to flee into the village, as well as Betelgeuse himself will be coming. However, Naruto will be prepared for this, as he grits his teeth, telling everyone that he can deal with all these problems at one time. Naruto will create an army, around 400 shadow clones, as he tells them to go to different sections of the village to deal with this issue, as he himself will confront Betelgeuse. He would tell everyone to get back, as he then powers up into Spirit Sage mode, feeling all of the spirit energy colliding with himself, as well as his magic and his gate beginning to merge together, as he feels the chakra and magic fighting against each other. As he slowly calms them down, he would then enter this mode, as the blue aura of all the spirits contracting around him would give him his pigment of his Sage mode. Naruto began Naruto running as he jumps from tree to tree, using his chakra control to attach to it from foot placement to foot placement. The Shadow Clones would now be defending the village from the witch cultists, as Naruto is a one-man army, quite literally, as he's taking on the entire witch cult from the Sloth region. As he finally finds Betelgeuse and some of his fingers surrounding him, Naruto would sit there calmly, as Betelgeuse turns around. "My brain trembles," he would say, as he then grabs his hand and begins to shove his fingers into his mouth, biting on them hard. "Betelgeuse," Naruto would think, as he sees this monster. As he had heard his name from the other witch cultists himself. "You're the leader of this whole operation," Naruto would say, as he has a flashback looking back into the village and all the bodies that had been left behind in the witch cultist's wake. "I won't let you do as you please anymore," No one else is going to be hurt. You know that? Naruto would say as his eyes begin to fill with rage. Naruto would then begin to leap forward as some of the fingers go to confront him. Naruto would scream, "Get out of my way!" as he pulls his fist back, charging chakra and magic into it, and slashing, creating a big burst of wind, chakra, as well as magic, slicing all of them in half with one fell swoop. This power, you must be pride, he would think, as he says, "Oh, my brain trembles, so the love surrounds you so much." Naruto would ask what he means. "What do you mean, love?" Naruto would say, as he looks into Betelgeuse's cold eyes. Betelgeuse would then pull out his gospel, asking if this man, Naruto, would have introduced himself by now. Naruto had received a gospel yet. Naruto would have no idea what he's talking about and say he doesn't know what that creepy book is, but he doesn't care. He just tells him that he's taking him down as he points a finger at him. You don't know the love, yet you're covered with so much of her love," Betelgeuse would scream, as he then rushes towards Naruto, using his own power of the unseen hand. What are those? Naruto would think, as he sees the dark black hands beginning to grow out of Betelgeuse's body. This is when Kurama would first speak to Naruto for the first time.
I can sense her presence all over it.
Kurama would say. Her? Do you mean the... Naruto remembered the dark hands that grasps his heart every time he dies, returning him by death as he goes back to the previous save point. The grief surrounding him as he dies. You mean that? Nine Tails, he would say, as Kurama would grunt, confirming his suspicions. Then, that means you have the power of the witch, he would say, as Naruto's eyes are full of horror after his experiences. Naruto would then be shocked as the unseen hands come crashing towards him. Naruto would power up as he then summons flame spirits, just like Julius had instructed him to before, as he then sends 3 flame spirits towards the dark hands, burning them in the daylight sun, as Betelgeuse would scream, "Spirits!" Betelgeuse would be in complete pain as he feels the spirit fire all over him. Now let's do this attack, he would think, as Naruto would pull his fist back, collecting all the spirit energy he has, as well as some chakra into his arm. He would then rush towards Betelgeuse, as he then throws a punch a few feet away from him. As he twists his arm, however, suddenly beams of light would come out of his punch, as it smashes into Betelgeuse with tons of spirit energy from all different types of natures of spirits. Betelgeuse would then get slammed by this as he's sent flying into a tree. Naruto would say that he asks Betelgeuse if he knows anything about the whale, as he remembers it from the previous loop beforehand where he got killed off by it. Betelgeuse would ask him what he's talking about, as he then means the whale created by one of the Lady of the Witches, the Witch of Gluttony. As he would say this, Naruto would say, "Yeah, that one." As Betelgeuse would laugh as he tells him that that's not anything to do with him, as if he really wants to get past the white whale, how will he deal with his fingers first? As Betelgeuse seemingly would die. This is when the fingers would begin to emerge as Betelgeuse's soul enters their bodies. My brain trembles, he would say, thinking that Naruto had already taken out 3 of his fingers. Damn it. Where's more of them, he would think, as he then rushes around the forest, destroying them with shadow clones as well as his Rasengans, just killing off as many of the fingers as possible. This would lead to the final finger, in which suddenly the finger would tell him that he should probably turn around. As Naruto turned, looking quickly over his head, seeing that the black hand of the unseen hand is now close to Emilia's neck. "Don't do it," Naruto would say, as Naruto's eyes would be filled with horror. Emilia would have now followed Naruto and asked what's going on, as he would try to tell Emilia to get out of there. Emilia would be confused, and as the hand begins to surround Emilia's neck, Naruto would take his right hand as he sees the black hand over him. I have to. He would jump into the air as he then fills his palm with spirit energy and slices the black hand in half, cutting it off as Emilia is now saved. "Emilia, run," he would tell her, as she would then turn around, telling him that she's not going to run, as she then summons Puck and uses her spirit magic to help him finish off the last finger. Naruto would tell her that that was dangerous, and she then would make a pout face as she tells him that him running around the forest killing off these witch cultists was dangerous. Naruto would sigh, telling her that it's fine if he gets in danger, but he can't let his friends do everything for him anymore. Naruto remembered back in the past when he had all of his friends helping him to find Sasuke as well as everyone else, and he failed at that too. Naruto would sigh, he says they need to go check on the villagers, as Naruto would then de-summon his shadow clones, realizing that the battle was over. The witch cultists had been defeated, and the villagers had grown a ton of respect for Naruto, as he had single-handedly defended them from the entire witch cult that had been surrounding them in Roswaal's estate. Now, Naruto had another problem. Emilia, do you know what this whale is? It was white, and it had fog surrounding its entire body. You mean the white whale, she would say? What does that have to do with anything? Naruto would sigh as he says, I guess it's a personal grudge, you could call it. Emilia would tell him that's a pretty selfish request for asking for information about it, as Naruto would sigh, saying that he'll owe her one. Emilia would smile, saying that it's alright and that she was just playing around with Naruto. As she giggles, Naruto would sigh as he tells her that she needs to stop doing that, when he then tells her that they need to hurry though, as it's almost the same time as before. He would tell Emilia that she should stay away from him when he goes to go and confront the whale, as Naruto would then head out. Naruto would realize that he wouldn't be able to take on the whale on his own, and so he would come up with an idea, slightly brilliant for Naruto actually. Emilia, yes, Naruto, she would say, as she asked what he was thinking about. Is there any way we can contact any of the other candidates for the royal candidacy? He would ask. When she's curious about this, Naruto would say that he thinks that if they could take this white whale down, then it'd probably look good for Emilia to help in with that as well, and he can help represent that for her. But they're going to need more fighting power, as the whale's going to be there in 30 minutes about, he would think, as he'd remember taking a little few breaks before they were actually heading back to the mansion. Naruto would tell Emilia this, as she would sigh thinking about what they could do. Naruto would then remember that meteor that they'd been using before, the witch cultists, and ask if there's anything like that. Conveniently, Crush and Felt would have one, as Reinhardt had actually given Felt a meteor for that to contact him, and Crush would have one because it's Crush. Why else? I mean, plot convenience, but... Anyway, Emilia would call Crush soon, and instead of doing what they had originally done in the original to heal Subaru, she would tell Crush about the White Whale's new location, saying that she would send Naruto to help out with the battle, and she'd be coming with herself, in fact, and that they'd actually, if they worked together to take down the White Whale, would probably be good for both their candidacies. This is when she would ask where the location is, with Emilia saying that as soon as she swears to agree to her agreement, then she'll tell her the location. Naruto would then tell her, Emilia, and as Emilia asked where the white whale was, that he and Rem had found it around the big tree that was on this trader's road when they were trying to get back to the mansion. She would ask when Naruto had actually ran into the white whale, when Naruto would say never mind, as he remembers that no one else can remember anything from his previous loops. Emilia would tell Kurush that it was going to be near Flugel's tree, the big tree on the trading roads, as she didn't know the time exactly, but it was probably going to be in around 30 to 40 minutes. They didn't know if they'd have enough time to get everyone ready by then, but they'd do their best. Crush would get around half of their forces that they originally had in the original, but they'd have Naruto, so I think that'd make up for at least more than half, as Wilhelm would be eager to go, thanking Naruto Dono for telling them about this information. As Naruto would arrive on Ground Dragon back, with Rem, Ram, and Emilia coming with as well in this time, with Roswaal having already retreated back to the sanctuary, not having foreseen how quickly Naruto would take them all down with the witch cultists, Naruto would then tell everyone that it'd be coming soon. A large moan can be heard in the distance, not in a dirty kind, you freaking degenerates, as we can hear the white whale approaching. It's coming, Naruto would say, as Crush and the rest of her army, along with everyone who had accompanied, including Anastasia's now war party she had sent with after hearing about this information, would now be waiting, as the white whale approaches from overhead. Now, Naruto would say, as he jumps into the air, with Emilia sending an ice bolt beneath him, as Naruto would attach his feet to the ice using chakra, as he goes flying up towards the whale. Wilhelm would then be slowly jumping after Naruto, as the rest of the forces begin blasting magic at it. Naruto would tell him not to mind him, as he would then create shadow clones all over the white whale's body as they begin to use their kunai to dig into its skin. You damn whale, he would think. This is for what you did to Rem and everyone else during my last loop, he would think, as he slams Rasengan onto the white whale, actually doing damage as chakra and magic have some very different properties on the white whale. As the white whale is slammed into by the Rasengan, it would get moved back a few feet, as Naruto continues beating mercilessly into it. This is when Julius would slowly begin to arrive, as some of the royal knights had heard about Naruto's struggle and wanted to go assist him as their friends now. Julius would see Naruto on top of the whale, summoning spirits as he goes into his spirit sage for the third time that day, which is really beginning to drain him as he didn't think he could use it anymore after this time. He created a ginormous Rasengan. As he makes this humongous Rasengan, he would take one spirit and surround it as it began to spin around the Rasengan, creating a multi-nature Rasengan. The Rasengan would begin to glow into a rainbow-like color, similar to Roswaal's magic, actually, as he then slams a massive Rasengan into the back of the whale, saying the whale will be grounded now, as the whale gets sent flying into the ground with a huge gash on its back from the massive spirit Rasengan. As Naruto is now taken to the ground, the forces all rush forward, screaming in a battle cry as they begin jabbing at the white whale, ripping it apart. This is when it would begin to smoke itself, as it creates tons of fog around its body, which would begin to erase some people from existence. No! I won't let that happen this time. Naruto will hold his hand up as he creates a miniature shuriken and begins to fill it all over with wind magic and wind chakra. He would throw this magical shuriken around the whale as it begins picking up speed, creating a tornado. Wind spirit art, the rising tornado. As he creates this, the tornado will begin to spin the whale, as it then runs out of magic, falling back to the ground, with the fog being all dissipated. Everyone continues attacking the whale, as the whale would then try and push itself out of under Naruto and Wilhelm's intense barrage. As the whale gets out from underneath the army, it would fly into the air near the tree, as it then splits up into three of itself. You're not the only one who can do that trick, Naruto would say. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. As he creates multiple shadow clones, around 500 clones, Naruto will begin to feel an immense drain of his chakra. Too much, he would think, as he had used too much power against Petelgeuse as well as the witch cult beforehand. This will be my last attack, he would say, with all of his energy now rushing out of him, as he would then turn seeing Julius now there. Julius would pat Naruto on the back saying he did an excellent job, and he'll let him take care of the rest of this. Naruto would then send his shadow clones forward as they stack on top of each other's shoulders, rushing as they jump, pulling themselves up one after the other like a massive ladder onto one of the whales, taking it down to the ground. As Naruto's shadow clones are now helping the rest of the army's fight, Naruto would fall to the ground, passing out, as Emilia and Rem would rush forward trying to help him. With Rem using her Alhuma to use ice magic, shooting it towards the white whale on the very top. They would figure out that the very top whale, much like Naruto, is the actual one with more power, and that's why the other ones are less heavy, since it's very similar to Naruto's shadow clone jutsu that he can use. Because of Naruto's assistance with this, the white whale would actually be subjugated much faster, as Crush and Emilia would deal the final blow, with them actually now taking down the whale itself without having to cut down Flugel's tree, as the white whale is grounded by Emilia and Crush's combined wind as well as ice attacks, with Emilia and Crush now actually defeating it. Everyone would be very thankful to Naruto's assistance, as Naruto did one of the most major blows in the battle, taking it down to the ground. Naruto had helped both parties now finally defeat the white whale, as he was now resting, with Felix helping with her water abilities and water magic and divine abilities to help heal Naruto and his gate. Naruto would be healed up very fast, as he is an Uzumaki and has those fast healing regenerative abilities. Emilia would be incredibly worried about Naruto, as we've now made it to the end of Season 1 for What If Naruto was in ReZero. As you already know from last time, Naruto, Emilia, as well as everyone from the Roswaal Mansion, and along with some of Crush's party, had come together to help and defeat the white whale, with most of it being due to Wilhelm as well as Naruto together working against it, and finally taking the white whale out. The beast had been taking its rampage across the country of Laguna for over 100 years at that point. Now, as everyone in the wagons are heading back, it's quite a few less people than it was originally in the original timeline. This means that the wagons that are separated between Rem, Crush, and Naruto, Emilia, and the kids who were originally in the back with the magic stones from the witch cultist is actually a bit different, as the witch cult had been completely defeated by Naruto, and since there were less wagons, there wasn't that same danger, so the way they had taken the white whale out was different, and Flugel's tree was still standing. Anyway, Naruto and Emilia would be in a different carriage due to Emilia's request, while Rem would be with Crush just like in the original. Rem would be wondering how Naruto is doing, with Crush telling her that Naruto Uzumaki is a very strong person, with Rem blushing and agreeing with her on that one. Suddenly, we would hear screaming from the front of the carriage line, as Crush's forces, along with Anastasia's mercenaries, who were in the front of the pack leading in case any bandits would arrive, had now come across a mysterious figure. This person, as we would already know, would be the two figures that would come into view. They would appear to be normal people. However, as the carriages grew closer, they wouldn't try to stop for them, as for one they couldn't see them. Suddenly a large explosion could be heard, as we can see him standing there, Regulus Cornelius. As we already know, the Sin Archbishop of Greed, as well as the Sin Archbishop of, well, Gluttony. As Gluttony and Greed are both standing there, having thought it was incredibly rude to have interrupted them while they were going to check on how the white whale, was doing. This is when we would see Cornelius getting extremely angry, saying that how indecent they must be to try and run someone over in the road. Rem would have grabbed Crucius like in the original and jumped out of the carriage just as it exploded. However, in this time, Emilia and Naruto are much closer than Emilia and Subaru were, so they'd actually not been as far away from the attack as they had been in the original. Anyway, as the attack takes place, Naruto suddenly feels an odd sense of danger as he tells Emilia that there's something wrong going ahead in the front of the carriage line. Both of them would look out while they tell the kids to stay inside, as Naruto sees the large explosion and Rem jump out of the carriage. Rem, he would think. He tells Emilia to stay here and that he's going to go check it out, as he then jumps out of the carriage and starts running towards the danger ahead of them. We would see the two of them standing there as he sees Rem rushing into battle. As Rem is now fighting against Gluttony as well as the Sin of Greed. Greed is way more powerful than Rem, as you already know, and can easily outpower most people, if not everyone in the ReZero universe, except for a few, such as Reinhardt and Satella, and some other select characters. Anyway, Rem would be battling against the two of them as Naruto's running in from the background. This is when we would see Gluttony come in from behind and pull the same attack and eat Rem's name and her identity. Everyone who in this world knew of Rem, besides Naruto, would be affected by this. Rem, he would think as he sees Rem fall to the ground, pass out. As Naruto falls to his knees, seeing his friend and comrade Rem, who is especially close to him now, having just been completely taken out by these two, Naruto would stop as he asked them why they did it. The two of them would see him standing there, as they could smell the intense amount of witch's scent surrounding Naruto. Oh, we found an interesting catch, haven't we? Kaios, he would say, as the two of them would now be eyeing Naruto. As you guys already know, if you have read the ReZero manga, Naruto doesn't stand a single chance against the two of them, because if you guys want me to explain a bit of power, this is going to be some manga spoilers for ReZero, so if you have not read the manga, then you should click off now. The power that we know that Regulus has is that his heart can be stored in any number of his wives, and unless they're all killed, it won't return to him, and he can't die. As well as he can slightly freeze time and affect objects in that closed time, so he's faster than Naruto could ever be because he can affect time. And Gluttony has the ability to devour people's names as well as their history, and can use not their abilities or their divine protections or anything, but they can use their fighting styles if it's the most recent one. So the two of them are very powerful witch cultists. So Naruto doesn't really stand a chance at this point, as Naruto's going to his rage mode, eventually turning him into the Four Tails mode of the QB. As Naruto rampages into the Four Tails mode, attacking towards Regulus, he would immediately stop time for a second as he slashes at Naruto, cutting one of Naruto's tails off. Naruto would roar in anger and rage, as he and Kurama are now both in sync at the rage of what they did to Rem, with Kurama just taking advantage of Naruto. Naruto would go into a bloody frenzy as Emilia watches in complete horror and shock, as now the entire caravan is being attacked by the two of them. Naruto would have no chance against them, as he's being absolutely destroyed by the two of them together, even though his speed and power are technically greater than theirs. Every time he hits the Sin of Greed Archbishop, he just gets back up again and again. He even tried creating a Bijou Bomb, as he uses the most powerful attack that the QB at that point has to offer. As he blasts this attack towards him, he would get pushed back a little. However, this is when Naruto would begin to go even more apeshit, as he goes into his full Nine Tails with the body beginning to form, as he's whacking the two of them around like rag dolls. The two of them are playing around at this point, curious about what this giant fox creature is, as Naruto picks the two of them up. Naruto would pick them up as he throws them away as hard as he can. As he does so, he would then create a Bijou Blast, as he uses the Bijou Bomb to blast it at the two of them. The two of them would be hit by it, seemingly and completely covered in it. I think we should leave for today, they would think, as they've noticed that Naruto's power and magic is beginning to rise to levels that would be almost equal to theirs with the QB's power. The two decide to leave for now, even though Gluttony is still a bit hungry. Naruto would almost be going to full Nine Tails. This is when, suddenly, Minato's seal would begin to activate. As Naruto, who's inside the seal, would be about to pull the entire seal off, when Minato would put his hand over Naruto's. Where are we, Minato would be thinking, as he looks around into the outside world, noticing that there's almost no chakra here besides himself and Naruto's and the Kyuubi's. Naruto, he'd ask, "Who are you?" Naruto would ask. Are you the fourth Hokage? Naruto would remember the stone face from which he'd looked so often at in his childhood. That's true, but how wouldn't I know my own son's name? Naruto would have already asked the same questions he would have in the original, with him being shocked and learning the truth that he's the fourth Hokage's son. I'm the son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto would be amazed, thinking, as he realizes that there are so many things that didn't make sense about his story in the original anyway. Naruto would tell Minato everything about how he had been sent to this world and how everything's different here and there's no chakra, and he's been trying to find his way back home. Minato would understand, as he thinks that him having given Naruto the Nine Tails is now more important than ever, having to traverse some strange land completely on his own. He would tell Naruto about the Akatsuki, saying that he doesn't know if they can reach him here, but if they can, then he needs to be careful for them coming after him in the Nine Tails, and he can't slack on his training. Naruto would nod, saying that Jiraiya taught him over the last 3 years, and he hopes that he's still doing well. Naruto doesn't know, however, that something in the other world, the world of Naruto, is going wrong. Back in the world of Naruto, we see Jiraiya. Jiraiya is now in the Land of Rain, as he's been looking for details and intel on if the Akatsuki had somehow grabbed Naruto, as Naruto had gone missing one day with no one knowing where he had been. Naruto had become basically a rogue ninja in the eyes of the Leaf Village, and he just disappeared, but there's been no sightings of him ever since. It was almost the day after that he had been back to the Leaf Village, so Jiraiya had no idea why he'd be gone. Sakura and Kakashi, along with Jiraiya, would all be very worried, and Jiraiya would now be investigating the Rain Village, investigating to see if Pain might have been able to find him. He doesn't know who Pain is exactly, but he's heard that he might be the strongest of the Akatsuki, and so Jiraiya was very interested. Jiraiya would be, however, unfortunately, taken by the same fate he has in the original, as the 6 paths of Pain would find Jiraiya, as he goes into semi-perfect Sage mode, and would still be defeated and eventually killed by them. Naruto at that very moment would feel a twinge of pain, though he didn't know why. Minato would finish explaining everything to Naruto that he could, telling him that he needs to find a way to get back to his own world, and that he might have a way. "You think there's a way back?" Naruto would ask, with Minato replying, "The only way I could think that you could get somewhere without actually be physically traveling there might be the reverse summoning jutsu." "What's that?" Naruto would think. Minato would then explain to him about the key, and that unfortunately he didn't have time to actually give him one beforehand in this one version because, well, he's not exactly available for it anymore. Minato would say that since Naruto still made the summoning contract with the Toads, he should be able to do it though, as he explains the summoning jutsu to Naruto, wishing him the best of luck. Naruto would nod, saying he needs to make sure that all of his friends are okay first, as he says goodbye to his dad. Minato disappears. Naruto then eventually reverts back to his original state, as the Nine Tails disappears. Puck and Emilia would be asking what happened, with Emilia having run out of seeing after Naruto had gone completely Kyuubi mode. Naruto would explain to Emilia that he has his own demons, and he would tell her more about the Nine Tails, and how he had this extremely powerful monster called the Kyuubi, or the Nine Tails, sealed inside of him when he was a child. Emilia would think that's horrible, as she then remembers her own past, as she sees an image of a frozen family of elves. Emilia would be quiet for a second, as she then asks Naruto if he's alright. Naruto would nod, saying he's fine, but then he has something more important to worry about, as he looks down, seeing Rem on the ground, completely stock still. I hope she's just knocked out, he would think, though he wouldn't know for certain until later. Kurush and Rem would actually have a little bit less of a bad scenario, as Kurush's memories weren't taken due to Naruto's influence. So Naruto would have effectively saved Kurush in this timeline, even though he really couldn't have beaten the two of them anyway. Anyway, Naruto, Emilia, Remen, and the rest of the caravan that survived would make it back to the kingdom of Laguna, where they would tell the guards there about what had happened with their incident with the Sin Archbishops. Reinhardt would be especially furious as he hears what almost happened to 2 of the royal candidates. Well, anyway, Naruto would be distraught, as the doctors who have been now taking care of Rem for over 12 hours now have found no results. Naruto is becoming desperate, as he doesn't know what he can do. If there's nothing I can do here, he would think, as he realizes that Rem may not be able to come back. Naruto is pulling a kunai out as he's looking at it, his eyes beginning to shake as he remembers the past 2 times. I've died twice before, and I've come back every time, he would think, as his hands begin to shake, thinking about it. I can do this. He thinks of Rem's smiling face as he closes his eyes, seeing the little maid with her blue hair and blue eyes. Naruto would jab the kunai into his own chest as he begins to feel blood seeping through his jacket as he falls over. Naruto would begin to fade in and out of consciousness. Suddenly, Naruto would wake up. No, he would think, as he looks down with him and Emilia standing there over Rem, just as they were putting her back into the caravan to get back to the city. No, 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 no. Naruto would be completely freaked out as he says that this shouldn't have happened. He thinks that he must have gone too far. If I'd been there before, then I could have. He'd be extremely mad at himself as Naruto punches himself, saying he failed. Emilia would ask him what's going on, with Naruto telling her that it's nothing, with him being extremely frustrated. Naruto would gently pick up Rem as he puts her into the caravan, enacting everything that had happened in the previous loop. As Naruto and everyone get back now, Naruto's extremely distraught, as he doesn't know what he can do. He would tell Emilia about what his dad had told him, with Emilia asking what that means. Naruto would explain to her about the summoning jutsu, how he can summon an animal from Mount Miyaboku, which is the toads. The toad sages that Jiraiya and he would both be summoners of. If he can reverse summon himself back to the toads, then he should be able to get back to his own world. Emilia would be extremely worried about this, asking if that's even plausible, but Naruto would have no idea. He'd tell Emilia that everything's probably fine back there anyway for now, and that he needs to focus on what's going on here. He's going to take care of Rem, and he's going to find a way to fix everything, he would tell her. But first, they need to ask Roswaal if he knows anything. So, Naruto would live in this timeline now. Naruto and Emilia would begin to leave the site, along with Rem, as they head back to Roswaal's mansion. This is where we would eventually meet, Francesca, as well as Petra, who had now become a maid for Roswaal's mansion. They'd be taking care of Rem as he trusts her with their care, Naruto bowing and saying thank you for taking care of her while they were gone. They would nod, with Naruto explaining who Rem was and everything, with what had happened over during the battle against the Sin Archbishops. Naruto and Emilia would then head out, as they are going to go to the sanctuary. Francesca would give Naruto the same amulet that he would have in order to get through the barrier, as him and Emilia get into the sanctuary itself. As Naruto and Emilia are now in a carriage, with him receiving the handkerchief from Petra as a gift, with her blushing and holding his hand, telling him to be safe, Naruto would smile, as he still feels pain in his heart from what happened to Rem. Anyway, Rem would now be safe at the Roswaal mansion, while Naruto and Emilia would head to the sanctuary. As they were getting close to the border, Otto, and Emilia, who Otto was actually taking them in his carriage, would suddenly see a blast of light coming from the amulet, as Naruto's wondering what's going on. Suddenly, the world would turn white, as him and Emilia are shot out of the carriage, as they're now on the ground, with Naruto unconscious. What? Naruto would open his eyes as he sees a grassy field and a blue sky with clouds. Where am I, he'd think. As Naruto gets up, pulling himself onto his hands and feet, and looking around, he would see a table with an umbrella over it. Oh, I haven't had a visitor for a tea party in such a long time, Echidna would say. As Naruto would turn around to see a lady with black clothing and bright white hair as bright as the snow, with her eyes black and gray. Who are you? Naruto would ask. Who am I? Well, that's a pretty easy question to answer anyway. But then again, knowledge is the key to all power, as I would say. She would say this as Echidna would then walk over to the table, inviting Naruto to join her. She would pour the tea for both of them, saying it's better if he drinks it while it's still warm. Naruto would sigh as he drinks the tea, and then he would put the cup down, asking what it was. It tasted pretty much like nothing. It wasn't exactly good or bad either. Echidna would laugh, as she then explains that that's actually her body fluids. Naruto would then spit up as he asked if she was serious, as he then begins coughing and gagging. She would laugh as she tells Naruto that's pretty rude to do in front of a witch. Huh? Naruto would be surprised as she explains that she's actually the witch of greed, Echidna. Naruto wouldn't be too well versed with the fairy tales of this world, as he still learned some things from Ram, but not as much as Subaru had. A witch, he would think, as he then remembers that the witch, as he remembers Betelgeuse as well as her. He thinks back to whenever he has died so far in the past 3 times. The dark hands which have covered his heart wept for him and then brought him back again from the brink and further beyond. Naruto would ask if this witch, if she knew that he had. She would nod, as Naruto would be shocked. Naruto would be given the qualification to enter into the first trial of the sanctuary, as Echidna says she'll be watching him with great interest, as he has so many secrets in his body, as well about his world, that she really wishes to uncover. Wait, you know about the shinobi world, he would think? Bye-bye for now, Echidna would say, as Naruto is then sucked into a portal and then wakes up with all his memories being taken from him. Huh? What happened, he would think, as he sees Emilia just about to wake up as well. Emilia, are you alright? Naruto would run over to her as she barely wakes up as well, not having any memory at all either. That was weird. I have a headache, she'd think. As Otto would ask if the two of them are alright, Naruto would nod, saying he thinks that everyone's fine, as the two of them, and the three of them actually, have now entered the sanctuary. Garfield would come to greet them, as he says that they've been expecting him due to Roswaal saying so. Roswaal, Naruto would think, as he needs to ask Roswaal if there's any way to help Rem out. As they would eventually be making it their way over to where Roswaal was staying, where he was recovering, they would see that Roswaal had actually attempted to enter and take his own first trial in the sanctuary, which had failed and had damaged him. Ram would be waiting there as she greets Naruto, with Naruto asking how she's doing, with him then explaining to Ram what had happened to Rem. Ram would have no idea who Rem is, which would cause Naruto a bit of PTSD, before he would explain who Rem was to her, with Ram highly doubting that she ever had a twin sister. This hurt Naruto a bit, but he didn't show it. As Naruto would talk to Roswaal, asking if he knew anything about how they could help bring back someone's memories and their memories in the world of them, Roswaal would say he doesn't really have any idea, which Naruto would be frustrated about as then they would be to explain to the trials of the sanctuary. And Naruto and Emilia would go to the sanctuary later that night, along with Garfield as well as Ram, who would watch Emilia go into the sanctuary itself. As Naruto watches, wishing Emilia to do her best, Emilia would nod, as she tells him she will. As she runs into the sanctuary, we would hear someone screaming immediately, as Naruto rushes in after her, seeing what's going on. Garfield would tell him to stay back, and that could kill him, as Naruto runs headfirst into the sanctuary itself for the trial. As soon as he runs into the graveyard, he would then pass out immediately, as he wakes up. Where am I? Naruto would think. What's going on? He would turn around as he sees someone standing there. You nerd. There's no way you can stop me, he would say, as Naruto looks down at his hands, his feet. No, what's going on? As he looks up, there stands in front of him, Sasuke Uchiha, in the Valley of the End, from 3 years ago.
Naruto feels his hands covered in rain, the water pouring down around him from the sky. As Naruto looks down at his hands, his body, and he realizes what's going on. This is from 3 years ago. Naruto would look around himself as he sees surrounding him a forest along with a wide valley with a waterfall between two statues of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Across the valley, there he sees standing there his friend. That's impossible. It's Sasuke. Naruto would be shocked to the core, as he was in Echidna's world for 1 second, and as soon as he entered the trial, then immediately this is no way. Naruto would realize this is him in the past. Naruto would see his clothes already torn, as he now realizes the Kyuubi's chakra surrounding him. Sasuke began his torment of Naruto, as he then jumps over the valley, charging a Chidori and rushing straight towards Naruto. If you don't dodge us, you're going to die! As soon as Sasuke is about to pierce Naruto, Naruto would dodge out of the way, blocking the blow. As he tells Sasuke and asks what's going on, Sasuke would tell him that they're just getting started with their fight, as Sasuke and Naruto begin to battle. Sasuke would throw a hard punch with his right hook towards Naruto's face, who would hold up his arm and block it. After grabbing Sasuke's other hand, he began spinning him around and throw him to the other side of the valley, feeling the Kyuubi's chakra flowing through him. There's no way, how did I get here, he'd be thinking. As suddenly the scene is beginning to grow more and more in contact, as Sasuke's red Sharingan began to glow. Naruto would dive towards Sasuke, as they began fighting each other, limb for limb, fighting like animals on the hard stone ground of the river valley below. With Naruto getting kicked back in the stomach and sent flying to the river, he feels himself sinking beneath the cold waves. This isn't real, Naruto would think. It's been years. Sasuke's gone. I failed. Wait, Naruto would be thinking, is this what the trial is? I have to fight Sasuke? Naruto would pull himself out of the water as he lunges towards Sasuke again, using his teeth and biting into Sasuke's neck. Blood began to soak through Sasuke's clothes, as Sasuke would roar, punching Naruto and throwing him off of him, as Naruto would watch as Sasuke's wounds begin to heal from his curse mark power. Sasuke had been charging up into his curse mark state, as he tells Naruto that there's nothing he can do. As Sasuke and Naruto are now preparing their final attacks, Naruto created a Rasengan, as Sasuke begins creating the Onyx Chidori. The two are charging at each other, and Naruto remembers just like it was originally. As Naruto's Rasengan clashes directly with Sasuke's Chidori, the white light would envelop the entire valley, and suddenly, Naruto would be on the ground. As Naruto sits back up, he looks down at himself, his hands covered with water and blood. As he looks up, he then sees Sasuke standing across the valley, as Sasuke tells him, "Let's get on with this, nerd!" Sasuke would then jump from across the valley. Wait a minute, Naruto would be thinking. Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke are fighting again. Sasuke throws a right hook and punch towards Naruto, with Naruto grabbing his other arm and spinning him, throwing him across the valley to the ground below. There's no way. Sasuke's attacks are relentless, as Naruto and Sasuke continue battling over and over again, every time. Rasengan! Chidori! As the two clash each other again, the white light then envelops the entire valley, and suddenly, nothing. Naruto then feels himself as he opens his eyes looking down, with his hands covered with blood and water, as he pulls himself up feeling the Kyuubi's rage enhancing him. He looks over and sees Sasuke standing across the valley, as Sasuke jumps over. I must be missing something. There has to be something I'm doing wrong. Naruto would be fighting Sasuke again. This time, as Naruto and Sasuke are fighting, Naruto would begin trying to experiment instead of just fighting Sasuke like he had the past 2 times. This isn't how I win. This is not how I'm supposed to get this trial. There must be something I'm missing, Naruto would be thinking in his head as he's trying to deflect Sasuke's blows. Here we are again at the final fight, with Naruto and Sasuke running towards each other, Naruto just about to activate his Rasengan. Wait. Naruto stops. Instead of running forward with his Rasengan, as Sasuke comes running towards him, Naruto will hold his arms out. As Sasuke's Chidori is about to pierce Naruto's chest, Naruto would embrace Sasuke as he tells Sasuke that it's alright, and that he forgives him for trying to leave the village. Sasuke would begin to try and pull away, as he tells him that that's not true, and he tells him that he has to kill Itachi, and he's going to kill Naruto so he can unlock that power. Naruto doesn't know what he's talking about, but he'd still hold on, telling Sasuke that it's all fine. He tells Sasuke that he'll always be there for him and his friend, and that if Sasuke ever needs a shoulder to lean on, someone to cry on, then he'd be there for him. Sasuke would be standing there in shock as this curse mark begins to fade away, with him not even knowing why he was fighting anymore. Naruto would close his eyes as he smiles, telling him it's okay. This is when the light would begin to fade out, as a different ending came to the Valley of the End. Suddenly Naruto would sit up again, as he's not inside of the same world anymore. He looks over around himself, as he then sees something much worse happening. I'm back to normal, but wait, is this... Naruto looked behind him, as he sees a massive crater inside the village. This is no way. There's no way. Naruto would be shocked as he sees the Leaf Village completely demolished. We would suddenly hear Echidna's voice as she says, "Oh, so this is where you lived, huh?" Echidna would now be standing next to Naruto in her full outfit, as Naruto looks down to see himself wearing a red cloak and himself in Sage Mode, but not Spirit Sage Mode, just regular, normal Sage Mode. As Naruto is shocked, asking what's going on, she would tell him that he needs to dodge that probably, as suddenly a wave of energy from the almighty push would begin to shove against Naruto. Naruto would jump out of the way as he looks down in the crater to see 6 figures with purple shining eyes. Who are they? Naruto would see the cloaks that they're wearing. The Akatsuki? How are the Akatsuki here? Echidna would smirk, and following the smirk, she would walk directly inside of one of the panes and then back out, saying that they're not really here. The only one they can see is actually Naruto. This is actually going all inside of Naruto's head. Or, you could say it's some sort of parallel reality. Naruto wouldn't get what she's saying, but as he's dodging attacks, asking her what's really going on. You think that just because you came to our world, that your world just stopped moving? No. The time that you spent here has gone equivalently over in your world. This is what's happening in your village in a few days, actually. If you really want to get back there, I suggest you try and figure some way back, because otherwise this will be the end for you, and well as everyone you've ever known and loved. Echidna's talking in a completely clear and sadistic tone, while she looks completely straight-faced towards Naruto. Naruto's in horror as he watches the 6 Paths of Pain murder Sakura, Kakashi, Hinata, and everyone else in the village before his eyes. There's no way. He'd wake up suddenly as Naruto jars awake, banging his head on the ceiling as he jumps up, hitting the top of the temple. As he looks to his side, seeing Emilia now shivering as she's having her own nightmare. I'm out. He did it.
Naruto had passed the first trial by figuring out a way to defeat Sasuke and not using violence. This vision that Echidna had showed him was the future. She didn't give him an exact amount of time, but she said it was in the future, meaning Naruto has a few days left. That means that he has to get back to the Leaf Village somehow, but he has to also help Emilia and his friends here. He can't just abandon them here in the sanctuary alone. Naruto would gently lower himself to Emilia's level, as he then gently pats her on the head, asking if she's alright. Emilia would wake up and she sees Naruto jumping and grabbing onto him as she begins to feel tears run down her face, saying it was horrible and she didn't do it, that she wasn't the one who did it. Naruto would be confused, but he would just hold her and tell her it's alright, as Emilia is crying into Naruto's jacket. Naruto would pull Emilia up as he helps her and himself, actually, leave the temple of which the first trial takes place in, the witch's graveyard. As he walks outside, we see Garfield as well as Ram waiting there with Naruto seeing as they are all worried about Emilia. Emilia did not pass her trial, but Naruto wouldn't let anyone else know that he was the one who actually did pass. In fact, instead he had more worries to worry about now than just the sanctuary. Naruto would talk to Emilia and ask what happened, as she would be too shocked and be completely startled about what had happened in her vision that she'd be silent for a few days, with Naruto trying to console her. Garfield as well as Ryuzu would have taken the villagers from Arlem hostage, as they're using them as bargaining chips for Emilia to be forcefully used as the escape way for them to open the barrier and release the sanctuary. With Naruto now learning more about the sanctuary from Roswaal, Naruto would ask Roswaal the question that he's had on his mind. He tells Roswaal that he has a jutsu, a technique known as the summoning jutsu, but he can also use this technique called the reverse summoning jutsu, which would allow him to, maybe if he tried it, to return back to his own world. This is when Roswaal would think about and ponder for a second with Naruto's second question. Would there be any way for him to come back, as he can't leave things the way they are right now here with Emilia and him stuck in the sanctuary, as he doesn't know if there's a way for them to break out. With Naruto questioning this, he tells Roswaal that there's no time to be indecisive, with Roswaal thinking of an idea. He would tell Naruto that it might be possible if he could make a sort of contract with a spirit in this world. Naruto asks what he means, when Roswaal would think about it for a second. He tells Naruto to go back to the mansion and talk to Beatrice and tell her that he is that person. With Naruto being confused, the next day Roswaal would have sent Naruto along with Ram on their way back to the mansion. Little do they know what they'd be finding there. Smoke covers the buildings, as we see the Roswaal mansion covered with flames, licking over the surfaces as it burns down to ash. Ram and Naruto in complete shock, as Naruto's first thought of worry is, Rem. Naruto would run to the building, as he creates several shadow clones that all split up different directions down the hallways, with Naruto now running through and opening every door to make sure that Rem's not in there. With Naruto running through the flames, he would eventually see a figure turn around a corner. Stop! Naruto would shout as he runs after this shadowy figure. As soon as he follows in close chase, he would eventually grab the back of their cloak, in which we would see her. There standing there is Elsa. Elsa would smirk as Naruto is shocked. Naruto would take a step back as Elsa suddenly is moving at a blitzing speed. Naruto quickly dived back from the attack as he feels his jacket cut. He looks down and sees that his jacket's been sliced open, but he hasn't taken any damage. Damn it, he'd think. He let his guard down, as Elsa's now laughing, saying that she said that she'd be coming back for him. Naruto would now prepare to fight, as Naruto's getting prepared to activate Spirit Sage mode, as Elsa would then rush at him with her knife. As he slashes back with his kunai back and forth, the two are battling. As soon as Naruto has enough time, he activates Spirit Sage mode and throws a Rasengan directly into Elsa's chest, sending her flying back and slamming into a wall, shattering the glass in the window and having her fall out the back of the mansion. With her now on the bottom of the ground, bleeding out, Naruto would think that she's done with, as Naruto would then run, continuing to look for Rem. Suddenly, he would turn around behind him, shocked as he sees Elsa there, completely fine, as she now tries to stab Naruto in the back. Naruto would take the blow, unsuspected as he'd been jumped by Elsa, having thought that she was done. I let my guard down, Naruto would think, shocked, as the blade pierces right through Naruto's chest. Naruto would fall to the ground as his vision begins to blur. Damn it, I got too careless. Naruto's Spirit Sage he had already deactivated before Elsa had even reached the ground, having thought that she'd be dead from such a fall and the amount of bleeding that he had caused and seen that had come out of her body. How did she survive that? Naruto would be shocked as she sees Elsa licking the blood off of her knife, saying that it tastes delicious. Naruto would pass out, hearing the scream of a young girl, as he sees Beatrice now fighting against Elsa tooth and nail, just as Naruto passes out and dies. Naruto would be shocked as he wakes up, pulling himself up as he feels the hand that had just clutched around his chest. I'm back, Naruto would be thinking as he's sweating. He turns to the left and right and sees Emilia, now back in the sanctuary, just sweating through her first trial. Emilia, are you alright? Naruto would go over and shake Emilia and ask if she's fine, with Emilia waking up and, in this version, not being nearly as freaked out as she was in the first timeline. With Naruto now relieved that Emilia is alright, Emilia and him would get out of the sanctuary temple for the witch's graveyard, with similar events playing out as they had first occurred. Roswaal would have told Naruto about how if he could make a contract with a spirit, that he might be able to reverse summon himself back to the ReZero world using magic instead of chakra. Naruto would then take this information like he did in the previous route, and he would then, this time, I guess, disembark to leave for Roswaal's mansion earlier than he had before originally. Without the burden of having all the villagers with him and all too much travel time, Naruto would get there much faster on Ground Dragon, Petelgeuse. As he gets there, he would see that the mansion and the entire town's still fine, and he would open the mansion doors where he'd be greeted by Francesca as well as Petra, the new maid who is now there. So Petra would greet Naruto and be extremely happy to see him. This would have been before, and Naruto would still have Petra's handkerchief on him, which Petra would have given him before when he left with Emilia. And anyway, he would greet Petra and Francesca before warning them that someone would be invading the mansion and trying to attack the village. With Naruto explaining this to him, he then says that he needs to find Beatrice due to something Roswaal told him he had to do. Naruto would wander throughout the mansion until eventually he would find the library. When he walks into the library, he would see Beatrice reading the same black books, the sacred texts, you could say, of the witch cultists. When Naruto would walk into the library, Beatrice would look up, flicking her eyes upward as she greets Naruto with her same way that she always talks to him. Naruto would then be silent as he looks at Beatrice and then tells him the words that Roswaal had instructed him to say, that he is that person. Beatrice would be shocked, as if you guys know what ReZero Season 2 happened, basically Beatrice is a spirit that was created by Echidna for her own amusement, where she had given Beatrice a task to find her new master, and that eventually the text of the sacred gospel would tell her who it was. But the gospel had already stopped speaking to Beatrice, so she had to choose someone herself. When Naruto would say this, Beatrice would be absolutely shocked and ask if he knows what that even means. Naruto would be confused, as he had thought that when Roswaal told him this, that this would be that Betty would explain things to him, not the other way around. Naruto would not understand what she's going on about, with Beatrice and then having the same talk of Naruto that she did of Subaru in the original, about how she can't die. Naruto would relate to this from his return by deaths that he's had so far, and he would then sympathize with her feelings. A rumbling would shake the mansion, as Elsa, as well as her partner, would have now arrived, seeing that Naruto had gotten back much sooner than they had anticipated. With Naruto now back, they decided to spring their attack much faster, as they'd been waiting, watching for the opportune time to strike. Now that Naruto's inside the mansion, Beatrice would wonder what's going on, as they look outside to see the destruction just about to begin. Last time, Naruto was with Beatrice in the Forbidden Library, when suddenly a large explosion from outside was now crashing through the window of the mansion, as both Naruto and Beatrice are shocked as they see the village burning. With Naruto running to the window and opening it quickly, looking down and seeing the destruction from a humongous maw beast that reminds him of a giant cat, he would look back at Beatrice and tell her they need to get out of there. Naruto would tell Beatrice to run, as he tells her to get out of there while she can, and he'll go save everyone else. Petra, Frederica, and Rem. That's who I need to find, he would think, as he would narrow this focus in his mind to these 3 targets. As Naruto would tell Beatrice to get out of there, Beatrice would start running down the hallway, as Naruto would then use Rasengan to break through the floor of the mansion, dropping down a level. Rem, he would think, as he runs to Rem's room and grabs her, picking her up with a shadow clone who now carries Rem on his own back. Suddenly we can hear screams, as we can hear Petra screaming from down the hall into a different room. Petra! Naruto would think, as Naruto would run from Rem's room all the way down to where she sees, standing there holding Petra by the face up in the air, we see Elsa with a knife ready to jab into Petra's gut. With Naruto in complete fight or flight mode, Naruto would jump at Elsa, tackling her to the ground, as Elsa's knife skitters across the floor. The two enter a taijutsu fight while Elsa punches and kicks at Naruto. Naruto would now be bleeding out of his face and nose, as he has several gashes opened up from Elsa's fists. Go! Naruto would tell his shadow clone, who would take Rem as well as Petra and get out of the area while they're fighting. Suddenly, a burst of an explosion would come from the hallway down as we see the stairs shaking and rumbling as the plaster in the ceiling is now beginning to fall to the ground from the earthquake, seemingly. We can see the ginormous mob beast that was outside has now entered the building, which has been summoned to help Elsa fight against Naruto. Damn it, Naruto would think, as Naruto blocks the attack as a roar of flames comes barging towards him, creating a wall that he can't get past. Naruto would think about jutsu that he has access to. Damn, I'll have to use magic, he'd think, as he doesn't have really any other wind-style attacks that can block this. Wind magic, he would think, as he makes a slash across with an X shape of his arms. Suddenly, a cross of wind would be shot out of his body through his gate as it attaches itself to the flames, using its own power against the flame and overpowering it, causing it to sputter to a halt from the quick burst. With Naruto now fighting Elsa and this ginormous mob beast, he has a lot on his hands. I have to make sure Beatrice is alright. If she dies, I'm never able to make a summoning contract. Then I won't be able to save them, he would think, as he thinks of the image in his head of Konoha being blasted to bits. He grits his teeth as he fights harder, punching with all of his strength, as he feels himself tapping into the Kyuubi's chakra. One-Tails mode, he would think, as he can feel the orange energy surrounding him as his teeth grow fang-like, and his eyes now have a red appearance. The monster, she would think, as Elsa now feels the power of the Kyuubi plus Naruto's physical strength against her. The mobbies would charge to Naruto, actually tackling into him, but Naruto, if one of the tails of the nine tails activated as a chakra cloak, would only use one hand as he grabs the mob beast by the face, picking it up and throwing it into the wall, causing a big explosion of wood, dust, and the entire mansion's basically being destroyed. With Naruto now trying to get out of there, not really looking for a fight with Elsa, Elsa would jump on his back, having grabbed the knife on the floor, and is now trying to stab Naruto with it. As he stabs directly into Naruto's back and twists the knife, suddenly it would poof into smoke. We see Naruto jumping from above. Rasengan Barrage! As he takes two Rasengans that he had a shadow clone pass him and smashes into Elsa, her skin contorting from the spinning energy of the Rasengan. With Elsa down for the count, Naruto would run, as he feels his cloak now taking damage as there's some holes in it from the attacks that he has taken from the two. With Naruto running outside, he would see Beatrice standing there in shock as we see Beatrice fighting against Elsa's accomplice, otherwise known as Melee, or if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm sorry. Anyhow, Beatrice is now facing off against the accomplice of Elsa, Melee, who is now fighting Beatrice with both of them using different attacks, while Melee uses her summons of mob beasts to fight and physically harm Beatrice. Beatrice can feel herself bleeding as she's losing her energy as a spirit. Naruto would step in as he creates several shadow clones, grabbing the mob beasts that were attacking Beatrice and throwing them out of the way. Beiko, are you alright? Naruto would come in, with Melee being shocked that Elsa was defeated so swiftly. With Petra as well as Rem being taken by Naruto's shadow clones into the forest and out of the range from the attacks, Naruto's shadow clones would tell him that their original needs all their chakra right now. Especially right now when he has another person going after him in a fight just after he had just fought Elsa, who herself is actually very strong. Naruto would get into a defensive position over Beatrice, telling Beatrice that when he makes the signal she should run. Naruto would throw smoke bombs down as he ushers Beatrice to run. Beatrice would cry and ask why. Why is he doing this for her? Naruto looked down and say in confidence, "Because you're my friend." With his blue eyes shining, Naruto would remember him saying this countless times, as he then remembers Sasuke, who also never understood what he had been trying to tell him. He would smile as he tells Beatrice that she just needs to stay safe for now, or he can never forgive himself. As Beatrice is trying to run, Naruto would be shocked, as seemingly out of the shadows, we see Elsa with a knife saying she's never seen the guts of a spirit before. Elsa's skin is still refinishing itself, as the contortion from the double Rasengan attack actually damaged her heavily. Take this, she would think, as she jabs her jet black knife directly into Beatrice's chest. No! Naruto would think, as he tries to get there in time, but it's too late. Suddenly, Beatrice would begin to fall to the ground, as Naruto falls to his knees, seeing Beatrice's eyes becoming hollow. Beatrice would reach her hand towards Naruto's face, as Naruto would think, this is it. This is the end. I can't. Naruto would think now about everyone in Konoha: Hinata, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya, Granny Tsunade, Shino, Kiba, Neji. He would think of all of his friends. Damn it. Naruto would now be crying, damn it! With Naruto looking up, as Elsa watches as the now small blips of energy of the spirits that had formed together to make Beatrice would now begin to dissipate. Beatrice, no! Naruto would stop as his body just loses all of his momentum that he had. Naruto would fall to the ground completely limp as his own eyes begin to starting to look hollow. Oh, stealing my prey now, are we? We see now behind Naruto a little girl with a snake having wrapped around Naruto's leg and had bitten into his back by his spine. Naruto is basically paralyzed as he's on the ground, thinking about what went wrong. Beatrice, you would think. Beatrice would be trying to tap into the magic that Naruto has, using his gate as a axis for her own power. As she uses wind magic, I have to save him, she would think, not knowing that Naruto, when he dies, returns back to life. As she does one last attempt to save Naruto, a massive hurricane began to form around both Beatrice and Naruto, as a storm of wind would surround Elsa as well as Melee, as the two are sucked up into the vortex before being dropped from a humongous height, with both of them actually taking severe damage and both their legs being shattered completely. Elsa herself couldn't have even survived that fall if she hadn't broken something willingly. Damn, she would think. There's no way he can escape from this, though. Naruto would be unable to move still as he tells Beatrice that he's sorry. With Beatrice's last tears, she would then fade into nothing, as Naruto would then be finished off by Elsa while he's paralyzed, unable to do anything. Suddenly we hear the iconic sound of Naruto, or Subaru or Naruto, being returned back from death, as Naruto pulls himself up, now back inside the temple, back in the sanctuary. Naruto be thinking as he remembers the stabbing pain as Elsa ripped his innards out with her knife. How does she keep doing that, he would think, as he remembers that he has hit her several times very hard with his Rasengan, and she's recovered so fast, it's ridiculous. He would have no idea what Elsa's power is, or what her divine protections could be, but he would then pull himself up, realizing that he's back here, and looking over to see Emilia struggling. He would run over to Emilia as he puts his hand underneath her head, as she begins shaking, as her nightmares begin to overtake her. Emilia, he would think, as he then shakes her awake gently, with Emilia opening her eyes and thinking, Naruto? As Emilia opens her eyes, her purple ones meaning Naruto's blue, Emilia would quickly jump up and hug Naruto as she begins to cry. Naruto would stroke Emilia's hair, telling her it's okay, with Emilia being pretty terrified of what her dream had been, if you all know about Emilia's backstory. Anyhow, Naruto would help Emilia out of the sanctuary, where he sees Garfield as well as the copy of Ryuzu Meyers, the elf girl with the pink hair, if you don't know who I'm talking about, would be standing there, as both Garfield as well as Ryuzu would be able to see the witch's scent having just grown on Naruto. And this is the point where they begin to become suspicious of Naruto being a witch cultist. With Naruto helping Emilia get back into bed, Emilia would thank Naruto as she then falls back to sleep. Naruto would immediately head to Roswaal's room, where he would report to Roswaal and ask what's going on. Just out of curiosity, Roswaal, is there some kind of divine protection that allows someone to regenerate incredibly fast? He would question. Roswaal would talk in his normal, goofy tone, as he would then ask Naruto why he would be curious about this divine protection, per se. Roswaal would begin to laugh as he thinks about the divine protection that he knows that this person he actually hired, but he won't tell Naruto about this, Elsa has. Could you maybe explain more about what you mean? With Naruto explaining how every time he would hit this person, what if they just came back? Naruto would be having a hard time explaining to Roswaal, but Roswaal would help Naruto out, as he then asks Naruto if maybe this person would have an ability similar to Naruto's clones that he can create. This referring to the divine protection of ghosts that Elsa has. Elsa has the ability to create copies of herself very similarly to Naruto, and this is actually what Roswaal thought was so interesting about her when he picked her to be the one to fight against Naruto and test him. Naruto would be thinking about this as Roswaal asked if maybe this person could have this ability similar to Naruto, and Naruto would say that's impossible because other people here don't have chakra, unless is there some kind of divine protection that allows people to make clones of themselves in this world? Well, you could say that. There's the divine protection of ghosts, which allows the user to create copies of themselves to attack their targets. That's gotta be it, Naruto would be thinking. If there wasn't some sort of instant regeneration ability, which would be way too hard to beat, he would think, unless he had Nine Tails, you help him, which I doubt he could get him to do. Naruto would be considering this. It has to be the divine protection of ghosts. Alright. I guess I can counter her if I use my shadow clones, he would think. With Naruto now having a plan in mind, he would leave a note for Emilia. But this note would never arrive. With Naruto leaving the sanctuary again, this time before Garfield or Ryuzu could actually intercept him and capture him like they would have with Subaru in the original, Naruto left immediately, as he would tell Roswaal that he'll be back soon, as he now runs at full speed, jumping from treetop to treetop to get back to Roswaal's mansion. With Naruto used to such things as traveling for long distances, being on foot wasn't exactly new for him, especially as a shinobi, which they have to travel long distances on foot using just their chakra. With Naruto now making it back to the mansion even earlier than he would have originally, he would run into the mansion before Petra or Frederica could tell him anything, as he tells the two of them that there's going to be an attack on the mansion very soon. With Frederica and Petra now both being aware of this, they would now exit the mansion, telling Naruto that they'll take care of Rem, with them taking Rem and getting out, as Naruto would tell them to hide in the forest in this very specific location he had set. With them hiding in the forest, Naruto could now worry about Beatrice alone. As Naruto would enter the Forbidden Library, with Naruto entering, Beatrice would flick her eyes up towards Naruto, who would then repeat what he had said in the last run. "Beatrice," he would say, I am that person." He would look with complete confidence towards her, as he remembers her eyes when she tried to save him during the last loop. Beatrice would be shocked out of nowhere and ask where he's coming off saying that, with Naruto looking at her and telling her that's the truth. Beatrice and Naruto would talk for a while, with Naruto explaining to Beatrice that he really needs her help, and that he will be that person for her. Beatrice is shocked and asks Naruto if he can really protect her, like he says he can. Naruto would look at her as he holds his hand to his chest, saying that she better believe it because he will. This is when Beatrice would decide and agree to making a contract with Naruto. Inside the Forbidden Library, the two would hold hands towards each other, just as you would have seen with Subaru holding his hand towards Echidna if he had accepted her proposal in Season 2. With Naruto holding his hand out towards Beatrice, Beatrice would then finally, after so many years, have picked her master. Naruto and Beatrice's connection would immediately resonate, as Naruto can feel it, his magical energy now being replenished and combined with Beatrice's. What is this, he would think, as he feels himself and Beatrice's now magical pools of energy, now basically combining, with Beatrice now having access to drain Naruto's as well as have a connection that they didn't have before. Naruto would then tell Beatrice about his plan, telling her that two very strong people will be attacking the mansion very soon. Beatrice nods enthusiastically, while Naruto explains his very advanced plan to her. Naruto would create 1,000 shadow clones, which would all use a transformation jutsu into different members of the mansion. Naruto would basically using the properties of the game Guess Who, if you don't know what that is. Naruto and Beatrice would be two of these members who would be walking through the crowds of shadow clones to try and escape without a commotion. With now, we can see Elsa, as well as Melee, very interested in what Naruto is doing. Naruto and Beatrice would be surfing through the crowds, as Naruto would tell Beatrice to look and see if she can sense any energies. Naruto would activate Sage Mode, Spirit Sage Mode, as he feels the magic and chakra around him, spreading it out like a web. Suddenly he would feel Elsa's energy, as well as Melee, who were both about to attack. Beatrice, get down. One of the shadow clones would jump over Beatrice as a blade comes flying towards her head and hits into the wall behind where she was. Naruto would then say he's not going easy on her this time, as he then sees Elsa, or what he believes to be Elsa, as he then slams Rasengan, a massive Rasengan to be precise, directly into her chest, causing her to go flying back and soar across the third-story mansion and into the ground below, causing a crater. This is when Naruto would watch as it disappears, thinking, that's it. So you can do the same thing I can, huh? Naruto would think, as he then wonders where the original Elsa must be. With more Elsas arriving soon, he would think, he would then tell Beatrice they need to get out of there, as the two would run, leaving the mansion behind. With Elsa and Melee's attack being considered a success, they would leave under the thought that they have now actually fulfilled their contract and what they've been hired to do. Naruto would be running with Beatrice as he thinks, I did it. I actually did it. Naruto would cheer with Beatrice asking what he's yelling about. Naruto would then tell her that he can save everyone now with her help. Beatrice would blush as she looks at Naruto. Naruto would look away, thinking of nothing of it, as he holds Beatrice's hand as they run into the forest, meeting up with Petra as well as Frederica and telling them what happened, with all four of them now heading towards the sanctuary. As Naruto now runs towards the sanctuary, he would see the barrier and something very strange. Hold on, he would tell everyone to stay back as he sees the barrier, and inside of the barrier, we can see snow. What? Naruto be so confused as he thinks, how did it could even snow in there? Naruto be looking around as he then tells everyone to stay outside and that he was going to go investigate. Naruto would walk into the inside of the barrier of the sanctuary as he now hears emptiness, nothing, just silence. As Naruto had only been gone for a few days trying to get to Roswaal's mansion and then getting back, Naruto would be walking around thinking, where is everybody? Not even seeing a drop of blood left. With Naruto walking around looking for everyone else, he would then head towards where Roswaal would be sitting, or where he thought Roswaal would be, but would see nothing but an empty bed and clothes. So much clothing everywhere, it was really weird actually. As Naruto was thinking about this, he would look down and see a small white rabbit with red eyes. What a cute bunny rabbit, Naruto would think, as he reaches down, about to pet it. Suddenly, Naruto would feel a bite on his finger as it's trying to dislodge his finger. What? Naruto would think as he then swacks the rabbit away, feeling the blood leaking out of his hand as he can see the bone of his own finger. What's going on? Kurama's chakra would begin to heal him as Naruto then turns around, seeing and hearing thousands of footsteps. Suddenly, red eyes would begin to fill the bottom of his view as out of the forest, everywhere, suddenly it would come flashing back to him as he realizes, clothing. What happened here? Naruto would be thinking as he's now sweating. Suddenly, hundreds, thousands of the great rabbit would come running towards Naruto, as their squeals of joy at new raw flesh would make Naruto anguish. No! Naruto would hold his hands together to create the multi-shadow clone jutsu. I'm not gonna go out like this! I did it! I beat those monsters, he would think as he thinks about Elsa and Emilia back at the mansion. I'm not going down like this! Naruto would use all of his chakra as he pours into it, creating thousands of shadow clones. You may have numbers, but so do I! With Naruto creating thousands of shadow clones over and over again, draining through his chakra, Beatrice would notice what's going on. Naruto's magical energy it's dropping rapidly, Beatrice would tell the two of them, as both Petra, Frederica, and now Beatrice herself would then run inside of the barrier, with Beatrice being able to enter being due to a spirit, and Petra being able to enter because she's a human. With Frederica entering and now being locked in, being a demi-human, the three of them would run towards where they can hear screaming. We see Naruto's clones all being ripped apart to shreds as puffs of smoke are going up and sounding like gunshots as Naruto is on the ground on his knees as he's beginning to get overwhelmed. I can't do it. I can't beat them, he would think. There's too many of them. Beatrice would shriek as Naruto would look over, his eyes meeting hers. No! Get out of here! Suddenly, the rabbits would turn on them, as Beatrice does her best to try and fight them off. But the great rabbit is too powerful, as it may not be strong physically on its own, but with so many of itself, it's too many. There's too many numbers, and they can't outfight it. With Petra being the first to go down, being ripped, and her arm being ripped off from her body, we can see the great rabbits now devouring all three of them in Naruto's eyes. Naruto's blue eyes would now begin filled with red, as he feels himself turning into Kurama, the nine-tailed fox from pure rage. Kurama, in his giant form now of Biju mode, would do his best using the Biju bomb and exploding several thousand of them, but more just took their place. As we see a ginormous fox now being taken down, as thousands of white rabbits would be climbing over its body, digging into its fur and ripping flesh from it. No, Naruto would think, as he would now revert back to human form, as we see the bunnies burrowing into Naruto's stomach, as Naruto's eyes then ripped out by him. Now we see a flashback of Jiraiya talking about the boy with blue eyes who would be the one to save them, the child of prophecy. Suddenly Naruto wakes up again as we hear the iconic music, as we then see Naruto turn around, feeling his body all over as he's shaking from fear. This is the point when Naruto then feels consciousness leaving this world, as he'd be entering the next tea party with Echidna. As Naruto looks around, realizing what's going on, he sees the grass all around his feet and the blue sky. I'm back again, he would think, as he sees Echidna's tea, as he would walk over and ask what's going on. With Echidna telling him to drink the tea, telling him that's the only reason he's actually been able to get this far, Naruto would be confused, as Echidna would say that Naruto's soul is becoming unstable from the amount of deaths that he's taken so far, and his mind's beginning to lose it. Naruto would begin laughing, asking what's going on, and why did she bring him here? Echidna would be serious, as she forces Naruto to drink the tea, pushing him onto the ground and pushing the tea into his throat. With Naruto drinking it, suddenly Naruto would become more calm, as he lays back and thinks about what's going on. Everything I try fails. I'm never gonna give up. That's my ninja way, right? Naruto would be thinking about this, as he just looks up at the blue sky, with Echidna walking over by and laying down by him. You know, it's pretty nice of you, and some people would pay money to have a girl force tea down their throat. Naruto would make a fake laugh, as he asked Echidna if she knew that was going to happen. Echidna would explain that the note that he had written for Emilia had never gotten to her, and that somehow had caused the Great Rabbit to arrive. She would think, as Naruto would have no idea what this would have to do with anything. I saw Beatrice. I saw her tears. I saw her laugh, he would think. Naruto began to break down to tears, as he's never cried so much in his entire life. As Echidna would put Naruto's head on her lap, Naruto's tears would begin soaking through, as Echidna would just gently stroke his hair, as she listens to all of Naruto's stories. I was strong, you know, Naruto would think, as he tells her about his adventures as Shinobi of the Leaf, as he fought against Zabuza, as he fought in the Chunin exams to grow beyond himself, fought and saved Gaara. He'd fought so hard. I tried to bring Sasuke back with all I had, Naruto would say as he begins to feel himself tear up. But it wasn't enough. Naruto began choking on his own failure, as Echidna would simply listen, closing her eyes and commenting every now and then on what Naruto's thoughts and feelings. Naruto would be in complete agony, as no one had been able to hear him at all. He'd been suffering for so long. I just want to go home, Naruto would think. I want to see them. I want to save my friends. If what you showed me then was true. Naruto would remember the man with bright orange hair and the cloak with red clouds on it, completely destroying the village. Then I can't be here. I need to get back, he would say, as Naruto would pull himself up as he then wipes his face of tears, as Echidna would then, with one last stroke of his hair, tell Naruto that he should do his best. Gambattare. With Naruto now feeling his courage resolved, as he had now had that talk and actually been able to let out his feelings with Echidna, Naruto would then return back to the world with a new determination, just as Subaru would have. Naruto, now stronger and now emotionally more stable, would now have a better idea of what he needs to do. I need to make my contract with Beatrice. I need to get back. I need to make sure that Emilia knows that I'm here. Something about Emilia is what caused those rabbits to appear. He remembers the snow that was on the ground. And then he remembers Puck and Emilia being very, very good at ice magic. Did the trials do this, he would think, as he remembers Naruto, without realizing it, would look down as he realizes he has tears on his face, as he looks left to see now Emilia standing there. With Emilia asking Naruto what's wrong, with her putting her own fears aside to make sure that Naruto's okay. Naruto would smile, thinking that he has some really good friends in this world too. Naruto would then have an idea. Wait! Naruto would realize, I still can. I can save everyone. Naruto would smile as he wipes away his tears, telling Emilia that he just had a great idea. With Naruto now telling Emilia that he has to go right now, Emilia would be shocked, asking what Naruto means, with Naruto putting his hands on both Emilia's shoulders and looking her in the eyes. No matter what you do, Emilia, I will come back. Don't worry. And if it comes to the trials, just wait. I'll do them with you if you need me to. Naruto would laugh as he puts his hand behind his head, with Emilia yelling after him as he runs out the door that doesn't make any sense. Emilia would now be more stable, knowing that Naruto would return and had not abandoned her, which, if you didn't know, was the cause of the original Great Rabbit of being in the sanctuary when Naruto returned. Naruto, as he runs out, would have a great amount of witch ascent. With Garfield as well as Ryuzu seeing this, they would try to jump Naruto, with Naruto jumping over them and telling them he'll see them later, with him running out of the sanctuary at max speed, as well as accessing Spirit Sage mode to boost his physical stats. He'd push himself faster, farther, as he gets back to Roswaal's mansion in half a day with the amount of speed that he's increased. with him running into the mansion, picking up Petra and Frederico, with both of them being surprised, and running to the Forbidden Library. Naruto would drop them off outside of Rem's door, telling them about that there's going to be an attack on the mansion, that they need to get out of there and grab Rem. With him speaking incredibly fast, and both of them being confused, Naruto would then run to the Forbidden Library, where he would have the same talk with Beatrice that he had last time, telling Beatrice that he was the one, that he was there for her. Beatrice would then form the contract again with Naruto, now Naruto taking the contract again. Naruto would pick up Beatrice and tell her that he's sorry about this, but they need to go now. Without even bothering to fight against Elsa or Melee, Naruto would get all of his friends, Rem, Petra, Frederica, and Beatrice, out of the mansion before they even attacked. Elsa didn't even know Naruto had arrived with the amount of speed and how fast he had gotten the operation done. As all of them are now running through the forest, this is when Frederica would ask what's going on, with her holding Petra as Petra can't keep up with them while Beatrice is on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto would say that they need to get to the sanctuary as fast as possible, and this is the only way that they can make it in time. With Naruto now getting back to the barrier, he as well as everyone else would be able to enter, as they would go inside the barrier and Naruto would tell Beatrice his plan. What? That's crazy! I would need a massive amount of magic in order to even maintain that many people. Beatrice, can you do it? Beatrice will look down as she thinks about it. I can give you 10 minutes, that's all. If I'm using that many people, if it was just you alone, I could maintain it for much longer, almost indefinitely, but I can't keep that many people that far away with just my magic. Naruto would think. With Naruto asking if maybe Roswaal could help, Beatrice would think about it as she says that might be able to boost it to around 15 minutes before they run out of magic. Naruto would nod, saying they need to do this now. Naruto would run over to Ryuzu and Garfield, explaining that he was sorry about everything, with Garfield punching Naruto, who would block the attack before throwing Garfield away. He would tell Ryuzu that he needs Emilia as well as everyone else that can fight. With Ryuzu herself, Garfield, Emilia, as well as Frederica and Naruto, now walking into Roswaal's room with Beatrice. Roswaal would be very interested in the path that Naruto had picked. This is what I'm going to do, he would think. I need to get that out of my mind first, and then I can move on from there. Naruto would think about this. This is my last chance. Naruto would tell Beatrice to do it now, as Beatrice would do it, following exactly as Naruto had said. Using the reverse summoning jutsu, by combining his chakra with her magic, Beatrice would act as a placeholder that could bind Naruto and everyone else that in the ReZero world there. Everything would fade to darkness. No! No! Sakura is crying as we see a destroyed village. If only we would see flashbacks of Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai and Yamato having been sent to go and protect the Kazekage, having defeated Deidara as well as Sasori, and having returned and fight Hidan, as well as many other foes of the Akatsuki. If only he were here. Sakura would think of both Sasuke and Naruto, as she cries out in one last attempt, hoping for hope that he would be there for her, for the Leaf Village. Naruto! Sakura would cry out, and suddenly, this would be when everyone would be amazed, as a golden light would begin to crack through the sky, as a portal would begin to open in the middle of the empty crater of the Leaf Village. Suddenly we see him standing there, Naruto Uzumaki, and... what? Behind Naruto we can see her, the half-elf Emilia with silver hair, now walking out the portal behind Naruto, asking where they are. Naruto would be shocked as he's already entered Spirit Sage mode, and he has two Shadow Clones back in the ReZero world supplying him magic so he can keep up Spirit Sage mode in this world. What is this? Naruto would think. I was too late. Damn it. Emilia would say, look, as Emilia would point towards the sides of the crater, seeing people still alive. They're still alive. There might be a chance, Naruto would think. As Naruto would look back, as now we see Garfield as well as Ryuzu and Frederica now enter through the portal. This is when we would see him. Pain, as he says that he finally has emerged, the Nine Tails, from his hiding. Naruto would point his finger towards Pain and ask if he was the one who did this. Naruto's hair began to stand up, as he tells him that he's going to take him down. Pain would laugh, as he says he's going to take the Nine Tails for himself. Suddenly everyone would spread out, as Naruto tells everyone to get into position. Naruto would run at an incredible speed towards the first Pain. Suddenly, Pain would be summoning the other six passive Pain, as this is when we would see Tsunade step in, as Tsunade tells Naruto and asks where he's been. Naruto says he doesn't have time, and he needs to help them take care of this now. Tsunade would understand and leave Katsuya on his shoulder, telling Naruto, as she sees him in Sage mode, that he must have been doing some hard lifting. Tsunade would tell something to Naruto as she tells it to him before she leaves, with Naruto shocked as Emilia helps Tsunade and takes her away as Naruto tells her to. Jiraiya, he went on a mission to investigate pain, but Naruto, Jiraiya's dead. This would only add fuel to Naruto's fire, as he feels sorrow and grief encompass his entire being. Emilia would look back as she can basically feel a palpable rage from Naruto. The magic and spirits that he has underneath him working and powering him up begin to flare, as Naruto sees pain and he can think only one thing: rage. Naruto would rush forward at incredible speed, creating a massive Rasengan as he tries to slam it into pain. This is when one of the 6 paths of pain, the one that can absorb chakra, would take the blow and absorb Naruto's chakra. Oh, you can absorb chakra, huh? Naruto would think. Eat this, Naruto would say, as he crosses his hands over each other and uses his magic. As he makes an X cross, we can see suddenly magic would begin to spark out of Naruto as wind energy would get shot out of him, and as the pain tries to absorb it, he would be unable to unsuccessfully. What? Pain would be thinking as Naruto has no idea what this is. That was definitely chakra, he would think, as the attack slashes through the pain, causing a tremendous amount of damage. Damn. Almighty pull! As the Tendo Path would pull Naruto towards him, Naruto would be in complete rage mode, as we see Naruto putting up a fight with everything he has. This is for destroying the Leaf Village, he would say, as he throws a punch with all of the extra added energy of Spirit Sage Mode into it, punching with such force that actually all of the pains feel a burst of wind, as Naruto's fist collapses into one of the specifically the human path, the one that creates those bombs and other technological weapons, with Naruto punching into it with such force that the entire body just shatters into bits, as Naruto is completely pissed off. Sakura is shocked, as everyone in the Leaf is cheering Naruto on, with Naruto now looking towards them, telling them that he's going to save them all. Naruto looks completely different, with Sakura shocked, as she sees Naruto with this energy about him that she hadn't seen on him before. This is just like Sasuke, she would think, as she sees a darkness surrounding Naruto now that he hadn't had before he had left. With Naruto now going in against the next pain, Naruto would tell him that they're not going to leave this unscathed. They'll never get the 9 tails from me. Naruto would now create a massive Spirit Sage Mode magical chakra Rasengan, with every spirit type now flowing into the Rasengan as Naruto begins to change the nature of it, creating it into more wind magic mixed with wind energy chakra. Suddenly, the ginormous shuriken would appear, as it has magical spirits inside of it spinning around and around, getting this chroma-like effect. Time for you to die, Naruto would say, as he says, "Go to hell!" Naruto would throw the massive Rasengan, and as it misses the pains, now he would say, "Garfield, do it now!" At this point, this is when the Rasengan would transform, as you see Garfield enter his ginormous state as he's like a tiger, as he grabs the healer pain and rips it in half, with Katsuya on Naruto's shoulder telling him about each and every individual pain and their abilities so far. Naruto, with Spirit Sage Mode, would sense that Kakashi's gone. "This one's for Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto would shout with such animosity in his voice that even the villagers were scared at this point. As Naruto then begins basically wailing on the pain, this is when the Tendo Path would use Almighty Push! Naruto gets sent flying back as he grits his teeth and shoves his feet into the ground, making an inlay of his boots into the dirt. Now this is when he would say, "Frederica, Garfield, get it now!" This is when Frederica would jump in, with Emilia now in the back using ice crystals and support, as ice is being shot towards the pains. Naruto began charging up an actual attack, as he uses his magic and his chakra in order to create a ginormous Rasengan, of which is an actual Rasengan this time. "This will be the end for you," he'd say, as he tries to slam Rasengan into the 6 paths of pain, with this Rasengan completely covering all of the paths of pain, and them all being sent flying backwards and smashing into the side of the crater. Naruto would tell everyone to fall back, as he says that their time's gonna be running out soon. Naruto would realize that he has to finish this up on his own. He would look at everyone and tell them to get back into the portal, with Emilia running towards Naruto and asking if he's alright, and grabbing his hand. We see Hinata now standing on the side, as she's using her Byakugan watching this, as she sees Emilia grab Naruto's hand. "She did what?" Hinata would be thinking, as he then sees Emilia turn and run to the portal. "Yeah, you better run." With Naruto now standing there against all the pains, they would then ask what he's going to do without his fort reinforcements. Naruto would say as he looks up, his eyes looking shadowed, "Oh, he can do a hell of a lot." Suddenly, Naruto would be next to the Tendo path as he smashes his fist into his face repeatedly, over and over again before his eyes are now spinning, the Rinnegan not even able to comprehend this. With Naruto throwing a smoke bomb down to ruin their vision, as Naruto now charges up his magical and chakra, he would now be fighting them as he's taken out all of the passive pain except for the Tendo one. My pain is far greater than yours, is what Nagato would be saying through the Tendo path of pain, as he uses a chakra rod and stabs into Naruto. Naruto would take the rod at full force, as Naruto would run through the rod as it cuts deeper and deeper into him. Naruto! Hinata would be thinking as she runs into the battle to help Naruto. As Hinata runs in, Naruto would realize that these aren't just some normal weapon. Damn it, He realizes what these are as he senses Nagato's chakra. I've screwed up, he would think as he feels his shoulder being draining all of his energy. Beatrice is going to summon me back and then I won't be able to save them. He would turn to see Hinata as she slams her fist into the chakra rod, but as she does so, this is when Pain would use Almighty Push as Hinata goes flying into the air and then slams into the ground. Naruto would turn around watching Hinata's body fall to the ground, as everyone watching on the sidelines is shocked. Naruto would be gripping the chakra rod that's left inside of his shoulder as he squeezes it with all of his physical strength, crushing it into dust. Pain! I'll make you pay! I'll make you pay! Naruto would begin to scream as he feels himself losing control of himself. The emotional feelings that he has from returning home to such destruction and his friends getting injured in front of his very eyes would cause him to snap, as everyone in the village is terrified, as Naruto's eyes are becoming red as the Nine Tails chakra surrounds him, now switching openly to 8 tails, opening to 9 tails. Yamato would be shocked as he feels a burning on his hand. Naruto, he would think, as he looks back towards the direction of the Leaf Village, thinking that something is happening. Naruto has to have returned. Something's going on with the Nine Tails. Naruto would be screaming inside as he's in the seal, punching the ground with Spirit Sage Mode on. He's using all of his power, and the seal itself is actually cracking. This is when Naruto, who's now wailing on Pain and beating him with an actual wall of dirt and rock, is smashing Pain to the ground, having gone completely mad. As Naruto's about to tear the seal off and completely release the Kyuubi, we see a hand push Naruto to the ground, as we see Minato. Naruto would look up as he sees Minato, as he realizes, what's going on? Why would the 4th Hokage care about just some brats, he would think. Well, it would make sense that I would know the name of my own son, wouldn't it? Naruto would realize as Minato would put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and ask how he's been doing. Naruto would hug Minato before stepping back and punching him as hard as he can, with Minato actually feeling it as he coughs, feeling himself take damage. You've gotten really strong, huh? Minato would say, and that he deserved that one. Minato and Naruto would talk for a long time, before Minato would help calm Naruto down, as he would tell Naruto that he believed in him, and that no matter what he has going on, Minato and Kushina, his parents, would both be there for him if they could have. But they're always both cheering him on. Naruto would take this, as he says yeah, as Minato would reseal the seal. Naruto would revert out of the Kyuubi's chakra. With Naruto back, his cloak that he had a gift from him from Julius having been completely destroyed, he would run at Pain with everything he has and slam massive Rasengan directly into him, destroying the last path of Pain. As the two have destroyed the area around them, Naruto would then touch the chakra rod as he realizes from earlier that he can sense the chakra. With Naruto then going to meet up and find the actual one who's been controlling the passive Pain, Naruto would have calmed down as he opens the doorway and walks in to see Konan as well as Nagato. So you've come here to kill me, Naruto? Nagato would say. Naruto would be gritting his teeth as he's looking down, thinking of everything that's happened to him so far. Damn it. My Nine Tails mode must have made me lose time, he would think, as Beatrice whispers into his mind that he only has about 8 minutes left. Naruto and Nagato would have a talk, as Naruto would tell Nagato and ask what's going on and why he's capturing the tailed beast. Nagato would explain his perspective of the world and how they can never truly be at peace in this accursed world. Naruto would think about this as he thinks about his new world that he's found, as he says, maybe you're right, but that's not how it should be, he would say. As Naruto tells Naruto that he's seen it. He's seen a world where people have lived peacefully, where there isn't any fighting, where he thinks of the streets of ReZero as he sees the capital of Laguna, as he sees Emilia smiling, Rem smiling, and everyone at the Roswaal mansion happy, eating together. He would look up as he tells Naruto that he's not going to kill him, and that he hates him so much. He hates him more than anything, that for killing Jiraiya, for killing him, and he didn't even know. Naruto began laughing as he has tears rolling down his face. He would then look at Nagato and tell him that if he wasn't going to be the one to forgive him, then who would? Nagato would be shocked as Naruto tells him that he's seen it. Naruto's been gone. Naruto's been in this world, a world that has peace. He tells him that there's no shinobi, there's no villages there. Everyone lives docile. As Nagato hears Naruto's perspective, he would think that he wanted to go to this place. But Naruto would say that they can make their own world like this. Our world here is just as important as that one, and we can't abandon it or make an ungenuine one just because we're too afraid to try and find the real thing, Naruto would say. Naruto's talk no jutsu would work on Nagato as he would use Rinne Rebirth to bring everyone who had died back to life, including Kakashi and the rest of the Leaf Villagers. With Nagato's final breaths, he would say goodbye to Naruto, and Naruto would do the same. With Naruto hearing that, Nagato would say that there is something coming greater, a war which Naruto would not be able to stop with his power now, and they need to keep getting stronger. He would say his goodbyes to Konan as Konan would take the bodies, or what's left of them, that Naruto had left behind, as well as Nagato to properly bury them. With Naruto saying goodbye to Nagato and Konan and Yahiko, his fellow pupils and disciples of Jiraiya, Naruto would stumble back to the Leaf Village with only a bit of time left. Kakashi would pick up Naruto, telling him it's been a long time since he's seen him, and telling him that he's a lot bigger and heavier now. Naruto would laugh, saying it's been so long since he's seen him, Kakashi-sensei. With Naruto now back in Kakashi's arms, Kakashi would carry Naruto back to the Leaf Village, when everyone would begin to cheer for him, the hero of the Leaf Village. Naruto would get down with Kakashi when he speaks up and tells everyone, I have to go again. I can't stay here much longer. I only have a little bit of time. But everyone's safe now, he would say. He tells them about how that when they rebuild, they need to make sure that everyone's safe, as well as make sure that no one's buried under the rubble. With Naruto saying his goodbyes to everyone, with everyone being confused, he would have 10 seconds left. He would look to Hinata as Hinata is barely conscious and tells her thank you so much for what she did to save him. Hinata would be confused when suddenly Naruto's body would begin to fade in and out. Everyone would be shocked as Naruto would wave to everyone, saying he'll be back. When they need him, he'll come back. Naruto would disappear as the rest of Beatrice's as well as Roswaal's combined magic runs out, as Naruto fades back into the world of ReZero.
Alright everyone, so it has been a while before the previous part to this, so as always I'll be doing a recap for parts like this, but if you do want, you can go back and just watch the previous part, which should help enlighten things. But basically what happened is Naruto made it back to the mansion, saved Beatrice, as an idiot said that he was the one for Beatrice, which he didn't even understand because he has no understanding of the concept of love, according to the events from Naruto the Last, which I'm using as that plot point. And anyway, Beatrice with Naruto and the rest of everyone who was at the mansion, this being the Frederica, as well as the one Lolly, and Rem's unconscious body, along with Naruto and Beatrice, of course, themselves. They would have been teleported over into the Naruto world, where Naruto would have taken care of the 6 paths of pain, using Roswaal and Beatrice's magic to maintain him crossing over the realm, since without the magic battery allowing him to cross the world line, what would have happened is his curse, that being returned by death, wouldn't have allowed him to go. He would have just been sucked back into ReZero, and then everyone would die in the Leaf Village. So, with the assistance of Naruto's friends from ReZero, he saved the Leaf Village using his Spirit Sage mode, as well as displaying his first ever use of magic. Naruto learned of Jiraiya's death, as well as everything that had taken place after he had been taken and summoned away from his world. Now Naruto had just finished defeating the 6 paths of pain, and is about to get teleported back to the Sanctuary, where Beatrice and everyone else will be waiting. So, as of now, there are currently 2 problems left that Subaru has to deal with, that being the trial, like Garfield and all that, along with Roswaal and what his objective is. And Roswaal isn't going to be having helped Naruto for free, obviously, because that's how Roswaal is. And I will note there was some stuff in the last part that was pretty unclear, especially because when I was making that part, ReZero Season 2 was still ongoing, but the entire anime for Season 2 has ended, meaning we have all the plot threads, or well, most of the plot threads I should say, completely wrapped up, meaning that we can actually finish the story. So anyway, let's just get into it. The final part for What If Naruto Was in ReZero for ReZero Season 2. Naruto would blink once, then twice, then 3 times, as he opens his eyes and realizes that he's back, as he looks around seeing that he's in the sanctuary. His friends would be all around him, as both Beatrice, Emilia, Roswaal, and even Ram would have all been pulled into a giant group hug. A major difference between Emilia and Subaru and Emilia and Naruto's relationship in this timeline is that Subaru never really told his friends in the Emilia camp that he had come from a different world, because he couldn't due to the effects of how Return by Death worked. But with Naruto, on the other hand, Naruto had actual proof that he was from a different world, due to him being able to use chakra, which is something no one else on the planet of ReZero is able to do. So because of this, all of Emilia and the Emilia camp knew that Naruto came from where he said he did, from a different world. Due to this means that Naruto had a lot of the mental stress that Subaru would have had originally removed from him, because even though Naruto's died a few times now, multiple times, due to him being a shinobi, as well as having more power and being able to actually figure out ways to solve solutions by himself, not needing to rely on others as much, leads to Naruto's confidence being much higher than Subaru's would have been in the original. Anyway, after everything had wound down, both Roswaal and Beatrice, as well as pretty much everyone, would have been rather curious about Naruto's world, and they would decide that they need to ask him more questions about it later. Anyway, Beatrice being with Naruto means that he could easily take out the Great Rabbit, and with Roswaal there, all three of them could probably take them down with no problem. Naruto began to say this as Roswaal held his hand up, saying he never agreed to that. He only agreed to lend Naruto his magic power to aid Beatrice in the portal, temporarily. What do you mean? Naruto would ask. Roswaal would then laugh, saying that his objective hasn't even been completed yet, so why would I help you with yours? Naruto would be taken aback, realizing how Roswaal truly was, as Emilia and the rest of the camp, with Ram especially, realizing the true scenario they were in. Emilia would still have the task of freeing the sanctuary, seeing as they were still locked in, as Roswaal had threatened them. Even if he did summon the Great Rabbit, and Naruto and Beatrice did defeat it, he'd make sure that they would still have him to worry about. With the looming threat of Roswaal, Garfield, as well as the other mysteries that the sanctuary holds still held over Naruto's head, Naruto would begin to see a path forward, as he decides with Beatrice, the two of them together can stomp through anything. Naruto truly believes in Emilia by this point, as he would then put his hand on her shoulder telling her, "Hey, don't worry about it. You can smash that stupid trial right in the face," Naruto would say, as he would give her a thumbs up. Naruto would smile as he closes his eyes, with his whiskers now raising on his cheeks. Beatrice would actually get a little jealous from this. She would kick Naruto in the knee. Naruto would then ask her what that was for, as Beatrice would look away, making a sound. Anyway, Emilia would giggle at this, as she then thanks Naruto. She would then say to Naruto that after her magic power recovers, she'd be sure to take on the challenge again tonight, as she raises her fist, looking up to the sky. "I have to face this trial of everything I've got," Emilia would think. Emilia, as well as everyone else, would have heard Naruto's Nindo thousands of times by now, seemingly, so the idea of never giving up has pretty much become synchronized with all of them. And besides, Naruto would be standing beside her the entire time she needed a hand. Later that night, Emilia would attempt the trial, and she wouldn't return for several hours. Naruto would start to get worried, as he decides that he's going to go in after her, as Naruto himself would then enter into the graveyard. Naruto would begin to feel sick from the effects of the graveyard, but he'd find Emilia lying unconscious, as Emilia would start to break down as she was waking up, now curled up against the wall, having dealt with the memories that she was seeing from the trial of the graveyard. Naruto would shake Emilia a little bit to wake her up, as he asks if she's alright, as Naruto feels like he's about to puke his guts out, grabbing at his stomach. Emilia would open her eyes as she sees Naruto sweating and standing in the graveyard. "What? How are you? Oh my god, no, Naruto, you can't be here." Naruto would say he knows, but he'd grab Emilia's hand. He says, "Let's get out of here," as Naruto would grab Emilia and pull her out of the graveyard. Emilia would have failed the trial again, but with Naruto having shown up, she would have felt at least a little better about it. Emilia would feel really bad, just like she did in the original, about not being able to save the sanctuary, because Emilia just wanted to save everyone. She wanted to save her friends and also the people who lived in the sanctuary itself. Garfield would scoff as he sees Naruto escorting Emilia out, seeing Naruto look like he just ran a marathon, as Naruto would then fall over onto the ground and start vomiting from the effects of the graveyard. Emilia would be really worried about him, but Naruto would tell her he's fine, as he'd pull himself back to his feet. Naruto would tell Emilia to keep trying at it, saying that if she doesn't give up, there's no way she can't win eventually. Emilia would be not so sure about this after all the horrible things she had remembered seeing in that memory, in that dream, but she would decide to trust Naruto. Anyway, she'd go rest as she goes back to her room in the cottage, where she would lay down and begin to try and fall asleep. As Naruto would be in there as well, Emilia would ask Naruto to stay by her side and hold her hand. Naruto, just like Subaru, would have had things he needed to do, but he would decide that he can do this, as Naruto would then take a seat at Emilia's side, waiting until she fell asleep. Puck, are you there? Naruto would ask. Puck would emerge from the crystal where he usually would be with Emilia, as Puck had been silent to Emilia for the past few days ever since entering the sanctuary. Yeah, Naruto, what is it? Ugh, Puck would yawn. Why'd you wake me up? What do you need? Puck would say as he rubs his eyes. Naruto would smile as he then tells Puck his plan, saying to Puck how Roswaal was planning on taking action against them in the sanctuary. Naruto would have explained to Puck that he had actually formed a contract with Beatrice, as Beatrice would actually walk into the room after having heard her name outside. Puck would then be adored by Betty, and as the three would be sitting there for a while. Anyway, Naruto, before he loses track of his thoughts, would then get back to Puck and says, "Oh, yeah, what I need you to do is, in case Roswaal actually does attack us, or the sanctuary, while me and Beatrice are taking care of the Great Rabbit, I need you to, I know it's a lot to ask, can you fight him for me? At least until me and Beatrice can finish up the job?"
We'll head over there right after, Naruto would say, as he and Beatrice would look at Puck. Puck would then decide for a moment, saying that he guesses he could help out, since Naruto asked him so earnestly and all. Naruto would thank Puck so much, saying he couldn't think of anyone else who would be able to hold him off. And so one unique thing about this timeline that I like, that is pretty wholesome, is that Naruto actually does get to stay with Emilia the entire night, holding her hand, but Beatrice would demand his other hand. Before Naruto commits to the hand-holding acts, very lewd, I know, Naruto would then create a few shadow clones, as Naruto's shadow clones would go and do the tasks that Subaru would not have been able to, in the original timeline that is. Naruto sent 2 of his 3 shadow clones over to the sanctuary to go and write notes inside of it for Emilia to cheer her up, so that when she woke up and went to do the challenge again, she would see Naruto had been there. This also is a callback to when Naruto was a child and used to graffiti on the stone walls of the faces of the Hokage. So Naruto, needless to say, would have an incredible time having some nostalgic memories of ruining the Hokage's faces as he would deface another stone relic. Naruto would send his 3rd shadow clone to go speak with Ryuzu and Garfield, seeing as they would be the only other members in the sanctuary that Naruto could think of that either have some kind of problem that he would have to resolve, or would be willing to even help him maybe. Subaru's shadow clone would meet with, well, now Garfield, along with Ryuzu out in the woods, as seemingly Naruto would then explain to Garfield his plan, saying how he also has qualifications in order to break the barrier, as well as explaining Emilia's position, and as Naruto's finishing up what he wanted to say, asking Garfield and Ryuzu if they have any other information they could add that could maybe help them escape, Garfield would tackle Naruto's shadow clone and begin choking him out, and to that point, Naruto's clone would poof and disappear. This would be when Naruto would gain that information back, and he would realize that Garfield and this Ryuzu have something up their sleeve. He'd let go of Emilia's hand immediately as he tells Beatrice what's going on. "Beako, I'm probably going to have to leave you here for a little bit." Huh? Why? "If you could guard Emilia, that would be greatly appreciated. I'll make it up to you later. I'll get you ice cream." "I'm not a little kid, you know," Beatrice would say, as she then realizes that Naruto's serious. Naruto would then exit the room as he walks outside to find Garfield pouncing, running at him. Naruto's glad that he left the building, otherwise Emilia might have gotten injured while she was sleeping. As Garfield begins to transform into his beast transformation, trying to abduct Naruto before anyone else would wake up,
Naruto would simply open his eyes as he reveals to be in Spirit Sage mode. Naruto, with a massive Rasengan in his hand, would shove it directly into Garfield's gut. As Naruto would see Garfield in his animalistic form get sent flying backwards into the forest, crashing into a few trees. Naruto, not wanting to wake Emilia so she can rest, would then run after him at intense speeds, as Ryuzu and her clones would show up trying to subdue Naruto with Garfield. The two of them would not be able to take Naruto down, since Naruto at this point in the story is way too strong for them to handle. Naruto is probably, if I had to estimate, a bit stronger than Julius, nowhere near as strong as Reinhardt, but pretty comparable to Emilia and Julius in terms of combat and ability, with Naruto obviously having more technique and versatility due to having chakra, which is something no one else has, even something that Reinhardt doesn't possess. Anyway, Naruto would dodge another punch from Garfield, who would scream and roar as his teeth begin to gnash together in the woods, as he begins to throw punches and hits faster and faster, his huge body rippling with muscles, as Naruto would be dodging and weaving around him. Naruto would create a few shadow clones as they would go after Ryuzu and her clones, with now roughly 50 against 50. It's kind of funny, like a miniature war between this blonde Pikachu kid and then these elf girls, so that was happening, with clones from both sides exploding and poofing everywhere. Garfield and Naruto's fight would eventually wake up a lot of the villagers, as Garfield would try and take the fight further away so as not to antagonize himself with the rest of the demi-humans living there. Naruto, on the other hand, wouldn't be letting this go, as Garfield would try to escape, but Naruto would simply create several shadow clones, grabbing him by the leg and pulling him back. Garfield would roar as he snaps and then begins clawing, piercing through Naruto's shadow clones and destroying them. Naruto would slash his hand, flicking his wrist, as he summons a wind spirit, combining that with his wind magic, opening his gate. Naruto is naturally better at magic than Subaru was, just because Naruto is already used to controlling a different energy in his body, that being chakra, and Subaru had never had anything like that. So Naruto would be able to use both magic and chakra in this fight pretty efficiently. Naruto would be using wind spells combined with chakra attacks against Garfield, and eventually Garfield would wear himself out, as he then transforms back to his main form, before passing out as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Ryuzu would give up as she tries to escape, but Naruto's clones would overwhelm her. Naruto would just be too strong for the two of them, as Naruto would then tie them up, deciding that he'll need to interrogate them on why they attacked him later. Anyway, with those two out of the way for now, the plan will be getting started fairly soon. Some big differences that are happening in this timeline, which I'll address, are that Garfield is way more angsty as well as nervous about everything going on, particularly because his sister Frederica had arrived in the sanctuary when Beatrice and Naruto had teleported everyone from the mansion to escape Elsa and Miley. With Naruto having saved mostly everyone from there and the two now having been left alone, the mansion was presumed to be destroyed, but Naruto didn't really care that much. But of course it wouldn't be, just because, well, Miley and Elsa were hired by Roswaal, so there was no need to destroy anything once they had escaped. One other problem that comes from this is that Garfield doesn't have that arc that he had in the original, where in ReZero, Otto, Subaru, and Rom had subdued Garfield, and he actually faced his past and had become more mature from it. In this version, Garfield hasn't had that character development, and so he's still just the same brat running away from everything. Naruto's too strong though, so there was no need for the teamwork that Subaru would have had to use in the original, meaning that Garfield's character is going to suffer a lot more in this version, similar to what you guys would know would happen in the Pride route of the What If Subaru Pride from the original author's What Ifs, which are all really good by the way, so if you are a fan of ReZero and have not heard of them or watched them, you can either read them yourself, or there's this really cool ReZero YouTuber called Echidna. He does readings of some of them. He has a lot of the good ones on there, like Sloth and Pride, so I definitely recommend watching those. Anyhow, Naruto, as he was just about to put Ryuzu and Garfield in the custody of the other demi-humans, would suddenly pass out, as the shadow clones would actually extend to Naruto himself, who hadn't realized this. The effects of the Witch of Greed, more specifically the Graveyard, would extend to Naruto's main body, as his shadow clones would suddenly poof, with the effects now transferring back to him, as he immediately passes out and is summoned to the world of witches, the mental space occupying where Echidna usually would be. However, something different would happen this time, as Naruto, for the first time, would actually see a different one of the witches. He would meet Typhon and Skemet, along with Echidna, who had all been there together. Naruto would be surprised as he's now finally meeting one of the other 7 deadly sins witches, that being the witch of Sloth and the Witch of Pride, with Typhon immediately causing Naruto's limbs to fall to the ground. Naruto would fall apart, spiritually breaking into different pieces. Echidna would laugh and making a comment about Naruto and his current situation, with Naruto also laughing, saying, "Hardy har har, alright, put me back together, okay?" Typhon and the other witch there, Skemet, would be surprised by how casual Naruto would be with them, with Naruto explaining that he's spoken to demons much worse before, as he would look down in his own gut thinking about the Nine Tails. "Anyway, why am I here?" Naruto would ask. Echidna would then be a bit surprised, saying, "You entered the sanctuary, right? So it must have been because you wanted to talk to me," Echidna would say, blinking her eyes fast. "Why would I want to talk to you again?" The other two would laugh, as Echidna tells him to wait as he tries walking away. "You already came here, so you have to pay the price." "A price? What do you want?" Echidna would then say the same thing she would have told Subaru in the original, touching the handkerchief that was around Naruto's sleeve that Petra would have given to him, just like what she had done for Subaru. Naruto wouldn't get this much, but Echidna would smile, saying that if Naruto had stayed around a little longer, they would have had an interesting conversation. Naruto would be confused by this, but as he would leave, Echidna would then say that was a very interesting battle, by the way, against those guys in your world, since Echidna could read Naruto's memories from his loops from Return by Death at least. Naruto would thank her, saying, "Thank you very much," as he then walks away, with him saying it was nice to meet the other two ladies. All three of them would have a wicked grin on their face, but Naruto wouldn't understand why. As Naruto would wake up back in the real world, he would have felt like only a few minutes had passed inside of the witch's meeting place. But that was not the case. As Naruto would wake up, he'd realize that it was almost silent. He would have woken up at the steps of the graveyard, where the test for the trials would be. Naruto would immediately realize how quiet it was, as suddenly he would see something slipping over the ground. "Move if you don't want to die," Garfield would say. We would see Garfield holding Ryuzu, as Garfield would then grab Naruto as they jump up on top of the graveyard. Suddenly a hand of black and material would then begin to form, as it grabs, chasing after Naruto. "I love you." What was that?" Garfield would then grit his teeth. He says, "It's the witch." Naruto would suddenly realize that his connection with Beatrice had been severed. "Is Bayako?" He would see images of Emilia and Beatrice in his mind, having been snapped and ripped to pieces. Naruto would hear it again, the faint whisper of someone saying, "I love you," over and over and over again. Suddenly she would appear, ripping out of the sea of darkness, as we see someone with long silver hair and a half-elf wearing a dark cloak. It was Satella, the Witch of Envy. "What? Why?" Naruto would think. Garfield would say, "Don't even try to talk to it, that thing. It's a monster. We gotta run." The Nine Tails inside of Naruto would actually be quivering, as even it can feel the power of this person, this true monster. For reference, Satella was powerful enough to destroy half of ReZero's Earth with just a rampage. So she's definitely comparable to 10 Tails, or at least 9 Tails. Anyway, Naruto would know that when it's time to run, it's time to run. As he would access basic Sage Mode, he and Garfield, along with Ryuzu, who was unconscious, would run, but it wouldn't last for long. "She's too fast! Damn it!" Garfield would try and throw Ryuzu as he tries to save the granny. Garfield and Naruto would then be enveloped in darkness, as Garfield would be assimilated into the dark ocean along with Naruto. Naruto would suddenly begin to hear whispers, "I love you," over and over and over again. As Naruto would suddenly begin to realize what's happening to him, fragments of memories would begin to shatter through his mind. "No, it wasn't supposed to go like this," Naruto would be thinking. Naruto would be shocked as he sees things in his mind that he never thought, never could have imagined. These are the thoughts of Satella, the Witch of Envy. With one final "I love you," Naruto couldn't take anymore, as he felt himself dying, being pulled into the darkness, completely merging with the Witch of Envy. Naruto would realize there's only one way out of this, as he would then realize why Echidna had done what she did and the other witches were smiling. They knew this would happen. Naruto would look down as he sees it, the cloth that Petra had wrapped around him glowing with light in the sea of shadow. "Damn you, Echidna," Naruto would be thinking. As Naruto would then pull out the cloth, it sharpening into the wings of a butterfly. Satella would be watching in horror, as Naruto would then stab himself with the blade, killing himself and saving him from the darkness. A screech could be heard from Satella as she sees Naruto's blood pooling out.
She would then rush down as she tries to wrap her arms around him, as Return by Death would activate. Naruto then get pulled back before Satella had emerged and had attacked the sanctuary. Naruto would be breathing heavy as he wakes up, realizing that he's back to the first day. Damn it! Naruto had been reset all the way back to the very first day of getting to the sanctuary, before he had even saved the mansion, made his contract with Beatrice, or had fought the 6 Paths of Pain. Something different here though is that instead of the 6 Paths of Pain attacking again and actually Naruto's original timeline being reset, when Naruto goes back in time in ReZero and has the time loop reset, time continues to move forward in his own original world. Which is why Naruto, even though he had had a few death loops already in ReZero, was still lining up around the same amount of time in ReZero that he would have had in Naruto, which leads to the Pain arc. Naruto doesn't know this though, so he thinks that everyone in Konoha is in danger again, and he has to go through this all over again. Naruto would grit his teeth thinking, fine, I'll beat fate, just like I did before. Because that's my ninja way. I'll never give up. Naruto would pull himself up to his feet, as he would then tell Roswaal his idea of bringing the Arlem villagers back home, back to their village, so as to give Emilia some peace of mind for the trials. Roswaal would then smile, as he thinks this is a wonderful idea. Roswaal would already know about everything from the Book of Wisdom. Naruto wouldn't understand this quite yet, but Roswaal would have known that Naruto was on a death loop. Naruto wouldn't pick up on this, not being exactly the cleverest person. But anyhow, Naruto would then take Ram with him, just as Roswaal would have instructed, as Ram and Naruto would head back to the village with the rest of the villagers. Naruto would make sure to tell Emilia that he was leaving, because of the last loop where Emilia had been immensely worried if he hadn't left that note. But instead of leaving a note, Naruto would just leave a shadow clone behind. That way he could explain to her himself. As Emilia would wake up, Naruto's shadow clone would be waiting, as he would then tell Emilia what's going on and that he was going with Ram to bring the villagers back to Arlem. Emilia would be relieved knowing that the hostages that were being held pretty much inside the sanctuary of their people were now being taken home, and Naruto would then wave poofing saying that he'll be back in a few days. This leads similarly to the events that happened to Subaru after he had also been killed by Satella in the original, with him now having been reset, but new knowledge having been given by Echidna, and in this version having actually met the witches. Well, Naruto having met the witches. At least some of them. This will also be the loop where Echidna will offer her deal to Naruto, similarly to what she had offered Subaru. Anyhow, this would be Naruto's third loop, as he heads back to the mansion to try and save everyone, both at the mansion and the sanctuary. Naruto, Ram, and the rest of the Arlem villagers would be heading back to the main village and also the Roswaal estate. Naruto would be ready, knowing that Emilia and Elsa would be waiting to attack the moment he arrived. Naruto had planned for this, and had created multiple shadow clones already. Each of the shadow clones would be using Spirit Sage mode, so as to maintain their own chakra. Anyhow, Naruto himself would be heading to the village to deal with the problem of Elsa and Emilia, while he would have one clone of himself now working on trying to fix Garfield's problem with him. Garfield would now obviously have been reset, along with the rest of the Emilia camp. So in order for Naruto to earn his trust and actually be able to get Garfield on his side, he would need at least one clone of himself there, in order to handle Garfield and see what the actual problem is. Remember that Naruto also thinks that he still has to defeat the 6 Paths of Pain back in his original world too. So he has to figure out how he can actually have the same outcome as last run without dying and having it restart from Satella. So Naruto thinks that's the only way he's going to be able to move forward at this current point. Little does he know that Echidna has other plans for him though. Naruto confronting Garfield would cause Garfield's insecurities to show just like it had in the few previous runs, which would cause Garfield to attack Naruto. Naruto in this version would not have Otto or Ram with him though, but as we know from the previous loop, Naruto of just Spirit Sage mode is more than enough to defeat Garfield. Garfield would fight Naruto as Naruto asks and pries more during the fight, using his most powerful jutsu, the Talk no Jutsu, causing Garfield to begin to spill it about why he doesn't want the sanctuary to be broken, as we learn more about how Frederica left, as well as Garfield's mother and father, and what happened, saying that Garfield's mother didn't love him. As Naruto begins to understand, himself having lost his parents, he would feel a sort of relationship with Garfield,
You can insert the Sadness and Sorrow music here if you'd like, with Garfield now completely retelling his tragic backstory to Naruto. Naruto would swiftly defeat Garfield using his power as a shadow clone, might I add. And after doing so, Garfield would begin to call him boss after Naruto takes his hand, staring death in the face. Garfield having threatened him and Naruto just staring through it. This would have been the thing that pushed Garfield to switch sides, seeing for himself how Naruto was able to witness death coming for him head front and keep moving forward. This resolve. This is what pushed Garfield to call Naruto his boss. After Naruto defeats Garfield, he would even learn that he was actually only like 13. What? Naruto be thinking? This guy was only a year older than him 4 years ago. Naruto would remember how short he was back then and then see how tall Garfield is, thinking that he's scary. He makes even Sasuke and Gaara look small. Remembering Sasuke would make Naruto sad for a moment. But then he'd get back to reality. No, this is my moment now. I have to be there for my friends and I have to push through this. One effect of Naruto not having actually had to fight Garfield like how Subaru did is that Naruto does not discover the unseen hand ability that he now possesses, that being the Sin of Sloth, which he actually does have, since he did defeat the Sloth Archbishop, which is Betelgeuse. Naruto does not know that about this ability yet, which means that will be coming later on. Anyway, Garfield will enter the graveyard per request of Naruto, as Garfield decides to face his past himself, where he can find the truth of his memories, the truth of what actually happened between him and his family. We find Garfield seeing a younger version of Frederica, himself, and his mother, and finding out that his mom had actually not just abandoned them and left on her own, but had actually died in a rock slide. His mother had died, not abandoned them. This is a fact that Garfield, having known, would change him and his opinion on the life that he had lived until now. Garfield, having now powered up in some moral sense, would return out of the graveyard feeling invigorated, as Naruto would ask him how it went. Garfield would give him a thumbs up saying he figured it all out. And Naruto would be pretty happy. Happy for Garfield, that is. Anyway, Naruto's clone would tell Garfield what his plan is, saying that his overall goal is to get Emilia to break out of here so they can all be free. And this would be when Garfield would then remember about Ryuzu, as he tells Naruto that they need to go talk to her about this. As they would go and talk to the one who actually runs the sanctuary, which would be Ryuzu, who is also the clone of Beatrice's friend from many, many hundreds of years ago, when Echidna still roamed the earth instead of the spiritual plane. Anyway, speaking of Beatrice, Naruto, Ram, and the Arlem villagers would be heading close to the village now, as Naruto is preparing for the first fight of the three that he has in his mind. The first being the assassin sent to Roswaal's mansion from Roswaal himself, the second being the Six Paths of Pain, and the third being, Naruto would gulp, Satella. Anyways, Naruto would arrive at the mansion, Naruto himself would be more than enough to handle Elsa. Naruto would then get into the mansion, letting Ram know to go find Frederica and warn her of the attack. Ram would trust Naruto with him having keen senses as well as having uncharacteristically good timing in every prior situation until now. And so she would do as he says for once, telling him that she only obeys Roswaal's orders, but she would go walk off to go and find Frederica. Naruto's main priorities would be to save Petra, Frederica, and Rem, as well as protect the villagers. His main goal here should be to either defeat Elsa and Emilia, or at least lure them away. Naruto would also remember the giant mob beasts that would be attacking inside the mansion too. Naruto would think about how he can deal with this when suddenly he would hear a flash. Seconds before it would hit him, Naruto would move his head out of the way, as he would turn, the corner of his eye seeing the knife split directly into the wood right next to his head. This would be when Elsa Goranhirt, that being the Bowel Hunter, would enter the room. Just like all the previous runs, all of the doors would be open, as Elsa had begun to hunt down Beatrice. Naruto would be hoping that Rem hadn't been caught up yet, but she shouldn't have been here yet, Naruto would be thinking. As Elsa would then proceed to attack Naruto, slashing and stabbing as Naruto dodges and weaves, easily outmaneuvering Elsa. Now that he's fought her before, Naruto at least has some idea of her attack patterns. Naruto using chakra then climbed onto the wall, now standing on the ceiling, as he's moving around and dodging and weaving between Elsa, trying to buy time for Ram to find Rem and escape with her and Frederica and Petra. Emilia would be attacking the village, but this would be where the other four could come into play. Rem and Frederica could at least handle themselves, and could probably handle Miley if Naruto could handle Elsa on his end. Naruto would suddenly be broken out of his thinking, as Elsa tells him to focus on the fight, as she makes a slash, stabbing directly towards Naruto with a piercing attack to his face. Naruto would take his two hands and clasp them together, grabbing the knife midair, as we could see the struggle between him and Elsa, both their arms shaking, as their muscles would be tensing up, trying to use more and more power. Elsa would be smiling as her eyes become a wicked gleam, saying that she loves fighting him and wants to see his innards, his entrails. Naruto would say he doesn't know her well enough for that, as he dodges out of the way, his hair getting slightly singed. Yeesh, Naruto would say, his teeth now chattering. Naruto would quickly enter into Spirit Sage mode, saying he's done playing around, as the entire mansion would shake as Naruto's chakra and magic began to rise in power. Naruto would then slash his hand towards Elsa, as a blade of wind would come slashing out from it, Naruto controlling wind spirits using his Spirit Sage mode, combined with wind magic. Naruto would use the spell, causing several wind slashes to hurl towards Elsa. Elsa would try and block them with her knife, but one of her arms would actually get slashed off, as Naruto would say, "That looks bad, you might want to get a band-aid on that." Elsa would laugh, saying that he should watch himself, as Naruto realizes that there's blood going down his head. Naruto would say. Fun. Naruto would then wipe his blood away, as he would see the scratch on his forehead, as Naruto would then rush forward at super fast speeds, actually cracking the ground beneath his feet. As Naruto throws a punch, he would use a frog kumite-like style, using the wind and controlling it, as he would then punch Elsa in the gut from far away. Elsa would get sent flying back as she rams into the wall, causing the entire mansion to then shake again as she crashes through it, landing into the spiral stone staircase that Roswaal owns below. Naruto would jump down with two Rasengans in his hand. Massive Rasengan, Sage style! As Naruto crashes into the staircase below, dust would be billowing up, Naruto's Rasengans having exploded, causing everything to spin out everywhere. Elsa would be hidden by the dust, but Naruto could still sense her using his Sage mode. Suddenly he would feel her split into two, as she'd be using her own cloning ability. Naruto would suddenly create multiple shadow clones, as they would then begin to attack each other with their own clone techniques. Since Elsa herself has the unique ability, a divine protection, that basically have similar properties as shadow clones, allowing her to not die. Anyway, Naruto would continue spamming his Rasengans and shadow clones until the dust would clear. The two of them would both be breathing heavily, as they're almost a pretty even match. Naruto using his Sage style and spirits would still have a bit of an advantage, considering he has magic, chakra, and spirit arts, so he would be overwhelming Elsa by quite a bit. Elsa would decide that it's time to run, but Naruto would then use another shadow clone for a Sengan, running at her and hitting it directly into her from behind while she ran. Naruto would create a shadow clone, then use a transformation jutsu to turn himself into a rope, tying Elsa up and then throwing her out the window, tying her lifeless corpse to the side of the building. She'll be back pretty soon, Naruto would think, remembering all the previous runs where she'd just come back to life and been a pain later. By wrapping her up like this using his shadow clone, Naruto would be able to know exactly where she would be whenever his clone died, because his memories would then be transferred, allowing him to know where Elsa was. Naruto would have figured out this shadow clone training, like I mentioned previously, with Julius when he had been training to learn Spirit Sage mode. Anyhow, Naruto decides it's time to go help the others, as he would run out of the mansion, making sure that Rem wasn't in any of the rooms first, using shadow clones. Naruto would realize that Beatrice hadn't left the mansion, as he would then barge into the room that he first finds, eventually actually finding Beatrice. As Naruto would then point out to Beatrice, asking what she's still doing in the mansion. Almost immediately as Naruto says this, a burst of flame would start to engulf the mansion, as the huge mob beasts had begun to spit flames, as it began to attack Frederica, Rem, and Petra. Damn it! Naruto creates a shadow clone as it goes out after following, as it tries to go and help the others. Naruto then speak to Beatrice, as Beatrice would be clutching her gospel. Here would be having a similar moment to what happened with Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice in the original, with Beatrice in tears and crying, as the mansion around them is burning slowly. You have to remember that while Garfield is still on Naruto's side, he is by no means at the mansion, since Naruto had shadow clones doing different parts of the tasks that Subaru would have had to do individually. That would be including trying to recruit Ryuzu and Garfield to Naruto's side. Another thing you have to remember is that Naruto doesn't even know that Roswaal is really against him much, since Roswaal hasn't revealed his hand. And Naruto, last time that he made a contract with Beatrice in the last timeline, before everything died after Satella was released, was unaware of the Book of Wisdom. So this is the first time Naruto will actually come into contact with the Book of Wisdom, and will begin to learn about what's actually going on. Beatrice will be clutching her Book of Wisdom, with her book not having had anything written in it for ages, years, centuries, since her mother had abandoned her. Beatrice will be broken down into tears, as I mentioned previously, and Naruto will be confused. This didn't happen last time. What? What's going on? Naruto will be looking back and forth trying to decide what he should do, since Beatrice is just inconsolable. By this point, Ram, Frederica, and everyone else who was in the mansion would have been escaped from it by now, but it still would have caught on fire from the Great Mob Beast, as was mentioned previously. Anyhow, Naruto would have temporarily put down Elsa, meaning that there's only one threat left, that being Miley, the little girl from the first season who had brought the demon mob beasts and had actually deactivated the crystals that Emilia had to reactivate to protect the village. Anyway, I digress. Back to the actual plot. We can see the flames beginning to engulf the mansion as the great library where Beatrice resided was beginning to be covered in flames, with many of its great knowledge and books already having gone up into smoke. Naruto would be shocked seeing Beatrice, as she would ask him the question again, if he was that person. The person who would put her first number one. Naruto this time, after hearing it for a second time, will begin to understand. Just like Naruto would have in the original Naruto at the last, Naruto at a younger age would finally begin to understand exactly what she means when she says love, and the one person. So instead of an adult Naruto actually having that moment, we get that moment now, with Naruto actually figuring out what it exactly means in that moment. Naruto would know that he doesn't like Beatrice like that, and then he remembers when he said the previous timeline, as he begins blushing furiously, and then says that he's definitely not that person. Beatrice would get angry, as she then tells him with tears saying, "You think you can just walk in here and then reject my feelings?" Naruto would then be pushed out of the library as he gets sent ricocheting and thrown out the door, slamming into the wall behind the mansion, as glass would shatter behind him from the force of Beatrice's attack. Beatrice would slam the great doors closed, and she's decided to die within the library and then burn to death. Naruto, after recovering for a split second, would then realize what he did. Naruto would then run around the mansion looking for the final door. The last door, as he slams open and shuts several doors before he finally finds the right one. At this point, we can see the shatter in space-time, just like in the original. As Naruto opens the door, Naruto could see the entire library illuminated in red, as Beatrice was simply sitting in the chair where she always was, right in front of the door. As Naruto enters into the room, he would tell Beatrice that he promised that he was going to get her out of there, and he never goes back on his word, because that's his ninja way. Beatrice would be crying and crying, asking him over and over again, "Why are you so obsessed? Why can't you just leave me alone? I don't want to be here anymore. This world is empty, a null void with no purpose. Leave me alone," Beatrice would say. Naruto would continue to walk forward into the flames, as the great library was now becoming completely engulfed in them. Smoke would be filling the room as Beatrice would cough, feeling as the darkness would begin to wind around her. Naruto would take Beatrice's hand as he then says, "That person may never come, and that's why, Beatrice, choose me instead," Naruto would say, looking into Beatrice's eyes. Beatrice would be shocked, as we would see the world around her turn white, as she had never thought about this before. Choose? Beatrice would say. "That's right," Naruto would say. Naruto would grab the Book of Wisdom and throw it into the fire, as it begins to burn, its empty pages now just becoming ash, as Echidna would be laughing from her end, thinking about how amusing this is, as she laughs while her own daughter would be in the library, burning, as all the knowledge around her turns to ashes. Beatrice would reach out her hand. As Naruto and Beatrice's hands touch, the contract would be made. We can see Beatrice and Naruto inside a mental mindscape, with Naruto then explaining more to Beatrice, saying that there never was a person, and that Beatrice, even if he's only alive for 30 or 40 more years, which could be a blink of an eye or an instance for Beatrice, and he'll be gone before then, he's going to become the most memorable person ever, he'd say, as he smiles holding his thumb up. Beatrice would cry in tears as she then says, "Naruto, Naruto," his name over and over again, as Beatrice would run up and hug Naruto. Suddenly, a portal would appear as Beatrice would then activate her connection with Naruto using their magic and the Great Library's power which she had stored up. Naruto, Beatrice, and the rest of the others who had come to the mansion would now have been teleported back to the sanctuary using Beatrice's magic. As Naruto arrives, the contract would have been fulfilled, as Beatrice and Naruto would now have a magical bond between their two souls. Roswaal at this point would have summoned the snow in order to bring the Great Rabbit to the sanctuary, and the Great Rabbit was just about to enter. Meanwhile, Emilia would be inside the sanctuary, with just seeing Naruto's messages that he had left behind, that Naruto had used his shadow clones to create while he was with Emilia. As Emilia enters into the sanctuary, she would then be faced with the first trial, the hardest and most difficult trial for her. The trial where she would need to face her past. Suddenly, Emilia's mindset would teleport, as Emilia is now back in time, in a different place, deep within the forest where the elves lived, northern from now where Laguna was. She'd be looking around as she realizes that there's a little girl standing there. She'd be inside a house? She would see her when she was younger, and suddenly the younger Emilia would speak, as she then looks up and says, "Mother Fortuna?" Fortuna would then look down. She sees her younger daughter, Emilia. She reached down, pick Emilia up, and swing her around, asking what she was doing down there. Seeing Emilia covered in ink, this would be the scene where Emilia had snuck out to follow them and see when Betelgeuse had come to visit the village before sneaking back in. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Naruto would be now pursuing Roswaal, as he and then the others would now be trying to cease the Great Rabbit from attacking the sanctuary, while Roswaal would be fought by Ram and Garfield. We would see Naruto as he and Beatrice using the contract would then be using wind magic, as they send out great bursts of wind, slaughtering most of the Great Rabbit in one attack. Naruto would be amazed at Beatrice's power, and with the combined might of Naruto's chakra and magic using the spirit arts, and Beatrice's utter control over massive amounts of mana, Naruto and Beatrice would slaughter the Great Rabbit even faster than Subaru and Beatrice would have in the original timeline, using great tsunamis and bursts of wind, tornadoes just destroying all of them and turning them into piles of meat, with the Great Rabbit having been completely killed off in just a matter of seconds upon Naruto and Beatrice's arrival. Naruto would be impressed as he would then rub Beatrice's head saying she did a great job, and then yes, Beatrice would make that cute lolly sound that she did in the original. I know if you watch the anime you know the one I'm talking about. And almost at the same time, meanwhile elsewhere in the forest of the sanctuary, we would see Roswaal being defeated by Garfield along with Ram, who would have found the Book of Wisdom he had hidden and thrown it, casting it into the fire, destroying it using Roswaal's own magic. By using his own fireballs against him, which he had cast towards them while he was protecting his ritual to make it snow in order to summon the Great Rabbit, Ram would have grabbed the Tome of Wisdom out of Roswaal's pocket as he should be blasted away from wind magic, which Roswaal would have used. As he would say that Ram had always hated him, with him having been the one to destroy the village that Ram had used to live in before he had ruined it and killed everyone. Ram would look up in tears as Roswaal says he knows how much she hates him, and that she's doing this if she wants to kill him, then she can. She has every right to challenge him after what he had done. Garfield would tell him to shut up as he then throws another punch, with claws and kicking turning into his beast form. Roswaal would then use water magic combined with fire magic to blast steam towards Garfield, blinding him in the eyes as he would then blast him with fire, sending him back, his first scalding. Ram would look up to Roswaal. She says that she'd always loved Roswaal. This would be Garfield's moment of pain as he would look over, with Garfield acting almost as how Naruto used to be when she saw Sakura now looking for Sasuke. Of course, no one in the ReZero world knows about this, but I just wanted to point that out really quickly. Anyway, Ram would then hold up the Tome of Wisdom as she throws it behind her into the flames, saying this book will always be the thing binding you, and I'll never see your true heart if you're always chasing after this witch. As Ram casts the book into the flames, Roswaal would be shocked, aghast. How dare you? You don't know what you've done. You don't know what you've done, Roswaal would say, his tears beginning to flow, as the only evidence of the love that the great witch Echidna the Witch of Greed, had left for him, his only source of strength pushing him on, the one person Roswaal ever truly loved. Roswaal would fall to his knees as his fist landed to the snow, now almost a foot deep from the spell. As he falls over, Garfield would take advantage of this as he runs up and destroys the huge stone that would be creating the ice, causing the snowstorm to cease. Inside the dream world, Emilia would be facing now her past, as by this point we would see her and finally seeing Pandora for the first time. And alongside Pandora, facing off against her mother Fortuna, as well as pre-time skip Betelgeuse, we would meet Regulus Corneus, the man who, on the way back from the conquering of the White Whale, had battled against Naruto and the Nine-Tailed Fox and had crushed them easily, with Regulus taking almost no physical damage from Naruto whatsoever. Emilia remembered when Naruto had told her about him and his description, and this was him. Emilia would be shocked as she sees these two people, with Pandora introducing herself to Fortuna as well as Betelgeuse, looking for the key. She wouldn't know what was going on at first, but as things would progress, we'd slowly get to the point where Fortuna and Betelgeuse would be battling against the two. It was pretty much hopeless at first, with Betelgeuse fighting using the Sin of Sloth against Regulus, but Regulus's power was just too great, and it was pretty obvious that he was losing, with Betelgeuse on the back foot. Fortuna would be trying everything she could using ice magic, or fire magic I should say to be more accurate to ReZero lore, as she would freeze the air and the water molecules in to create ice by taking the heat out of it. Using this ice, she would then attack Pandora, but every time she died, nothing would happen and she'd just revive instantly. Eventually, Regulus would run into that same problem with Pandora and she'd teleport him away, sending him all the way out of the battle, leaving her with just herself against the other two, Betelgeuse and Fortuna. With Betelgeuse telling Fortuna to run, Emilia would follow close behind as we see Betelgeuse slowly going insane from the Sin of Sloth, turning into the Sin Archbishop that we would see today in the modern world, that Naruto and the friends that he made in Laguna had battled. Anyway, Emilia following Fortuna would eventually run back into her younger self, who had escaped the forest through the help of some of the other elves that were living there, but had gone back after seeing her friend die, with his leg having been disintegrated. Following the trail of spirits, young Emilia would follow all the way back to the clearing where the seal was, with her being the key. Pandora would run into Fortuna there, as the same confrontation that occurred all those years ago would replay in Emilia's mind. She'd be shocked as she sees her young self watch in horror as her mother, Fortuna, would die by Pandora's hands. As she dies, Fortuna would look up to Emilia as she tries to touch her face, her hand faltering before falling back to the ground. Suddenly, the air would turn cold as we see Emilia, her eyes hollow and shocked, as this child has no idea how to confront the trauma that just occurred in front of her. Pandora would act like nothing happened, and she's still smiling, looking at Emilia, telling her to give her the key. Emilia would say nothing, as we would then enter into that rampage, the same rampage that young Emilia had done all those years ago, as our current Emilia watches it happen again. Her younger self freezing the entire forest, turning everyone into ice statues. This younger version of herself would continue to say it over and over again. Die, 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 die. As Emilia would continue to say this, she'd be blasting Pandora with ice, crushing her as we would see blood splattering all over the snow, causing a puddle of red to appear. But Pandora would continually reappear over and over again, revitalizing herself, as everything in the forest would slowly freeze and from the frost burn slowly die, as they'd be converted all into ice. Emilia would be looking in shock, as she eventually would let the magic power overtake her, with Emilia being frozen in ice, into the state that Puck would find her years later. Emilia would be closing her eyes, and as she opens them, she'd be in the same room as Echidna. Echidna would have frozen time in this vision, as she begins walking into the clearing, saying this is why she hates her. As Echidna would be staring at Emilia with rage in her eyes, the only thing between her and her Naruto, the one who could be able to show her every future. If it wasn't for you, I would already have him by now. What? Emilia would say, asking what she means. Echidna would then stop as she says that all you are is a faulty, you're fake, you have nothing going on about you, your personality, how you act, all your confidence is empty. Didn't you just see your failure?
Echidna would say. Emilia would look around. She sees Pandora with her still eyes, crystal blue, and with a smile on her face, staring at her younger self now trapped in the crystal ice. Echidna would then look at Emilia, waiting for an answer. Emilia would turn and nod, saying she did, and Echidna would say, "Really? That's your reaction? I would think you deserve something worse than that. Don't you remember what you did now that you saw? You destroyed all of your people. You ruined your entire home, and your mother died because of you." Emilia would say nothing as she looks down. Emilia would look up as she looks to Echidna and would say that the past is what it is. All she can do is try and find a way to fix her mistake. Mother Fortuna is dead, but maybe Yus is still alive, and maybe I can bring the people back. The people who I did freeze. Echidna would scoff as she looks over to Emilia, saying, "That's just hopeless optimism. You have nothing backing up that claim. How do you even know that they're still alive? They could just be turned into ice statues by now with nothing left." Emilia would look up as we would see one tear rolling down her face. She'd tell Echidna that, as she wipes the tear away, if she keeps looking into the past, she'll never be able to see the future. That's why I'm never going to give up. Because that's how I should be living. Emilia would remember all the things Naruto had said to her, seeing him in action, how he tries his best at everything he does, trying to, even though he may fail, succeed in the end. If I can be like that, Emilia would be thinking of him as he proclaimed to be her knight, back at the royal selection when they had that meeting. And when he actually beat Julius, she was sort of shocked. That's when I knew that I could rely on him. Naruto will back me up in whatever I do, but it doesn't mean that I can slack off. No. Emilia would hold her hands up. She says that she's going to try even harder. I'm going to become the ruler of this nation, and after that, with the dragon's power, I'll be able to fix everything. So that's your answer, huh? Echidna would say. She'd look away as she says that's unfair. Echidna would then walk back into the forest as the memory would turn into white light and fade. Emilia would have the chance to say one last goodbye to both her younger self, her mother Fortuna, and Yus. Goodbye, she'd say. She'd pat herself when she was younger on the head, but of course it's just a memory, so there would be no reaction as her hand would phase through herself. As Emilia would close her eyes as she'd wake back up in the real world, Emilia, having gone through the trial, would have realized something important, as her face would turn red. I really said that, didn't I? She'd think. Emilia would feel a warmth in her chest as she would hold her hand to her heart. Suddenly she would hear calling, and an echo throughout the entire witch's graveyard as you could hear footsteps. "Emilia!" Naruto would shout as he runs down the witch's graveyard halls, as he'd eventually get to the room where Emilia was, her laying on the ground. "Why are you crying?" Naruto would ask. Emilia would look up as she realizes as she rubs the tears away, as Naruto would be smiling. His eyes would be closed as he then tells her, "Emilia, we did it. Everything's fixed. We took care of the Great Rabbit, and we beat Roswaal too." And as Naruto's about to say the last thing, Emilia would grab Naruto as she leans in and kisses him on the lips. Naruto would be a bit shocked as he opens his eyes, but he doesn't pull away. As Emilia would wrap her arms around Naruto, she would still have tears streaming down her face. Naruto would then lean back in as he wraps his arms around Emilia. He'd be really surprised as he wasn't expecting this, but even with him being as dense as he was, would realize what's going on. As Emilia would stop, she'd lean back and look up at Naruto before saying just 4 words. I love you, Naruto." As Emilia says this, Naruto would realize it, as in his heart and in his memories he would see everything that he had done, pushing himself through the land of waves, fighting through the Chunin exams, fighting to bring Sasuke back, his failures, his promise to Sakura to bring Sasuke back to her, the person he loved not feeling the same things back with him. And then Naruto returning to the village and disappearing, him closing his eyes and being summoned to this magical world with monsters and beasts and no shinobi. Naruto would think about everything that's happened since he got here, as Naruto would be a bit speechless. Emilia would be shaking a little bit back and forth, playing with her hands as she then says, "Well, you should say something." Naruto would smile as he would then say, "I love you too, Emilia." Naruto and Emilia would just sit in the witch's graveyard for a while, just holding each other. as Naruto and Emilia would both be contemplating everything that happened back during this whole event, Roswaal and all the events, everything at the mansion and the Great Rabbit and the memories, freeing the sanctuary finally after so long. Naruto would feel love for the first time in his life from another person who wasn't his dead parents. Meanwhile, in another world, we would see Hinata suddenly wake up as she pulls herself up, looking around seeing that she's still in hospice care. Suddenly she'd feel a pain in her heart as she turns, seeing wind blow through the tent. What was that? Hinata would be thinking. But she'd feel a sort of sadness that she couldn't explain. Hearing the inside of the tent rustle, Sakura would enter as she asks if Hinata's okay. Hinata would nod, saying, "Where did Naruto go?" And Sakura would say that after the Battle of Pain, he just disappeared. "He's gone again, huh?" Hinata would say. "I guess I'll never catch up to you, huh? Naruto-kun," Hinata would think. "Sakura, can you leave me alone for a bit? I'm just a bit disoriented and my wounds still hurt." Sakura would leave as Hinata was still choking up, as Hinata would cry inside the tent, thinking that she might never see him again and never get the chance to tell him how she felt. Now it's been a few weeks since the events of the sanctuary had taken place. We're now at a party back at Roswaal's manor, where everything had been fixed up after the fire and the village had been attacked by Emilia and Elsa, the Bowel Hunter. Naruto would be in full knight gear, wearing the white robes of Laguna with a sword at his side, as he'd be waiting to be officiated as Emilia's right hand and main knight, protecting her, just like Reinhardt was for Felt. Naruto would be walking around in the white and purple suit, and honestly it felt a bit stuffy to him, but he did think he looked pretty good. As the ceremony would begin to commence, everyone would be dancing as Naruto would be thinking about everything that's happened in the past few weeks. We see just after the events with Emilia and Naruto coming out of the sanctuary, with Naruto looking a bit shook, and Emilia asking what's wrong. Naruto would tell her he'll tell her later, as first they need to find Roswaal. Emilia would nod as she would take Naruto's hand holding it, as the two would then walk towards the cabins trying to find where Roswaal is being kept. Beatrice would then run out as she sees Naruto holding Emilia's hand, and would obviously get jealous as she puffs out her cheeks asking what he's doing. Naruto would say he's just holding her hand, as Emilia would then chuckle a bit, saying she doesn't want to make Lady Beatrice that jealous, as she would then grab Naruto's arm. Beatrice would have a puff of steam come out of her ears as she tells her she's not jealous, as she would then huff and walk away. Naruto would sigh. With everything having happened, Naruto and Emilia would have broken the barrier surrounding the sanctuary, as everyone in the sanctuary would finally be able to leave. Ram would be in immediate care as she was in danger after Roswaal had attacked her when she burned the Book of Wisdom and then told him everything. Roswaal was being contained using seals and magic, which had been performed by Garfield as well as the old lady and Naruto himself even helping with chakra and using a chakra seal. Roswaal would be sitting with his hands behind his back as everyone would then get into the wagons as they prepared to leave the sanctuary. As Naruto and Emilia would be leaving, we can see into Naruto's mind and what had him so shook after he left the sanctuary with Emilia. Back in the graveyard, as Naruto was holding Emilia, he would have been summoned into a vision, time pausing as he would see something. It'd be the future. Naruto would see flames as he would hear a giant roar. It would echo across the land as Naruto would see mountains burning and collapsing, explosions as chakra would be dissipated all over the land, people's lives dying out as he could feel them using Sage Mode. Naruto would look around. Naruto would suddenly see it. A giant spike piercing through Neji. Neji. Hinata would be in tears as he would see all of his friends suffering. He'd see Sasuke alone fighting against this monster. It's the Ten Tails. Madara and Obito would be battling against Sasuke, as Sasuke would be the only one taking on this war, with the reanimated Hokage doing their best to help out. This Ten Tails was much weaker, with only half of the Nine Tails, that being Minato's half, having been stolen in order to create it, since the other half of the Nine Tails wasn't even in this world anymore. Obito had attempted using Kamui to enter into wherever Naruto's chakra had gone, but it was impossible. His chakra couldn't break through the barrier, thus leading to this weakened Ten Tails. And so Madara, Black Zetsu, and Obito would be fighting in the Fourth Great Shinobi War, this vision of the future where Sasuke would fail, where Sasuke would have to be the one entrusted with all of the power of Ashura and Indra. Sasuke wouldn't be able to handle it, as Kaguya Otsutsuki would appear, killing Sasuke before Naruto's eyes. No, As Naruto would reach his hand out saying to stop it as he creates 2 massive Rasengans, running forward and slamming the massive Rasengans into Kaguya, but they would phase through, with it just being a vision of the future. Naruto would pound his fist into the ground, saying to stop it, stop it! Suddenly, Kaguya Otsutsuki would turn. Her head would suddenly see Naruto as her eyes would gleam, as she'd smile saying she would take her chakra back. Suddenly, this dim form of her would phase into the ReZero world, as using her Otsutsuki powers, she could follow Naruto's chakra. Suddenly, Naruto would be back in Laguna, seeing the Otsutsuki destroying everything. He'd see himself holding Emilia in his arms, with her bleeding from her chest with a piercing of the bone ash jutsu through her eyes unfocused. Naruto would be in tears, as he watches everything burning around him, as Kaguya Otsutsuki was coming for the 9 tails, for the remainder of her chakra, and the chakra of her son. That being the remaining chakra of Hagoromo that's inside of Naruto. Naruto would yell out to stop it, as he reaches his hand forward as Kaguya would pierce his visual form. Naruto would suddenly wake up gasping as he sees that he's inside the witch's tea party. What was that? Naruto would have no idea what's going on. As Naruto, having seen the vision of the 4th grade Shinobi War, seeing that Sasuke couldn't handle it by himself. I need to get back there. Is that happening right now? Echidna would simply sip her tea as she looks up, flicking her eyes upward, thinking this was her chance. It is happening now, Naruto. After you defeated those orange-headed ones back with those clouded robes, the rest of their group members decided to attack every other village. Echidna, of course, would be lying, trying to get Naruto to enter a contract of her in order to go back to his world using her magic, in order for him to stop this catastrophe that's allegedly happening. Echidna would smile as Naruto asks, I need to stop it. Please, is there anything I can do? Echidna would look up saying there is one thing. You can always sign a contract with a Witch of Greed. As Naruto in his desperation would be about to sign away his soul practically, Echidna would suddenly scoff as we would see Naruto get punched out of the way by the Witch Sin of Wrath, that being Minerva. No, you idiot, she'd say, as she keeps punching Naruto over and over again, healing his wounds. Ow, stop it, I have to get there now. My friends, they're in trouble. She's obviously lying to you. What? Naruto would say. Minerva would huff as she says, you can't trust what a witch is going to say. Then how can I trust you again? Naruto would say. I'm not as evil as Echidna is over there, she'd say, pointing. Echidna would be whistling, looking off in a different direction. Is that true? Naruto would say. Echidna would say nothing, as Minerva would say, yes. Suddenly other witches would begin to appear. That being Sekhmet, the Witch of Sloth, the Witch of Gluttony, Daphne, the Witch of Pride, Typhon, and the Witch of Lust, Carmilla. As everyone would be here, 6 of the witches, Echidna would sigh, realizing that her plan wasn't going to work after all, asking why they were all butting into her business anyway. Typhon would tell Echidna it's not nice to screw with idiots, as Naruto would look up, pointing at himself, saying, I'm an idiot? Yeah, all the witches would nod, saying obviously. Naruto would fall over, as he realizes that his world's not in danger, as he breathes out a sigh of relief. This wouldn't last for long though, as suddenly the hairs on Echidna's neck would stand up, as the entire world would begin to turn darker. Suddenly we would see her, as Naruto could even sense her power. We would hear steps as she walks. We would see her, Satella, the Witch of Envy. With her black robes, Typhon would wave, the Witch of Pride, saying, It's Tella, we haven't seen her in so long, how's it been? Satella would say nothing, her face as cold and empty and unfeeling as a stone wall. Naruto would pull himself up standing, as he feels his knees shaking. What is this? Even the 9 tails would be uneasy inside of Naruto, feeling the witch. As she walks forward, she would stand before Naruto, as Naruto would ask, Who are you? But Naruto himself would know the answer. The person gripping his heart, his soul, every time that he's died in this world, bringing him back. Why? Naruto would breathe in as he looks up, his courage now overwhelming his fear. Why do you always bring me back from death? Naruto would say. He can only maintain eye contact for a moment before he'd look away again. The pressure and anxiety he gets from looking at her would cause him to be unable to do it. This would be when Satella would pause before she would answer. Because I can't bear to see you in pain. Ever. What? Naruto would look up, a bit surprised and shocked, as Satella would look down to Naruto, as we would see the witches all surrounding him, as the witches' tea party would continue. Back in the real world, we would see Naruto now taking one knee, back down at the party, as we see him standing before Emilia, as everyone would begin to announce the rites, asking Naruto to protect Emilia, as well as his duties as a knight. With Naruto agreeing, we would see Emilia walk forward as she holds the sword. A few days before the party had started, we see everyone standing in Roswaal's hall, with Roswaal standing sheepishly in front of them all. He would say that he's sorry and that if there's anything they want to do to him to make them forgive him, he'll take it. Suddenly we would see an image of Petra slapping him across the face with a glove, as she says she's sorry before running back to her auntie, which would be Garfield's older sister. Anyway, everyone would get a hit in with Naruto using her Rasengan into his chest, sending him gagging as he slams into the wall. With Roswaal now having a bruised and beaten face, everyone would be satisfied as they all nod, saying they finally forgive him. With Roswaal saying, "Good, now that we're past that, we should probably start planning the party." Emilia would giggle at this, with Roswaal saying, "It's not funny, it really hurts. Have you ever taken one of Naruto-kun's Rasengans? My organs! My organs!" Even Garfield couldn't hold back the state as he giggled, watching Roswaal on the ground, wriggling like a bug as he pulled himself up, coughing, as he wipes away the blood. "That might have been a little harsh," Emilia would tell Naruto. Naruto would have a sweat drop down his forehead saying sorry, as Roswaal said, No, I deserve this." With everyone now getting past what Roswaal had done and having forgiven him, the party could begin. Now, back at the party, we see Emilia as she has the sword, standing before Naruto, as she would then take it and tap it across both of his shoulders, now officially swearing him in as her official knight. Naruto would kiss her hand as part of the ceremony, and then everyone would cheer as the dancing would begin. Naruto would grab a drink as he then heads out to the balcony, contemplating what happened that day, as he thinks about the rest of what happened during the witches' tea party. Emilia would walk behind him through the open door, as she would then lean her head on his shoulder. The two would say nothing, as Naruto would be thinking about the future, all the things that he had saw from the witch's graveyard. Naruto would look up at the full moon, as he would turn to Emilia, noticing she was shaking a bit, as Naruto would wrap his hand around her shoulder, saying they should go inside. It's kind of chilly out here. Naruto would have a soft smile as she nods, closing her eyes, as the two would then accompany each other, walking back into the mansion on the moonlit night. Back at the sanctuary, we would see the unmoving form of Ryuzu. Ryuzu would begin to shake inside the crystal, as her body began to move once again. As the Witch of Greed, Echidna would have succeeded in taking over the body of Ryuzu Mayor. As she flexes her hands looking down at her new form, she'd smile as the Witch of Greed had returned to the world. Naruto, now dancing with Emilia in the party, would enjoy the fleeting moment of peace, as in the back of his mind he would see the images before him, the horrors going back on in the ninja world, where the shinobi were battling in a great war. But for now, he'd put aside the bloodshed, as he enjoys the world he's in now, enjoying the moment with Emilia and his friends, enjoying everything that's been put before him, trying his best as he continues to follow his ninja way of never giving up. His dream to become the Hokage still remains strong, as he continues to get stronger in the world, fighting the evils before him and anything that crosses his path, as Naruto continues to work his way forward, no matter what may come next. And that was it, the finale to my What If Naruto Was in ReZero series, otherwise known as Re-Naruto Seasons 1 and 2. This series will definitely come back, that is, if the ReZero anime Season 3 is announced. Whenever that may be, I will return and continue to make the series in accordance following the anime timeline. For those of you who have been with my channel this whole journey and have supported this series from the beginning, thank you all so much. This is my first ever ReZero What If, and its successor being What If Subaru was Sukuna's vessel, I'll continue to work on. I hope you guys really enjoyed the story of Naruto being in the ReZero world, And I hope that it can continue someday once the season 3 anime is announced. And I hope you guys come back for whenever I continue the series. As for now, though, this is the finale of the series. I may do a Naruto Snow Memories if you guys want that as a special for like Christmas or something, which is the ReZero movie with Naruto instead of Subaru in it. But that is kind of a slice of life movie. There's not really any, conflicts that happen. So it would just mostly be an insert of Naruto instead of Subaru and a few changes here and there. But I will do it. And as well, of course, I might do the ifs, the official ReZero ifs. So if you guys really do enjoy this series, make sure to comment down below. And yeah, thank you all so much. This will be in the official movie, which will be coming out after this part. I decided to split them up because this was an hour-long part almost, and I didn't want to have a huge rendering time even longer because this part is almost as big as several parts or 2 parts. So I want you guys to get this as fast as possible. I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you guys so much for waiting on me, and I hope you guys check out my second channel. I'll be trying to upload animations and art stuff on there more since I've been getting into that. And yeah, that is the finale for my series of Naruto for now. Thank you guys so much. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to see more videos from me, and I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.